Hey guys and welcome back to my channel. This is part 3 of what Naruto was in My Hero Academia. Before we begin, don't forget to like, share and subscribe, and also go and support the author, link in description. Naruto thought back to when he first told Momo who he was. When they first arrived back from their summer vacation. I've missed you too, Momo. I've had a lot of complications. I've had a lot happen in my life. I promise that once these exams are over, I'll tell you everything. For right now I think I owe you something, Naruto said with nervousness in his voice. Momo raised an eyebrow. What could that possibly? Momo was cut off as a pair of lips were attached to hers. Momo's eyes widened to find the blonde lips touching hers. Momo slowly closed her eyes to accept the kiss and pulling Naruto in closer. Naruto held her close as he slowly parted their lips. Momo Naruto was cut off as Momo pushed her lips against his once again. The two embraced one another as they kissed. Naruto loved the feeling of her lips on his. Momo was going to be damned if she let him go again. She was going to make sure she got the kissing she wanted. She has been dreaming about this for a while now. It just came to fruition now. She was to be damned if he ended it too quickly. Once they separated for air, Momo spoke. Naruto, whatever it is you need to tell me, I can handle it. I love you. I have loved you since we were in Kuo. It had to be about a year or so that we've known one another. Naruto smiled. I won't lie, I've loved you before that. I've never known what love was, Momo. Knowing what love was the hardest for me to understand and find. What? Love, what do you mean? Momo said, confused. Naruto smiled. When we first met, Momo, I told you that I had a father and a mother. I only knew my father. I'm sorry, Momo, but that was a lie. My parents died the night I was born. Naruto had a small smile on his face. I didn't know you that well at the time. I had a hard time telling you as we got to know one another later. It's not that simple. Naruto cut off as Momo put her finger on his lip. She shook her head. Let's wait until after the exam, and she punched him across the arm. You idiot. I can't believe you waited this long, Momo said angrily. Hey, saying that wasn't easy, you know. I mean, it ties into. Naruto cut off again as a pair of lips met his once again. Once Momo back up, Naruto shrugged his shoulders. I could get used to that. Momo giggled. Common, let's get to exam, boyfriend. Momo winked with a sultry smile as Naruto felt a shiver go down his back. Yeah, right with ya. Naruto ran up next to Momo as she grabbed his hand. The two walked into the entrance exam together. That moment was special to Naruto. He has never had someone truly love him. Love him for who he was, not what he was and what he held inside of him. Momo was shaking in fear and anger. She couldn't believe that people could be so blind by their hate and anger. To think that they were hurting the beast, in reality, they were hurting a child, and Naruto, that's absolutely terrible. I don't know what to say. Momo hugged Naruto, not wanting to let go. To think you had to endure through all that by yourself. You didn't even do anything wrong. Who sealed that tailed beast in you? Naruto smiled. Well, at the time the 4th Hokage sealed the 9 tails into me. He had to choose a child, so he chose a child who already lost his parents. I don't know what went through his mind, but I don't hate him for it though. I guess it's the way I think. I couldn't bear to think that some other child would have had to suffer. I'd ask the 4th Hokage to seal the tailed beast inside me again in a heartbeat. You suffered so much, Naruto. I don't even want to imagine what else they've tried to do to you. I mean that so much mental scarring and pain you went through. The amount of trauma you received. Momo didn't like it one bit. She didn't care who the 4th Hokage was. He sealed this beast into a mere child. A child who ended up being her boyfriend, the boy she ended up falling in love with. Naruto was shaking because he was so scared that Momo might leave him. Thank you, Momo. I was really scared that you would leave, though I was able to handle 1 tail worth of his chakra. I want you to know what it's like before we continue. I'm scared that I'd hurt you, Momo. I'm scared about that. I know he is dangerous, which makes me dangerous. Naruto stood up and walked to the side. He channeled the fox's power for 1 tail worth. His eyes turned crimson red with black slits in the middle. He had a layer of red chakra with what seemed like ears, and his teeth seemed sharper. He had a more feral look on his face with his whiskers. He had red chakra claws for hands and feet, the one single swaying red tail. Naruto recalled the chakra and sat back down by the tree. I see. To be honest, it did scare Momo a bit. The feral look he had, the dense energy she could feel coming off Naruto. I can see why you're scared, Naruto, but I won't leave you. Because I trust you, I trust that you won't hurt me. Naruto smiled. Momo, I'm not too sure even if I trust myself, all I know is I have a safety precaution in case I lose control. What's that? Momo asked. You don't want to know. I should have told you, but during the summer training with Gran Torino, I also trained with All Might. I made All Might promise to stop me by any means necessary to stop me from going on a rampage. Naruto smiled. So I can't hurt anyone, especially you. Momo frowned, standing up, and screamed at the ground. She had her hands close to her body, and no, Naruto, no, I don't want you to say things like that. If you were to die, I'd be lost, Naruto. I look up to you. I love you. I can't imagine you not being in my life. Naruto walked over and hugged Momo, bringing her into the hug. I'm sorry, Momo, but that's what I have to do. If I die, he goes with me, besides then you would be safe. I don't care about being protected if it means you die, Naruto. I don't want you to leave. I don't want you to die, Momo said, scared herself. Naruto frowned. I know, but let's not worry about it. If anything, I don't think it will ever come to that, besides everything is based on my emotions. So far, I've been the happiest I've ever been. He isn't getting out anytime soon. Naruto tried to cheer her up. Momo still was shaken and scared at the thought of losing Naruto. Just promise me you won't go dying on me anytime soon. I promise, Momo, I promise. Naruto kissed her forehead. Momo said, and Naruto, I may not fully understand how your life has been. I don't want to leave you, I will be by your side forever. I'm glad you told me about this, now I feel like I really know you now. Momo, I didn't want you dating a fake me if it continued to marriage. I didn't want you to end up marrying a fake me the entire time. So, I hope I can do my best as a boyfriend. Naruto kissed her on the lips. Momo enjoyed the kiss like always and smiled. I love you too, Naruto, I want to be there with you even more now. We're together, that's more than I could ever ask for. Naruto smiled. Yeah, come and let's grab a bite to eat. Naruto did feel better that he told Momo all this. He still was scared about the Nine Tails. This only confirmed Naruto's love for Momo. She was his everything. He had tears in his eyes as Muscular laughed as he smirked at him. Izuku laid on the ground in shock after hearing all of this. Naruto grit his teeth. Well, I'd say playtime is over, so let's have some real fun. Muscular began walking up to Naruto. Naruto grit his teeth as he put the paper away. He was going to talk to Momo later. Damn you. Damn you. Damn you. Damn you, damn you. Why must it always be me? Why must I be the one to suffer? Naruto felt himself slipping, his anger, his rage, his despair, his pain, his love. All of it was going down the drain as Naruto had an explosion of power erupt from him. This stopped Muscular from moving as he witnesses Naruto's transformation as he went down on all four legs as the three tails from his cloak surrounded him. Naruto stopped moving as he stood there with his hair covering his face. I'll always be a monster that can never be loved, a monster. Naruto blacked out as he lost control. Izuku and Kota watched in horror as Naruto's eyes were glowing blood red with his fangs in his mouth getting longer. A dark red, nearly black layer of chakra envelops Naruto completely. They saw Naruto's skin burning away due to the corrosiveness. Crap. Naruto, stop. Kurama found himself trying to stop the kid from going on a rampage. RRAAAAAWWWRRRRR. Naruto let out a high-pitched scream that sounded like Godzilla from the Japanese movies. OHHOHOHO. This is gonna be. Muscular smirked until Naruto appeared and disappeared in front of him. Naruto slammed his paw into Muscular's face. Naruto began to continue his onslaught of swiping his claws at him. Muscular was able to push Naruto off as he punched the beast in the face, which sent him into the cliff wall. Muscular stood up, but then suddenly another roar was let out as a fifth tail grew. Izuku's eyes widened in horror. Kota, we need to leave. Now. Izuku picked Kota up painfully and he raced off, leaving a Kyuubi-fied Naruto against Muscular. Naruto ran towards Muscular, ramming its heads into his stomach. Muscular tried to block it. He succeeded, but Naruto grappled him and began to cut and tear at Muscular's quirk muscles. Ah! That burns and hurt. Naruto bit down and tore off a part of Muscular's muscle. He quickly backhanded Naruto, but he didn't budge. What? RAAAAAWWWRRRR. Naruto let out a bestial roar as he went to punch Muscular. Muscular went to block, but Naruto's fight went right through his arm. Arg. His eyes widened as he saw Naruto pull his arm out of his forearm. Naruto's fist went straight through his shoulder. The hell are you? Kid, why your age shouldn't be. Muscular was surprised when Naruto slapped his tails into him, knocking him into the ground. Naruto jumped back as his tails went up into the air and his mouth opened. Muscular slowly got up as he heard the air ringing around him. He looked up to see Naruto gathering energy, as if I let you. He went to punch him, which was a solid punch to Naruto's head, but he didn't budge. What? What the hell? Muscular backed up in shock, in fear for the very first time. He was really about to die. Just then Naruto jumped up and ate it, and he then turned into a giant balloon. The hell? Just then Naruto opened his mouth, which was directly aimed at Muscular. BRRRRRIIIIIINGGGGGG. The cannon was fired off as Muscular put up all of his muscles to surround it himself. Damn you. I'll kill you one day. I swear it. Muscular was shot from his spot and sent flying off the cliff and into a faraway distant mountain. He was slammed into the wall and embedded 20 feet into the mountain. He was slightly breathing and unconscious. RAWWWWRRRRRRR. Naruto began to look around, crazed to begin destroying things again. In the seal. Fucking hell, we can't do anything. Minato. Kushina panicked as she watched the Nine Tails trying to hold back its chakra. However, the seal kept taking it anyway. You see this, fourth Hokage? Your damn seal, which is taking my chakra, I can't stop it. Now your brat is going to really lose it if he gets to civilization. Kurama roared angrily about this entire situation. He was angry that Naruto kept taking his chakra now. That trying to escape was something he has been thinking about lately. Now the kid has gone berserk. Minato hung his head. Yeah, it just seems no matter where he goes, the suffering he suffers was because of me. He found someone he loved, and it's quite possible it's all has been fake. Minato hung his head in shame. Kushina was worried for her son. Minato, what do we do? We can't do anything unless, in control, we can just hope that that Momo girl really does love him. Minato hoped that her love for him can let regain control. With Naruto. Naruto let a feral roar out as he ran through the forest at alerting speeds. Then randomly in his head, Naruto heard Mandalay talking. I just received word from Aizawa, it's clear for everyone to use their quirks to defend themselves. Watch out for Naruto, he has seemed to have lost control of his quirk. Mandalay called out, wanting everyone to be wary of Naruto. Naruto tried to fight back his own anger, but his memories, each and every one of them kept coming back. The hurt, the anger, the pain, the sorrow, loneliness. Naruto took off faster towards the nearest group of enemies he could sense. Naruto arrived at the scene where Izuku was running to head back to Aizawa as he saw Naruto appear. Mandalay and Tiger saw Naruto appear while they were fighting Spinner and Magna. Roar. Naruto let a roar out as he rushed in front of Magna and slashed him across his chest, causing blood to spill out. Naruto did a backflip, slapping him in the face, sending him into the forest. Wait. That cloak, Shirogaki told us about him. That must be. Spinner couldn't finish as Naruto grabbed him from behind with his arms and limbs and grabbed him. Naruto wanted to kill, he felt the need, the desire, but he focuses on everything to not to do so. Naruto wrapped his tails around the Spinner's neck, choking him out. Naruto's body shook under the stress his body was enduring right now due to the amount of chakra in his system. I need more. Naruto heard something in him. I need more power. To eradicate everyone that has hurt us. We're alone. We'll always be alone. It sounded like his own voice, whatever it was. It was tempting to listen. Naruto unconsciously began to draw in more powerful from the Nine Tails. Naruto lifted his head and let out another primordial roar. RRRAAAAWWWRRRR. A shockwave shot out from Naruto's body as killer intent flooded the entire forest, forcing Mandalay and Tiger on their knees. Naruto had another tail grow out of his back with bone beginning to form around like armor. Naruto looked at Mandalay and Tiger and crept up to them. Naruto, no! Izuku shouted as he was at the tree line. Naruto stopped moving. RRAAAAWWWRRR. Naruto roared in Mandalay's face as he took off into the forest towards the rest of the villains. Why do you keep resisting? Just let it go. No one in this world cares about us. We're just a lump of energy the government and UA want to use us. Why not kill them all? Naruto continued to hear a voice in his head. We can't, we're a hero after. A hero, please. We're nothing more than a monster others fear. You saw the look in Mandalay's and Tiger's faces, the look of horror from Izuku. You'll see it from Momo. After all, she is just using us. We were never loved. We'll always be alone. Hate, anger, sadness, this place is just like Konoha. With Todoroki and Bakugo. What the hell was that feral scream? Shoto looked in Mandalay's and Tiger's direction. Pay attention, halfpipe, Bakugo shouted. You're our target, Bakugo. You will come with us. Moonfish stood on his large teeth. ERRRRRIIIIIIIIIIINNNNNGGGGGGGG. Everyone heard a weird ringing sound and then a sudden beam shot from the forest as it slammed into Moonfish, sending him flying away. Shoto and Bakugo looked where the beam came from as Naruto appeared from the forest. They looked at him in shock as he ran on all four towards wherever the other villains are at. Was that Naruto? I've never seen that before, but why did Mandalay say he lost control? Bakugo asked, confused. Perhaps he is in control. Shoto shrugged his shoulders, never seeing Naruto like that. With Mustard. He had his poison gas flowing around him as he was fighting students of Class 1B. He was shooting his fun while trying to kill Tetsu. Just then a roar came from the forest which made Tetsu and Itsuka stop in their tracks as a red blur appeared in front of Mustard. The hell? RAAAWWWRRR. Naruto roared out as he slashed off Mustard's mask and shoved his elongated nails into his gas tank. Then he threw it into the air and shot a low-powered tailed beast cannon at it. Naruto then turned to Mustard as he was trying to crawl away. He appeared above him, slamming his face into the ground. Do it, kill him. The voice again in Naruto began to take over and Naruto was feeling himself slip again. Naruto lifted Mustard's head and slammed his face into the ground again. Do it. It will be easier the more we do it. The dark voice in Naruto shouted as Naruto in the real world lifted Mustard's face and slammed it into the ground. There was a puddle of blood where Mustard laid and Naruto shot back into the forest, leaving dumbfounded Tetsu and Itsuka. Who was that? Is he dead? Tetsu asked. I think that was Naruto. That was brutal. Itsuka said with a hint of fear. She walked up next to Mustard and found him still breathing. However, his face was bleeding from cuts and bruises when Naruto slammed his face into the ground. Geez, his nose is broken, lacerations on his lips, he'll be out for a while. With Naruto. Naruto continued to run as a black shadow tried to wrap around Naruto. However, the dark shadow as Naruto looked at Tokiyami as he was struggling to keep control of his shadow. Fumikage said, get away. Why, you'll die. He struggled to gain control of his dark shadow. RAAAAWWWWRRR. Naruto roared as he charged Fumikage. Kill him, kill him. Kill him. The voice began to laugh hysterically. You almost did it to that other guy. Do it, cut your ties. We only have ourselves to look after now. Naruto in his mind was still in pain. Why was I lied to? Was our love really fake? Was it just a lie, a joke? The real Naruto looked up for a moment from his mind to see that he was charging at Fumikage. We can't kill him. Won't make us any better. The dark Naruto in the background with red eyes frowned but was going to slowly work on Naruto. Naruto in the real world slammed his fist into Fumikage's stomach, knocking the wind out of him. He fell to the ground unconscious as his quirk receded back into him. Naruto ignored whoever was there and continued through the forest. Naruto continued to move through the forest as he sensed all of his classmates have regrouped. Wait, what has been going on? What's going? Easy, Naruto. You need to continue to let your anger out. Just let all the pain and suffering you've had out. Give in to our hate, our pain, our misery. Naruto had more memories fill his mind, but the one he kept going back to was when he first told Momo everything and she accepted him for whom he was, not what he had in him. Wait, have we ever thought that Momo is doing this because she loves us? She doesn't want us to get hurt. Naruto looked up as the dark Naruto frowned. Maybe, some other time, the dark Naruto vanished. Naruto suddenly found himself back in control as his Kyuubi cloak was released as he fell to the ground. Well, what do we have here? A villain came walking up Naruto. Well, it must be our lucky day and great timing too. Naruto had burn marks all over his body and he wasn't healing. Alright, we got everyone we needed, we only need Yaoyorozu girl. Contact Mr. Compress, we're leaving. Dabi smirked as he lifted Naruto up and placed him on his shoulders. The injured Moonfish weakly activated his quirk and left. With the few members of Class 1A. We're leaving now, Dabi said as Mr. Compress released Fumikage from the ball as he fell on top of Mezzo. Wait, they got Naruto and Katsuki. Shoto shouted as he dashed forward. Naruto began to slowly come to as he looked up to see everyone chasing after him. Naruto looked around to realize he was being swallowed up by a portal. He saw that Dabi had his hands around Momo's and Bakugo's neck. He was currently slung over the villain known as Twice. Naruto knew he would regret this. Daiku Hokage 100%. Naruto shouted as he broke free of Twice's grip and kicked him into the portal. Naruto shot forward, slammed his fist into Dabi's right arm, making him let go of Bakugo as he dropped out of the portal. Naruto then felt the power of Daiku Hokage leave since his body was too worn out. Naruto did the last thing he could as he fell forward. Naruto's face was heading towards Dabi's left arm. Naruto did something not many people would do. Currently, Momo was weak and unable to move, due to her being beaten by a Nomu. She weakly moved her eyes to the right as Naruto lunged forward to save her. Naruto opened his mouth. Ow, you little shit. Dabi dropped Momo as he took his other hand and grabbed Naruto by the back of his head. Naruto suddenly smells burning flesh as he was set ablaze. Momo rolled on the ground on her back. She weakly sat up as she opened an eye to see Naruto set on fire. This caused Momo's eyes to widen, and Momo was tired and felt like she was going to pass out, and no. Naruto. Momo screamed for her boyfriend as she lunged forward at the portal as Naruto was sucked in and they were gone. Everyone else who were there were already unconscious or on their back or stomachs exhausted. Naruto. Naruto. Momo screamed in pain as tears ran down her face seeing that Naruto was gone. Did they take him? How? What happened? Just then Uraraka and Asui came walking up with some of Class 1B. Let's all head back and report to Aizawa. Shoto spoke as the others slowly picked themselves up or one another up and began to walk him. Come on Momo. We'll save him, I know we will. Uraraka walked over with a small smile on her face helping up the heartbroken Momo. With the League of Villains. Good, you at least got him, the one we needed the most. Master will want to talk to him, we'll have to see if we can turn him. Tamura placed quirk sealing cuffs on Naruto to keep him from using his quirk. We also need to keep him weak, little food and water a day. That way he won't be using the foxes or his own chakra. Tamura added when Toga raised her hand. Yes. What is chakra? Toga asked. I honestly don't have the slightest clue, but it is different from a quirk. There is no way to seal or prevent that ability from being used. So, we deprive him of food and try to make him turn into one of us, but the first master would like to speak to him. Tamura left to make a call. Next day at UA. To be attacked during a training camp meant to prepare students to fight villains. We should be embarrassed by the irony. Principal Nezu spoke. With all these persistent developments unfolding one after another, ever since All Might, most organized crime has been weeded out. Midnight spoke. So we all get too complacent during peaceful times without realizing it, thinking we have time to prepare. Present Mike explained. I am angry. From the bottom of my heart of my own cowardice. All Might slammed his fist on the table. Everyone in the room felt All Might's anger. He hardly ever gets angry. All Might transformed back to normal. While they were fighting desperately, I was relaxing in a tub. Toshinori said with embarrassment, Naruto, I'm so sorry. You really do care for the boy, don't you? Nezu asked with a solemn smile. The boy might be a knucklehead and annoying, but his drive to become strong for others. He is beyond amazing. I can't help but look at him and see a lot of myself in him. Toshinori said with a depressed voice. Having sports festival right after the attack. We can't keep taking unyielding positions like that like we have up until now. To have a student kidnapped is UA's greatest failure. They have stolen the trust people had in us heroes along with Naruto. Snipe said with disappointment. All the news outlets are filled with criticism of Yue right now, his strength the boy possesses. Many people believe that if he is turned, he could be a huge threat. Nezu held up papers and a tablet article on Naruto. Since we're on the topic of trust, there's something I'd like to say. We can conclusively now say that there is a traitor amongst us, isn't there? Present Mike spoke with great heaviness in his voice. Only the teachers and pussycats knew where the training camp would be held. That's not all that suspicious. Using their cell phone location information, even the students. Mike stood up. Mike, stop it, Midnight spoke. There is no need. Let's clean this place up thoroughly. Mike shouted. What about you? Can you prove you're 100% innocent? Snipe retorted. Can you assert that everyone here is innocent? If we suspect each other, then we'll destroy ourselves from the inside. Looking for a traitor isn't something we should do in a hurry. Snip added wisely. At the very least, I trust you all. I can't prove definitively that I'm completely innocent either, though. For now, what we must do as a school is to guarantee the safety of the students. With the suspected leak, there has been something I've been thinking about doing for a while now. Nezu was interrupted by Toshinori's phone. Sorry, but I have to take this, it's from the police department. Toshinori walked outside and tightened his fist. What kind of teacher am I? What type of master lets his student gets kidnapped? Toshinori answered the phone. Hello Tsukauchi, what is it? We just got the statements from Aizawa and Vlad King, but there's an unexpected development. We may be able to determine the whereabouts of the League of Villains. Tsukauchi spoke happily about the news. What? Really? Toshinori wanted to save Naruto badly. Yes, one of my works found some information about a man who saw someone with patchwork face was seen going into a building that was supposed to be vacant. The man seemed to be in his 20s, so he checked the records for past criminals but didn't see anything notable. After checking with the owner of the building, he found out that there was sort of a hidden bar there. So he thought it was unrelated to our investigation and ignored it. But one of the villains who kidnapped the student this time had the same markings. With this situation as it is, once we find evidence, we'll be on them at once. This is top secret. I'm only telling you because it's you. We're planning on asking for cooperation from a lot of pro-heroes for this rescue and cleanup mission. All Might, please. Tsukauchi was interrupted. Of course, I'll lend my power. I am here, to counterattack. Toshinori transformed into All Might with his will reignited. Same day with Naruto. Naruto found himself in a dark room which seemed like a bar. I'll ask you one last time, inspiring hero Uzumaki Naruto. Join us. How about you screw off, Mr. Hand Fetish? I'm joining you. Hell, I don't even know about UA, even the people that care about me. Naruto had a scowling look on his face as he looked down. I'm also frickin' starving. Sorry, no can do, we need you weak so you can't resist. All we know if your power stems from chakra, it isn't a quirk. So, no food, no water, means you can't fight back. Tamura spoke annoyed. Tell me you learn of what the school and government are doing too. Even your girlfriend was in on it. I'm not happy that they were doing that, but I'm giving Momo the benefit of the doubt. Even at the moment, I truly believed that she didn't love me. I didn't have the best childhood, so, learning that she was doing it because it was an order. It hurt. Naruto turned his head to the side with tears in his eyes. I just don't know anymore. Join us, Uzumaki Naruto. Join us, you won't have to feel that way again. Not after we change this world. You can choose to still be with Momo if the deal isn't affecting her. You two can love one another with no issue. Up until now, you've kept your power in check. You've been truly happy until this. You may not like it, but we wanted to show you the truth. Yes, we did this to you. We did it so we could open your eyes. This world is broken, corrupt. People with no power are given power in positions they shouldn't have. The weak should know their place while the strong rules and protects. Tamura extended his hand out as his eyes widened. Now Uzumaki, will you join us or not? Naruto looked at them and wondered what it would be like. Could they really change the way society is? Naruto closed his eyes and thought hard about this. He ignored anyone said within the seal. Even the users of One for All were worried. Naruto smirked. How about you go to hell? Naruto decided. I won't let them. If I'm going to change society, then I'm going to do with my own two hands. If people can't see that I'm trying my best, then that just means I need to change the world. I see then. Well, too bad. Dabi, Toga, have fun. Tamura left with the others. Oh, and make sure he is comfortable. Tamura closed the door as Dabi had a flame appear in his hand as Toga took a knife out. Well, let's see here. Let's play doctor, shall we? Toga smirked, licking her blade. I'm going to pay you back for what you did to me. I dropped that Yaoyorozu girl in Bakugo. Dabi's flame went close to Naruto's face. In the seal. Interesting. I wonder what he'll do to change the world. Kurama sat in the seal. Naruto sadly couldn't break out since he was hungry and low on chakra. Without any food, there would be no way for him to get his strength and chakra up. Oh, Naruto. Kushina watched with worry along with Minato. The previous one for all users looked nervously. Hopefully, Naruto stays true to who he truly is. This is definitely a test to see how strong Naruto truly is. He may be strong physically, but just how mentally strong and mature is he? With Class 1A. If I even get a whiff of combat, then I will make you all return immediately. Iida pushed his glasses up. In other words, you will be under my surveillance. Iida wanted to make sure everyone stayed safe. The same goes for me, as much as I want to help rescue Naruto myself. I'll make sure we all leave if we get into combat. Rescuing Naruto is for the pros. Looking at this objectively, there is no reason for you all to do anything. However, it is a compromised plan because I know very well how you feel, don't forget that. Momo made sure to get her point across. Got it, Shoto replied. No problem, Kirishima answered. A rescue without combat, it is not realistic. The others have not realized that they are not able to think about this objectively. But once they see the situation firsthand and see how hard it'll be, they should realize how unrealistic their idea is. Momo thought to herself as she followed the others. With Naruto. He just finished watching a broadcast as the UA teachers Vlad King, Aizawa, and Nezu explained themselves. Many people knew of Naruto's success but also blamed the school for not doing better to protect them. See, that's our goal, to question, what is a hero? What makes a hero? What is justice? Is society truly just? Naruto looked at them as he asked, what makes a hero? Naruto looked at them as he even thought about it himself. See, now you're questioning the right group. Tamura smirked. Dabi, release his restraints. He is just going to fight back. Dabi looked at him with a deadpan expression. If he is going to join us, we need to treat him like one of us. Tamura stood up and began to walk towards Naruto. Yeah, there are some heroes who do it for the money and the fame. Naruto spoke as Dabi continued to remove his cuffs. Then twice removed the chain wrapped around Naruto. See, now you're understanding. Tamura walked closer. But there is just one thing I have to ask you. Naruto's hair covered his face as the chains were dropped and he was able to stand up. Naruto quickly turned and punched twice into the wall, startling the others. Twice hit into Tamura, which knocked his hand off his face. Heroes, huh? Today they have done nothing to help the society. Yeah, they help keep people safe, but what about threats like us? We challenge the word or law put in place. They failed to save you, thus, they aren't heroes. Tamura placed his hand back on his face. Master, it seems he won't go along with us, what a shame. Naruto felt his stomach growling. He won't be able to fight very long. Mr. Compressor put him away for right now. Naruto got ready to fight. Just then the door to their entrance was tapped on. Hello. This I Pizza Camino store. Smash. The wall was smashed through behind Naruto with spinner scent flying. What? Kurogiri Gate. Tamura shouted. Preemptive binding Kamui lacquered chain prison. Woods swung inside, grabbing everyone with his hand wrapping around Kurogiri and everyone else. A tree, what the heck? Dabi stated as he was able to set the tree on fire. However, Torino shot inside and kicked him in the head, knocking him out. Don't be impatient. No one kidnaps my grandson. Torino shouted angrily. It'd be your best interests to stay put. Just what I expect from one of the most competent new heroes around, Kamui Woods. And a veteran faster than the eye can see, Grand Torino. All Might glare at everyone. You can't run anymore, League of Villains. Because we are here. Don't tell me this was pre-arranged. Mr. Compressor said, shocked. When one is on the offensive is when one neglects defense most. Edgeshot appeared through the door, opening it to reveal people in SWAT armor. You did great, Naruto. Let's take you home. All Might was glad to see Naruto there for him. Naruto smirked as he fell forward and passed out on the floor. Naruto's body was still exhausted, and he hasn't been healing. All Might ran over and picked him up. Mission success. All Might said happily. It can't be helped, we're not the only ones here. Kurogiri, bring as many as you can over. Tamura shouted, which caught everyone's attention. I'm sorry Tamura. The Nomus that were supposed to be in a fixed location are not there. Kurogiri said with nervousness. League of Villains, you underestimate us too much, the soul of a young man. The diligent investigation of the police. And our anger if under complete control. That's enough with childish pranks. This is the end. Tamura Shigaraki. All Might stared at them with an intense glare. Everyone felt All Might's sheer force over them. This is the hero acknowledged by Stain. The kid is just like him with that cloak thing. Spinner said, scared. The end, you say? Don't be ridiculous. I've only just begun. Justice. Peace. I'll destroy this garbage heap that you put a lid on with such vague ideas. It was that purpose that I set All Might apart and started gathering people to my cause. Tamura stood up, glaring daggers at All Might. This is the beginning, Kurogiri. Tamura shouted, but suddenly a red string pierced him. What? Did you kill him? Magna said with shock. I didn't. I played around with his inside and made him unconscious. Edge shot appeared from the red string. Ninpo. 1,000 sheet pierce. This man was always a nuisance. I'll have him sleep. All Might handed Naruto to Torino. Didn't I tell you earlier that it's be in your best interests to stay put? Torino said angrily, and he smirked as he read off all their real names. Do you understand? There's nowhere left for you to run. Hey Shigaraki, can I ask where your boss is? This is unsatisfying. Don't be ridiculous. Don't be ridiculous. Tamura spoke with a robotic voice. Where is your boss? All Might asked. Disappear. Tamura said. Shigaraki. All Might shouted. Disappear. Tamura flexes his power as black puddles formed next to him. Just then Nomus came from the portals. Nomus. Kamui Woods said, shocked. Like that, more puddles began to form. Edgeshot. What about Kurogiri? Torino gently placed Naruto on the side, being forced to fight as more portals formed with Nomus coming out. Edgeshot looked at him. He's still unconscious. He didn't do it. They just keep coming. Edgeshot said with worry. Kamui Woods. Do not let them go under any circumstance. All Might boomed, pointing at him. Slowly Naruto sat up as he opened his eyes widened, seeing all these Nomus appear. Holy crap, what's going on? Just then something appeared in front of Naruto. The hell? Naruto was sucked into it. Young Naruto. All Might tried to grab him along with Torino. Naruto. Torino jumped, but he disappeared before they could get him. No. All Might shouted. Endeavor. We need backup. Kamui then looked to see a bunch of Nomus surrounding him and the police. Tsukauchi. Expand the evacuation area. Endeavor shouted. Genist. Tsukauchi tried to contact him but got nothing. Torino and All Might began to fight. Toshinori, these guys. They shouldn't have been able to warp. They're dealing with this too quickly. Don't tell me they're going to use this. All Might looked to his left. All Might saw Tamura standing there. Master, black good from the portals continued to drip down. Just then the portals wrapped around all the villains. Take me with you, Shigaraki. All Might ran towards him, but they all disappeared. I'm sorry everyone, Kamui Woods shouted in shock. It's not your fault, Edgeshot added as he dodged a Nomu. We were unable to do anything. Edgeshot shot a red line through Nomu, killing it. All Might, Torino shouted. Oklahoma smash. All Might spun in a circle, flinging off the Nomus. With Naruto. Naruto appeared in a ruined building. Where am I? Naruto stood up on his 2 feet as he looked up to see a tall man with a weird mask that covered up his face. He also is wearing a plain, black suit. Sorry about that, Uzumaki. Naruto. All for one spoke down towards Naruto. Momo. Iida. Izuku. Shoto. Eijiro. Naruto mentally spoke. Who the hell are you? Naruto asked blatantly. Just then the rest of the League of Villains appear behind Naruto. Master. Tamura spoke as Naruto looked at Tamura and then All for one. You failed again, Tamura. But do not be discouraged. Just try again. I have brought your associates back as well. Because you judged that he was an important piece. All for one walked up to Tamura, extending his hand out. do it over as many times as you need to. That is why I am here. It's all for you. Tamura's eyes widen. Just then All for One turned his head. Ah, you're here after all. Naruto felt the tension of everyone else leave their bodies. As All Might came crashing into All for One. During the quick moment, Naruto creates 5 shadow clones and sent them towards the other to get them out of here. I'll have you return everything, All for One. All Might shouted. Will you kill me again, All Might? All for One shouted back, trying to push All Might back. With the rescue squad. You know that was pretty stupid of you guys to come out here for me. Naruto looked at them as he was jumping from the roof stops. Naruto. Momo wrapped her arms around the clone, happy to see him as she then placed a kiss on his cheek. Hey, glad you guys are safe. Naruto brought them to a place where a giant TV was. I'll be joining you guys later, Momo. See, Naruto looks at her. What is it? Momo looked at Naruto confused. We're going to have to talk about us after this. See, Naruto dispersed as Momo looked at where Naruto's clone originally stood. Momo's eyes saddened as they felt heavy and puffy. And Naruto, how did you find out? Momo had tears running down her face. I'm so sorry, Naruto. I'm so sorry. Momo put her hands up to her face as she began to cry. Izuku knew what was going on. Momo, it's okay. I'm sure you guys can talk things out. I'm sure he wants an explanation before he decides anything. Momo quickly turned to him as she began to cry on his shoulder. Izuku was a bit freaked out by the sudden need for her to be held. He wrapped his arms around her, gently trying to comfort her. It's okay, Momo. I know he loves you and will talk things out. Back with Naruto. Naruto was able to send enough chakra to his feet to prevent himself from being flung. However, he was dead tired and exhausted from his time without food. In the seal. 2 people reformed into the seal. Hello everyone, it's been a while. Hashirama smirked. Shodai. Minato looked shocked. Mito Ba-chan. Kushina looked at Mito, who was there. Yes, I came here for a certain reason. I can see Naruto is in need of some help, so I came here to help him out. Since he is my reincarnate, which I just learned from Kami-sama. She sent me down here to help out. I'll make a chakra fruit for Naruto. Not the one that gave us chakra, it's fruit to fill him up and regain his chakra. I'm using my remaining chakra to do so, thus I will then cease to exist, as this is taking my astral form. I've agreed to do the same. I'll be able to give him a boost to his regenerative powers. This way, Naruto will be alright in this world. Mito walked towards the seal Minato made. Mito used a few hand seals and went through the seal next to Kurama. How are you doing, you big fuzzball? Grr. Kurama growled at his former container. Wait, why are you doing this? Kushina asked, walking up to the bars. Well, let's just say Naruto and I are connected in a way you wouldn't believe. Naruto is literally the reincarnation of me, while I'm the reincarnation of Ashura. Sage of 6 Paths son. Oh, so is Naruto. Hashirama chuckled. What? Kushina and Minato both said in shock. Yeah, well, let's not keep him waiting. Oh, we can only hope Naruto eats this fruit. If not, well, we would have done this for nothing. Hashirama chuckled as the two made a few hand signs together. Their astral bodies disappeared in a burst of chakra and shot into the cage seal, allowing their chakra to run through Naruto. Let's hope then Naruto can hear us. Minato looked through Naruto's eyes. They can see and hear everything Naruto experiences. Since he used up a lot of chakra, and his body wasn't used to it. So, until his body normally heals, is only when he can start to hear them again. Plus, he hasn't eaten, so that makes it worse. What did he mean by chakra fruit from our world? Kushina asked as Minato shrugged his shoulders. Real world. Naruto was standing on the side as he then randomly felt something go through his body. He looked down to see a plant grow by his feet. A red glowing fruit appeared from the flower. What the heck is this? Naruto looked at the fruit strangely, not much a fruit person. In the seal. Goddammit, Naruto. Kushina's hair flared up as she yelled in the seal. What did I tell you, Databane? You eat your fruits and vegetables. Calm down, dear. Minato tried to calm his wife down. With Naruto. Growl. Well, I am hungry, so what hell? Naruto picked it up and began to eat all of it. Man, this is really good. Naruto ate it, but then suddenly he was filled up as he felt his chakra return to him. His body instantly healed as a diamond mark appeared on his forehead without him even knowing. Then two figures shot out from Naruto's body, Hashirama Jiji-san. Mito Ba-chan. Naruto looked at them in shock. Hello, Naruto-kun, we saw you were having a rough time. I figured I could help you out. Hashirama stuck his fist out. You enjoy this life and that girl too, Naruto. I'm not that good at this kind of stuff, ahaha. Well, just stay strong, kid. Hashirama began to disappear. Oh, and have fun wielding the Mokuden. What? Naruto looked at Mito confused. Lazy ass. Mito let a sigh out. Dear, I'm sure you'll figure things out with Momo. That girl loves you, Naruto. You aren't alone, nor are you a monster. You do what you believe is right, follow the code of a hero. Be your own hero if you want to be, you do what you think is right. As for what Hashirama meant, the fruit you are had our chakra in it, my healing healed your body while also giving you a boost in healing, to begin with. Hashirama will give you the ability to use water release and earth release. Thus, also allowing you to use the Mokuden since my chakra was in the fruit too. You have the 100 healings jutsu that can save you when in a pinch. You can always store it back up with more chakra over time. Though keep in mind it shortens the user's life since it speeds up healing. Mito smiles as he begins to disappear. Oh, and we left you the wood scroll in your mindscape. You'll learn the hand seals, but you'll have to learn to use the right amount of chakra and all that to use the jutsu. Good luck, Naruto, and enjoy your life. Mito waved as she disappeared. Naruto smiled. Thank you, Hashirama Jiji-san, Mito Oba-chan. Naruto felt his strength return to him as he let a sigh out. How are you all doing in there? How are we all doing? We're all doing just fantastic. I don't know, watching my son get tortured for 24 hours isn't exactly okay. Kushina screamed as Naruto had a sweat drop appear on his forehead. Well, I did what I could. I kinda lost control, ya know. I know, son, learning something like that is quite shocking indeed, but ask her first. Find out what you can about this. If she really does love you, then she did it to protect you. Minato added with a smile on his face. I liked her in the beginning, besides she doesn't seem like to be the type of girl either. Kushina added with a smirk as Naruto conceded. Alright, well, I'm still upset she didn't tell me about it though. Nor did Torino Gigi. I've told Momo everything. Who am I, what I hold? I figured she would have outright told me instead. Just then Naruto was cut from his thoughts as he watched All Might and All for One fight. Then they broke apart from their clash, causing a bunch of dust to kick up. You're pretty late, All Might. It's a little more than 5 kilometers from the bar to here, little over 3 miles. All for One shook his hand, feeling the hit from All Might. It was easily 30 seconds after I sent the Nomus before you arrived. You've gotten weaker, All Might. All Might was on one knee ready to fight. What about you? What's with that industrial mask you've got on? All Might retorted. Aren't you overexerting yourself? Naruto narrowed his eyes. That guy is their leader. He must be All for One, the guy Toshinori told I would have to beat one day. All Might began to jump, showing he was still strong and light on his toes. I won't make the same mistake as I did 6 years ago, All for One. I will take young Naruto back. All Might tightened his fists and reared his arms back, and this time, I will throw you in prison for sure. And all of the League of Villains you control with you. All Might jumped forward to fight All for One. All for One just simply stuck his hand out, enlarging it with power. There's so much to do. It'll be tough for both of us. All for One then shot a blast of air from his hand which blew All Might back several meters back. All for One put his hand up to his face. Air cannon plus spring-like limbs, kinetic boosters ×4, strength enhancer ×3. This combination is fun. Maybe I'll try to add a few more enhancer types. Naruto ran up in front of All Might. All Might, are you okay? Naruto called out. Don't worry about him, he won't die from something like that. So, run away from here, Tamura, and that Naruto with you. All for One shot red tendrils into Kurogiri and forced him to activate his quirk, Nogu, all of you. All for One began to float into the air. All Might jumped up and was crashing down to attack. Think constantly, Tamura. You still have much more room to grow. Now let's go. Mr. Compressor put Dabi into a little ball, then they all looked at Naruto. Naruto's eyes began to glow red with black slits in the middle. If you want me, you're going to have to forcibly take me. Naruto's body began to glow as 3 tails worth of charca surface on his body. Naruto then had yellow flames surround his body along with an energy line running throughout his body. Come at me. Daiku Hokage 100%. Naruto roared out as his hair began to spike up even more than usual. His hair almost turned to a golden yellow as his eyes began to sparkle yellow as well. Naruto's body seemed to tense up and then relax. I wonder if Mito Ba-chan or Hashirama Jiji-san had extra durability in that package. Naruto was channeling 100% of One for All. Oh, I see, you passed on One for All to young Naruto, how interesting. All for One smirked even though his face was covered by a mask. Tamura, if you can take him, do it, if not run. Naruto might not be too far away in strength when All Might was in his prime. Let's try it, Tamura shouted, not wanting to disappoint his master. With All Might versus All for One. Are you saving your strength? All for One caught both of All Might's fists in each hand, to keep the boy from getting caught up into this. All for One began to charge red electricity at his fists. All Might jumped back, not wanting to get hit. It's rough, isn't it? To be these creatures called heroes. Just then the two looked in shock as Naruto zipped around like a flash of yellow lighting. Flash step level 2. Naruto first shouted as he zipped at Magna, Mr. Compressor, and then Toga. He punched them at lightning speeds. Then appeared above Tamura and slammed 2 Rasengans in his back. Naruto looked up. I got them. Naruto had his parent Sin the Seal read him off the hand seals for a wood jutsu, wood style, silent strangle jutsu. Naruto created wood that came up from the ground and wrapped around Tamura and his allies. What's this? Tamura, get out of here. All for One made the black gooey that sucked them up. Good young Naruto. Now get out of here. All Might shouted, but then All for One shot towards Naruto and grabbed him by the face. I think I'll be taking whatever powers you have now. All for One smirked as he tried to take Naruto's power, not realizing that the rest of Naruto's abilities were all chakra-based. Naruto chuckled, joke's on you, you can't take my powers. They aren't quirks. Naruto shouted as he powered up his right arm, Konoha Smash. Naruto shouted, slamming a punch into his face, sending All for One flying away about 50 or so meters. Go Naruto. This is my fight. This is something I need to finish. What Nana-sensei started. All Might look at Naruto asking him to leave. Naruto frowned as he nodded his head. Toshinori-sensei, you'll make it back right. All Might smiled. Young Naruto, I cannot promise you that. All Might turned around and began to walk towards. Naruto looked at him with worry. Before I go, do you know anything about Momo and the contract she made with UA? Naruto asked as All Might looked at him. I have no idea what you're talking about. All Might look at Naruto confused. He doesn't know Naruto. He wasn't told because he would take your side. I hope you can forgive this old geezer. Toshinori landed next to Naruto as Naruto nodded his head. Jiji-san. Just make sure Toshinori doesn't do anything stupid. Naruto held up a Hiraishin kunai when Naruto used his clones to take everyone away. He placed a Hiraishin seal on Momo's dress, granted she might be mad about that. He could always get her a new one. With Momo and the others. Momo had stopped crying after a little while. There was a large crowd grouped by a TV that was being broadcasted by a helicopter going to record it. I'm so sorry Naruto, I'm so sorry. Momo wipes her tears as everyone else was still in the dark about what happened. Momo and Izuku went off on the side so she could talk to Izuku about it. He understood why she did it. Well, at least we know Naruto is okay. Shoto smiled. I'm sure everyone else will get him home. Shoto placed a hand on Momo's back as she nodded her head. Just then a flash of yellow appeared next to Momo, surprising all of them. Whoa. Eijiro saw Naruto teleport to all of them. Naruto smiled. Hey guys, thanks for being there to try to save me. Naruto smirked as Momo quickly ran up to him. Naruto, are you okay? I know I just saw you, but I'm glad you're okay. I hope they didn't do anything to you. Momo began to check over Naruto. I'm fine, I was able to heal up all the way thanks to a couple of friends of mine. Naruto hinted at his seal, which Momo understood. We can talk about this later, for now All Might is in a match for his life. Naruto looked up at the screen as the news reporters were in helicopters making their way towards the fight. They would fly over Naruto over soon to get to the fight. With All Might versus All for One. With them gone, now I can fight without reserve. Torino, back up. All Might felt into his fighting stance. Tamura, you must keep fighting. All for One mumbled. Just then All Might rushed forward, plus, shock inversion. All Might threw his fist forward. All for One simple said, warping. All for One used Toshinori with his black portal thing and used him as a shield. Sorry. All Might pulled his arm back realizing he punched his master. I only came here to save Tamura, but if you say you're going to fight, then I will, too. In the past, that fist crushed one after another of my comrades, and you were extolled as the symbol of peace. The view you had from atop our sacrifices, it must have been a great one. All for One had Torino knocked out still in his warping portal. Then red lighting began to form as he put his hand up behind Torino. All Might backed up and lunged forward Detroit Smash. All Might pulled Torino out of the way and punched All for One's palm as a giant air cone was made as it tore up All Might's right sleeve. Then blood began to spew out from his mouth as he was pushed back. Ho, you were able to forcibly cancel the attack. Heroes have a lot of things they need to protect, don't they? All for One mocked. Shut up, you always toy with people like that. All Might growled in anger as he hunched his back a bit while taking a squat position with his arms pulled back. You break them. Steal from them. Take advantage of them and control them. Scoffing irrationally at the people just trying to live their lives. All Might shot forward as his eye glowed blue. All for One went to the counter, but All Might grabbed his arm instead. I cannot forgive that. All Might moved quicker before he could warp again as he slammed his fist into All for One's face, breaking his mask, while also slamming All for One's head into the ground. Torino looked up weakly. Toshinori, you've reached your limit. Toshinori's face seemed to have sunken in halfway on his face along with one of his hair laid flat on his face. What's wrong? All for One asked. You seem to be very worked up about something, All Might. I've heard the same line before. All for One began to laugh as All Might's fist was in his face. All Might's single visible glowing blue eye seemed to narrow and shake, from the previous one for All's successor, Nana, Shimura. Back with Naruto and the others. Naruto looked up to see helicopters flying towards the fight. They'll be there soon. Naruto closed his eyes and stopped moving as Naruto's classmates looked at him confused. Naruto had orange marks and his eyes became horizontal slits. What is that? Izuku mentally asked. Naruto opened his eyes to sense out further to feel for All Might's power. Toshinori-sensei's power is dropping quickly. He is running out of time. No, he is already out of time. Naruto looked towards the direction of the fight with worry. He was glad he placed a Horizon marker on All Might before he was taken for a second time. With All Might versus All for One. Yeah, you really are similar to the previous one for All's successor. Nana Shimura. All for One spoke as a laughed. It seems you passed it to that interesting Naruto Uzumaki. In Toshinori's head, he heard her voice. Be proud, Toshinori. It's different from if you had one, to begin with. You worked hard to secure that power. All Might began to scowl. Do not sully the name of my honored master and my pride and joy student. With that filthy mouth of yours. All Might was able to lift his fist and deliver another punch to All for One's face. All for One chuckled more. She was a woman with no skills whose ideals got ahead of her. That Naruto, well, I say he can go either way, not after what UA and Japanese government did to him. Using his lover against him. All Might growled at him. She was an embarrassment to me as the one who created one for all. She died in a pathetic way. Where should I start? Enough. All Might went to punch again, but All for One blasted him into the air as he was about to hit a helicopter. Just then Torino got in the way and saved the people and caught Toshinori. Toshinori, calm down. You were so caught up in his challenge that you let him escape. Then made a hole in your stomach. Torino landed on the ground with Toshinori. That's what's hopeless about you. His fighting style and quirk seem completely different from last time. Don't exchange words with him. You won't be able to get a good hit in head-on. You'll have to be tricky. Can you still move? Go past your limit. It's do or die time. Toshinori shouted. In the helicopter. This scene looks like it's straight out of a nightmare. In an instant, half of the Kamino ward has been destroyed. Currently, All Might is fighting the villain thought to be the ringleader. I can't believe it. There is just one villain. He had destroyed the city and is more than holding his own against the symbol of peace. The anchorman spoke through his mic. Everyone across Japan looks in horror to see the fight. Back to the fight. I'm a little conflicted. The trusts in heroes that Tamura steadily chipped away at. All for One extended both of his hands out. I wonder if it's okay for me to land the decisive blow, but you know, All Might, as much as you hate me, I hate you in the same way. I killed your mater, but you took away the things I built up, too, right? All for One brought his hand up to his chest. That's why I want you to die the ugliest and more gruesome death possible. Red lighting around All for One's arms began to expand and bulk up in power. A big one is coming. Dodge it and counterattack. Torino jumped away. Just then All Might saw a civilian off on the side. Hey. Torino shot towards them. I will steal away things you protected until now. All for One fired a blast of air at All Might, who was trying his best to block it. Then he was smashed into the building with a loud bang and debris and dust kicked up. First, the self-respect you kept even with your injury. All Might's hand was bloody and had scrapes and bruises on it. Show the world your pathetic form, symbol of peace. All for One mocked. With the world. Everyone looked in shock to see their once symbol of peace was reduced to a skeletal of the former hero. See, can you see this? All Might has deflated, the news anchor said in shock. In Naruto's head, he heard All Might's words. I asked that it not be made public. I will save people with a smile. The symbol of peace cannot be daunted by evil. Back to the fight. All for One raised his hands up, hollow cheeks and sunken eyes. What a pathetic, top hero. Don't be embarrassed. That's your true form. The real you isn't it. All for One just saw him glare daggers at him. I see. Even if my body rots and grows weak, even if you try to expose that form. All Might brought his hand up to his face covered in blood. He clenched his hand. My here will remain that of the symbol of peace. A rainbow glow came to All Might's hand. It is not something that you can steal even a single piece of. All Might said with determination. Wonderful. I give up. All for One stated blatantly. I'd forgotten what a stubborn and naughty child you were. Then perhaps this will not hinder your heart at all either. You know, Tamura Shigaraki is Nana Shimura's grandson. All for One stated as Toshinori's eyes widened, showing his true hollow face. The small narrow blue eyes he had, his mouth widened. I kept thinking about what you would hate the most. I created a chance for you and Tamura to meet. You defeated him, right? You smiled so proudly when you won, not knowing a thing. Toshinori said, lies. It's the truth. You realize it, don't you? That it's something I would do. All for One laughed as All Might dropped his fist in anger. He in shock, too much to think. All Might stopped smiling. All for One did the smile hand gesture with his fingers and cheeks like Nana Shimura did. Nana's voice began to replay in his head. When you have to save someone, that means that the person went through something scary. So true heroes don't just save lives, they save heats, too. That is what I think. No matter how scared you are, you should smile to show that you're okay. Because in this world, the ones who are smiling are the strongest. Nana did her special smile with her fingers. All Might stood there shaken. Why you, bastard? All for One chuckled. Maybe I was able to steal a piece, huh? He's a relative of my master's. What have I done? Toshinori shouted in horror, not knowing what to think or do. Just then a voice behind them spoke up. Don't lose, All Might, please, help. With everyone else. Naruto stared in shock as he heard everything thanks to his senjutsu chakra. All he had to do was focus it. All Might, damn it. Don't give up. Naruto had tears in his eyes. You're the one person I can possibly trust right now. Don't give up. Naruto closed his eyes in worry. Naruto felt his body moving. No, I won't. Not if I can help it. Isn't this bad? No. No way. All Might. If you can't win, then who can? Even if he looks different, All Might is All Might, right? Haven't you always been able to save us somehow? All Might. Win. You can do it. Win. Izuku shouted with the crows. No one saw, but Naruto disappeared in a flash of yellow. Screw the damn rules, I'm protecting the people I care about. Hey Kyuubi, I want to make a deal. What's that? The Kyuubi narrowed his eyes at his container. With the fight. Just then All Might's fist began to enlarge and grow again. Of course, miss. Yeah, a hero has a lot to protect, All for One. All Might's fist was glowing with yellow lighting as his right arm bulked up. That's why. I won't lose. Toshinori, when you think you're at your limit, remember. Remember why you clench your fist. Remember why, Toshinori said to himself. Where you came from, your origin. That'll bring you just a little past your limit. My origin, Toshinori said to himself, I want to make a world where everyone can smile and live together. All Your Might. That was your last of I, wasn't it, All Might? All for One was floating in the air. A wounded hero is the most frightening. I see the image of your face as you come after me with your guts strewn around in my dreams, sometimes even now. All for One's right arm bulged up in size and power. I should watch for 2 or 3 swings, huh? Just then a blast of fire made All for One release his defense as Endeavor jumped in. Kamui Wood swung in and got MT. Lady and Genist out of there, All Might. What is with that pitiful back? If you just came to cheer him on. All for One raised his hand up and aimed it at Endeavor, then be quiet and be a good audience. Just the edge shot rushed him in a thin line, making him dodge. Quiet, you destroyer. We have come to help. Edge shot said with determination to win. All Might, Tiger said as he appeared behind him, if we can help ease your burden even a little. Tiger, All Might looked back at him. Please stop that evil man, All Might. Everyone is praying for your victory. Tiger pleaded. Edgeshot and Endeavor began to fight, All for One who swatted their attacks like they were nothing. No matter what you look like, you are still everyone's #1 hero. Toshinori, you are a pillar that must not be broken. You are the #1 hero. You can hear them, can't you? Even if he's threatening to expose your weakened body. Everyone's voices continue to cheer you on. Everyone's voices are praying for your victory. The voices of your students who admire you and want to become a hero like you. How annoying. All for One blasted the ground, pushing everyone back except for All Might. Let's stop talking about emotions and start talking about reality. Spring-like limbs, kinetic booster ×4, strength enhancer ×3, All for One's body began to bulk up and glow red. Multiplayer, hypertrophy, rivets, airwalk, and spear-like bones. The shockwaves until now were just to wear you out, not kill you. All for One stood there with a massive arm that was bulged up, glowing red, and hard sharp points sticking out of it. I will punch you with the ultimate combination of quirks that I have right now. I am finally certain after exchanging blow with you, All Might, One for All no longer dwells inside of you. What you are using now are the lingering dregs, the embers left after you passed it on. A light that will go out each time you use it. A feeble light that will go out without even being blown on, Uzumaki Naruto. He came out of nowhere. You found him with no power. Yet he had something inside of him that made him special. He trained and showed how strong he was. You passed it on to him. He is strong. He is still pathetic using foolish emotions. At least you'll die with some regrets, All Might. All for One brought his fist forward as he was driving down to punch All Might. Even as a teacher you'll still lose. All Might readied his fist until, you can do it, All Might. Don't you let him beat you. Naruto shouted on top of some buildings, beat him to you san. Naruto shouted with tears in his eyes, he couldn't lose Toshinori. He may have been his teacher and instructor, but he had many memories of being with him. Even if it was only 3 years, to Naruto it felt like a lifetime. All Might smirked as he smiled, I will win. He is someone I am very proud of, don't you ever mock him again. All Might and All for One collided fist as Toshinori did all he could to push forward. Their attacks were almost twisting reality and cause a huge shockwave, impact nullification. All Might's arm shot out with blood onto his face as he kept pushing. As a teacher, no, as a two-san, I'm proud of how I've raised him. Taught him, trained him, but it was all him. It was him. I'm proud about who he has become. All Might did everything he can to push back. Ah, I see the embers that can be blow out. They're desperately resisting to keep from going out until they fulfill their duty. All Might was pushed back as he coughed up blood. Remember, when you think you're at your limit, remember, All Might plants his feet on the ground. It's not because I'm the symbol of peace. Like my master did for me, All Might made them come to a halt. For you to keep resisting is unsightly. All for One stated until All Might's right hand deflated as his left hand inflated with muscles and lighting around his arm. I might not be done training. I want to be there for him. He is family, so is everyone else. All Might swung his fist up, knocking All for One off balance. He won't be that open to attack. You will have to be tricky. Torino's voice echoed in his head. Those little tricks isn't like you. Someone else has been influencing you. All Might released the power in his left hand. All Might's weakened and broken right hand flailed in the wind. That's because I wasn't putting my back into it. All Might felt the power of One for All for the last time as the stars connected together from all previous users. This power has been entrusted to the next generation by many people, praying that it would work for the good of all. That all their hopes would become one. Do your best, Toshinori. All Might saw his previous master handing him what was left of One for All. All Might enlarge his right hand. Farewell, All for One. All Might slammed his fist into All for One's face. United States of Smash. All Might slammed him into the ground, causing a giant whirlwind tornado to form, picking up debris. Farewell, One for All. Everyone just stared at the screen as they saw a boy with yellow hair jump into the middle of the battlefield. Then the dust around All Might cleared as he stood hunched over All for One. He raised his hand in the air as blood dripped down his mouth. He stood up and poofed up into his buff form with his right hand up. All Might, he won. He did it. The news anchorman shouted happily as everyone else watching did so too. Naruto came running up as All Might his hand still in the air as stumbled a bit. Then he stood back up as he poofed back up into his muscular form. Hey. He shouldn't push himself, Edgeshot said. No, let him be. Torino smirked. This is his last job as the symbol of peace. Torino thought to himself, his last job. A little later news reporters were on the scene. Naruto was standing next to Toshinori healing him with medical ninjutsu as All for One was being taken away. Hey, stop moving, I need to heal you. Naruto said aggressively, not wanting him to hurt himself more than he already it. Naruto turned his head to see the news reporter. The heroes continued rescue operations during All Might's fight, but it is expected that there will be a large number of casualties. The villain thought to be the ringleader is now. Oh, they're leading him into the maiden right now. They came running over to All Might, now, as All Might, and the others are in a state of high alert. All Might turned his head and pointed towards Naruto. They all stopped to see and hear what All Might was going to say. All Might's finger was pointed at Naruto, and Naruto specifically, my protege, it's your turn, and their turn too. All Might pointed at the camera. What? Naruto looked at All Might in shock as he was pointing at him. Specifically said protege, then at the camera. Not only did he mean Naruto, but he also meant everyone else. The camera got a good shot of All Might pointing at Naruto who was healing him. Then All moved to the camera, meaning he also meant it towards the other students. We got confirmed reports of Naruto's crazed state. A member of the Japanese government was standing in front of the officers. What do we do about the boy? He still lost control and ran rampant. Look at this. The man from the Japanese government showed pictures of Muscular in his beaten and bloody state. We also have reports from Mandalay and Tiger about Naruto's rampage. But we also have reports of Naruto not harming anyone of his classmates. Except for Fumikage Tokiyami, he lost control of his own dark shadow and Naruto knocked him out. A member of the police department defended. Why are you defending the boy? He is an unknown entity that you all couldn't imagine who he is. The government member closed his briefcase and frowned. I only came to give you all a warning. The kid is dangerous regardless of what side he is on. Even if that Yaoyorozu girl is acting as his medium slut. The government worker took his briefcase and left angrily from the meeting after talking about All Might. The members of the department looked at one another. All Might stated that Naruto was his protege. If Naruto were to go missing, it would cause a riot. People want to know who he is. Where he came from, what his real power is. A lot of people remember him from UA Sports Festival. Easy, we keep an eye on him and monitor him, otherwise we might be forced to do the hard thing. I for one think he should just be locked up, better safe than sorry. You're being unreasonable when All Might, and I speak highly of him. The nicest and most caring boy you would have ever met. Torino came walking into the meeting room. I know I have no right to be in here. After I agreed to what the government wanted for Naruto, but I'll be damned if I'm going to let him be arrested. He did everything to help All Might and keep others safe. Torino. Well, let's talk then. With Naruto, few days later. Naruto was treated at the hospital for minor injuries, mainly a few scrapes and exhaustion. Naruto wasn't visited by anyone. Well, actually he didn't want to be visited by anyone. The only person who he could even trust at the moment was All Might. Naruto was in his cell since he was back at home with Torino. However, Torino respectfully moved into the original apartment he owned. Naruto was in his seal talking to his parents. What do you guys think? Think I'm getting too upset by all this? Kushina shook her head as she walked over and held her boy close. Sweetie, you are doing what you can to understand everything. Even I don't know everything. I wish we could talk more. What do you mean? Naruto looked up at his mother and his father. Minato came walking over. Ever since you made that deal with Nine Tails, the seal has been undone. Now our chakra is fading. Wait, I thought All for One allowed you two to manifest your spirits along with the people for One for All. Naruto didn't want them to leave so soon, he needed them more than ever now. With this situation all going to shit, he needed his parents' guidance. Sorry Naruto, but our chakra was only bound to you by the seal. However, now that you and the Nine Tails will begin to work together, our chakra is beginning to fade and One for All doesn't support chakra. If our chakra is gone, One for All can't call upon our chakra and use us as a spirit. Minato hugged his son as he then placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder. Your mother and I are very proud of you, we know you will go far. Now that you will begin to work with the Nine Tails, we are of no longer use or even able to stay here. We knew this day would come, which is why we were going to wait. Kushina placed a gentle kiss on Naruto's forehead as they began to fade. Wait, please don't go. I only got you guys even if it was for a few years. Please don't go. Naruto held his parents close, not wanting them to leave. However, by the time he opened his eyes they were gone. I'm sorry about that Naruto, but One for All isn't made to use chakra to keep spirits here. Nana came walking up behind Naruto. The reason they could manifest. Because One for All could affect their spirits, it relied on their chakra to be here. If their chakra isn't here and is not part of One for All to begin with, once their chakra was used up, they would disappear. Naruto let a sigh out as Nana nodded her head as Naruto decided to leave his mindscape. Naruto found himself laying on his couch in the living room. He sat up and curled his feet up to his chest. Naruto looked at the spot next to him. He remembers when he invited Momo over to spend the night before they left for internships. Which reminded him that he needed to talk to Momo and figure things out. Just then Nana appeared on the couch. You left, why? Naruto let a sigh out. I just want to be alone, even I'm not too sure on how to act. I wouldn't say I'm too angry, if anything I'm upset and feel betrayed. Naruto frowned as he let a huff out. I don't know what to do. Naruto felt a lot of different things: betrayal, love, loss, pride, and even burden on his shoulders. Yeah. All Might stared into that camera and called Naruto his protege and then told the rest of his classmates that they were next. They were the ones who would protect the peace. Well, if you need anything, I'm here. I know there isn't much I can do, but talking will help. Go seek Toshinori and talk to him. Yeah, sure. Naruto went to his phone. Speaking of the devil, he received a text from Toshinori that he wants to talk. He would be at his place within the hour. Later, Naruto found himself in front of Toshinori wrapped up in bandages and his right arm in a cast. Naruto, I'm effectively retired now. My body can no longer fight anymore. Toshinori poofed up to his All Might form and did a couple of punches. He then deflated and blood shot out of his mouth. Geez. Naruto ran over healing Toshinori. Don't push yourself. Naruto was in front of Toshinori looking up at him. The last embers of One for All went out. I can't keep my muscle form up anymore. But even so, even on my last leg, you still came and supported me. I told you I could do it. Toshinori smiled as he wrapped an arm around Naruto as he continued to heal Toshinori. I know no matter how many times I tell you to stay out of trouble, you will always somehow find a way to get involved, huh? Toshinori pulled back a bit to come face to face with Naruto. He placed his forehead to Naruto's as he stared into his fellow blonde's blue eyes. From here on out, I will devote myself to raising you. Let's keep working hard together. I promise I'll never betray you, never lie to you. Chi Toshinori. Naruto had tears beginning to well up in his eyes. I never got to tell you, I made a deal with the Nine Tails. Naruto stopped his tears as he slowly looked down at his stomach. I agreed to release the lock on my seal. He is free, but he decided to work with me. My birth parents relied on the seal being locked to manifest themselves. Now that the seal is released, they left since One for All need their chakra draw upon their spirits to manifest them. It didn't use their chakra. Their chakra is just an imprint of their souls that allowed them to manifest, but it seems they left huh? Toshinori smiled as he placed his left hand on Naruto's head. Yeah. I need to know why did you tell everyone? Everyone on live television that I was your protege? Naruto asked as Toshinori rubbed the back of his head. The reason I wanted everyone to know who you were, was because of how strong you've gotten. The world needs to know that there is a new symbol of hope, you are that person. I want others to rest easy knowing that you are the next All Might. Ninja hero. Kyuubi no Yoko. Toshinori looked at Naruto with happiness in his eyes. You've learned to use 100% of One for All much faster than I did. However, you still need to train your body so it can handle 100% for your battles. Naruto smiled. I'm sure I'll be able to. My body has yet to grow and sync with the Nine Tails chakra. Once we do that, there is something he told me that I could do. Naruto gripped his fist and looked at it. Well, there is something we also need to talk about. Torino told me everything. Have you seen young Yaoyorozu? I can't even see a hint of happiness in your smile. All Might look at Naruto with seriousness. Naruto turned his head to the side. I don't know what to do or even say. Toshinori. No. Chu-san. She did this because the damn government said this. It wasn't fair, but why do I still feel hurt and betrayed by her? It's normal, Naruto, but make sure to really think about it. Momo would only do it because she loves you. I bet you this has hurt her just as much as it is hurting you. Toshinori smiled as he sat Naruto down on the couch and placed a hand on his back. Love will make you irrational and crazy things if she is just as broken up about it as you are. Well, I can betcha she still loves you. Naruto smiled as he looked at his hands. He closed his eyes and thought back on their dates. The time he spent with her. Alright, I'll figure things out. What about Torino Gigi? He is just as upset about it as you are, but he did it because of the Nine Tails in Unknown. Toshinori rubbed his hand on the back of his neck. Honestly, even I don't know what the guy is like either. However, I trust that you will keep him in check, and he won't cause any harm. I don't think he will anyway. I just need to get myself acquainted with him myself. Just a lot has happened, you know. Naruto gave Toshinori a half smile on his face. That is my boy. Now I gotta go. I got a meeting with Principal Nezu. There is someone I want you to go talk to. I think you would and her can understand one another. Toshinori stood up beginning to leave while handing Naruto an address. Thanks, Chu-san, it means a lot talking to you. Though I'm still wary of the government. Naruto narrowed his eyes and looked out the window. You will earn everyone's trust, become the best you can. Toshinori smiled, leaving as Naruto said one last thing before he left. Chu-san, I need to know something. I know you always smiled. To keep the civilians safe, letting them, it was alright. They were going to be safe, but I don't think I can do that. Naruto looked at Toshinori with seriousness in his eyes. The people need to know that we're still human even with or without a quirk. Smiling goes a long way though, but I understand what you mean. You're your own hero, you can live it the way you see fit. Besides, it is a good thing we hid your address, otherwise, you'd have paparazzi at the front door. Toshinori chuckled, ready to leave, which helped lighten the mood. Promise me this, Naruto, whatever you do in the future, promise to become a better hero I was. Will do, Chu-san. Naruto smiled as he watched his surrogate father leave. Naruto turned his head to the window and stared at it. If there are really bad people out there like One for All. Is killing important to make sure there is peace if the enemy is truly evil? Should we not fall low as such as a villain? What if people I care about are in danger? Perhaps civilians. Is killing wrong? Naruto thought to himself about how he should approach being a hero. Scene shift. Naruto went towards the address his surrogated father gave him. Someone who can understand me. I wonder who he is talking about. Naruto came up to an apartment and knocked on the door. Soon the door opened. A tall, curvaceous woman with sky-blue eyes, which tilt downwards in the center, framed by a set of rather long eyelashes. She has abundant spiky dark purple hair which is made up of layers of varying lengths, the longest ones reaching down below her waist. Her chin-length bangs that are split into 3 sections, 2 swept to the sides and 1 over her face, going diagonally down to the left between her eyes. She also has a small beauty mark below her left eye, as well as red painted nails. Midnight Sensei. Naruto's eyes widened, surprised that Toshinori sent him to her. Oh, so Toshinori was talking about you. Midnight smiled as she gestured him to come in. Please come on in. Midnight walked into her apartment and sat down on her couch. Her apartment was relatively simple and plain, so I heard about your little love quarrel with Yaoyorozu. Why yeah, I still love her and all, and I find it difficult to move on. Not only that, now how will others begin to see me? Not only that, but Batu-san told everyone that I was his protege. People are going to end up wanting to know my powers and everything. Not only that, the government is on my back on this. Naruto rubbed the back of his head as he looked down at the floor. Pretty open about things like this, huh? Well, it makes things easier. Naruto, I want you to look up at me. I mean really look at me, don't worry, it's okay. Midnight smiled as she crossed her arms under her chest, trying to get Naruto's attention. What? Why you mean why your body? Naruto asked nervously as he saw her ample chest. Her curvy figure while in regular everyday clothing as well. Yes, you see, this has been a very difficult task for even me. Midnight took a photo out and handed it to Naruto. Naruto was shocked by it as he held his hand over his nose. Was that your hero costume? Yes, it was, you see, because my quirk relies on my skin to be exposed to take my enemies down. Midnight let a sigh out as she crossed her legs and sat comfortably on the couch. It was hard for me originally for anyone to take me seriously. I was seen nothing but a slut, you could call it, or trying to put myself out there. Midnight let a sigh out as she looked at the floor. It has and always will be difficult for myself to find someone to love. Mainly because people I have seen me as a pervert, if you call it. You can see it with the way my outfit looks. I see, but I don't understand what you mean by this. Naruto looked at her confused. The point I'm trying to get across is don't let this stop you. My career as a pro hero hasn't stopped me from trying to find that special someone. Don't let the stupid government control your life. I'm sure you can master that power within you. Midnight stood up and walked over and sat next to Naruto. I believe in you, Naruto. You've shown a lot of talent and strength. Not because of your quirk or your abilities, it's because of your heart. Midnight pulled Naruto into a hug, resting his head on her chest. Naruto blushed a bit but pushed the thoughts to the back of his head. He smiled and thought more about him and Momo. So what Momo did, she did it because she cares and loves me. I shouldn't give up on her because of what the government made her do. Naruto smiled as he looked up at Midnight, who looked down at him with a smile on her face. I'm sure you'll be able to find what you need to do in your heart. Also, keep in mind love makes you do crazy things for the person you care about. Midnight pressed her lips against Naruto's forehead. It was almost motherly the way Midnight helped Naruto come to terms. I guess coming to you was a good idea. Who else knows a girl better than a girl? Naruto chuckled as he stood up ready to leave. Thanks Midnight-sensei, you've been really helpful. Scene shift. Thank you, All Might. For a long time, you sacrificed your body to save thousands. As a citizen, a hero, and the principal, I cannot thank you enough. The principal was looking out the window as he turned his seat to look at Toshinori, Aizawa, and Vlad King. However, there are many who do not believe you should continue as a teacher at UA. Nezu looks at his tablet with an article saying, Symbol of Peace and Number 1 Hero, All Might, retires. Uzumaki Naruto next Symbol of Peace. As you can see, there has been much talk since All Might announced Naruto as his protege. Spirits are high after people learned of Naruto's title as All Might's successor. However, some do say, won't the children be caught up again now that he cannot fight anymore? Nezu looked at his paws. Everyone's uneasy. However, this time, we must make stronger the faith in heroes you have passed the torch on to. The threat is still there, but people do feel at ease knowing that Naruto is All Might's successor. We must protect and train with more strength than before. That is why we will proceed to implement a plan that I've had in mind for a while. I am counting on you all to visit the families. Nezu pushed a document out that said, Notice of the introduction of the UA all-dorm system. Scene shift after the talk with Bakugos. All Might. What is Naruto to you? Katsuki followed All Might out with Aizawa by his side. Naruto is like a son to me, not adopted legally, but he is a boy with a lot of promise. Just like you, a future hero with bright prospects. He is someone who can only be understood by a handful of people. Toshinori tried to answer as much as he could. It wasn't his place to tell everyone who Naruto was. That was Naruto's right and his right alone to tell others. I see. If you do not want to tell me, that's fine, thanks. Katsuki seemed to hang his head as he walked back inside Yaoyorozu's mansion. Naruto walked up to the Yaoyorozu's mansion. Over the course of 2 days Momo explained what she had to do for Naruto. Her parents did disapprove of what the government were trying to control Naruto. They were displeased with Momo going along with it, but they understand why she did it. It was out of love, and love makes you do crazy things. However, Momo's parents still supported her and told her that they still loved her. Even with all that said, Momo has been falling apart. Naruto was about to see just how much this was really bothering her. Naruto rang the doorbell which Shuri, Momo's mother, saw. It was Naruto. Momo, Naruto is here. Shuri heard running as Momo came dashing out of her room and down the hallway. Naruto is here. Momo came running out wearing a pink robe, bags under her eyes, some akine appearing on her face, and her hair in a mess. Momo continued to run out as she tripped and began to tumble down the stairs. Boom, crash, stumble, crash. Momo fell down the stairs and crashed into their table with a plant in the middle of it, which was knocked over, the plant causing dirt to get everywhere with broken pot shards. Momo tried to stand up too quickly using the table as leverage but then fell back to the ground. Crash, the leg of the table broke under Momo's weight. Shuri had a sweat drop appear on her forehead along with Saraorg as well. Oh my, it seems you've been taking it rough. I haven't seen you since the night you told us what happened. I've been trying to work my own feelings out. Momo began to visibly shake and worry, now that Shuri looked closer at Momo. Her eyes were shot, showing that she probably hasn't gotten much sleep. Now Naruto is here. Momo was beginning to dread what Naruto was going to say. Soon the door opened with Naruto being escorted by one of the butlers. The family had to get Naruto. Hello everyone, how is? Well, you look like shit. Naruto looked at Momo in shock to see her appearance. Not only that, dirt was in her hair along with a flower sitting in it. Is that a flower on your head? Momo looked down at herself as she let a sigh out. Momo dear. Shuri walked over and grabbed Momo's hand. I'm going to go have her wash up and perk up a bit. Please wait in the family room with Saraorg. Saraorg has never seen his baby girl so sad and depressed as of lately. Maybe Naruto really is going to be with his baby girl. He can't help but admit it. Shuri even told him that this was something Momo had to work out. Naruto was the only one who could talk with her and help her understand her feelings. Naruto and Saraorg sat down on opposite couches facing one another. Well, I'm assuming Momo has been taking hard. Naruto looked at a family photo that hung above the fireplace. Yes, she told us what happened the night of the event. All I have to say is, Saraorg looked at Naruto with seriousness in his eyes. I don't care if you're All Might's protege or anything, I ask you to please continue looking after my daughter. Saraorg got down on his knees and bowed to Naruto. Whoa, 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 there is no reason to do that. Naruto stood up from his seat surprised that Saraorg was doing this. I must, she is my daughter, I love her with every fiber in my being. Saraorg continued to bow his head. I do disagree with her not telling you everything, but I understand why she did it. Please find it in your heart to forgive her, please keep protecting her. I have never seen my girl so down, I hate seeing it. Please do not take this as me begging you or trying to guilt trip you. I do not know what your feelings are towards my daughter. Please, give her a second chance. Saraorg only wants what's best for Momo, he wants her to be happy. It was only a couple of days, but he missed seeing his little princess smile. Hell, he would even take sitting down and listening to her talk about Naruto 24/7 than see her this depressed and upset. Naruto kneeled down and placed a hand on Saraorg's head. I know how you feel, I wouldn't be here if I hated Momo. I came here to talk to her and listen to her. I know for a fact that she wouldn't have done this if she didn't still love me. Naruto let a small smile out. Please stand up, you're creating a scene. Naruto let a small chuckle which Saraorg quickly shot up. Standing in the doorway was a washed-up Momo next to Shuri. Oh, I knew you liked him, dear Tilda. Shuri giggled as she clapped her hands together. Momo was still taken back by her father's words but was happy to hear them. Shuri, Saraorg, may I please speak to Momo alone? Naruto looked at them as they left with Naruto gesturing Momo to sit down next to him. Shuri and Saraorg left closing the doors as Momo walked over and sat down next to Naruto. And Naruto Naruto placed a hand on her lips silencing Momo. Naruto smiled as he gave her a hug. Momo, I forgive you. Momo began to tear up as she began to hug back. Naruto felt the sincerity in Momo's hug as she began to cry. Warm salty tears ran down her cheeks. Soaking Naruto's shirt he was wearing. I never wanted to make you feel like this, but I was concerned. I am still upset that you didn't tell me what the government was making you do. I am upset at UA for making you do this, to begin with. Momo slowly stopped her crying as she wiped her tears. I know, but I couldn't stand hearing it. The government would have locked you up if anything were to happen. Momo nuzzled her head into the crook of Naruto's neck. I couldn't stand if you were locked up, or even killed. Momo did not even want to see that happen. I understand and I believe in your Momo. I had no doubt, but there was doubt in the beginning. Naruto looked down as he closed his eye and let a sigh out. I know you would never go out of your way to betray me like that or use me like that. Naruto smiled as he looked up into Momo's eyes. Momo had more tears well up in her eyes as she leaned in and planted a kiss onto Naruto's lips. They held it and parted but kept their foreheads close. I would never, please forgive me Naruto. I know I should have told you. I know Momo, I know you'd do anything to save me or even protect me. Naruto smiled as he placed another peck on her lips. I know it's just that the power gap between us is widening so much. I felt like I was doing nothing to protect you as well. When the government tried to do something, I was given an opportunity to help you. So, I took it. The two slowly let one another go as Momo put her hands out in front of her and placed them on her lap. She began to twiddle them nervously. I get it, but next time tells me, and I know you're doing your best. I know this is hurting you as much as it is hurting me. If not, more. Naruto placed a hand on her shoulder and pulled their foreheads together again. Idiot. I feel the same way. I feel like I've hurt you more than it has hurt me. Momo said with a mumble in her voice. Naruto felt a heavyweight leave his shoulders as he looked at Momo in the eyes. Momo, I love you, I always will. Naruto placed a kiss on her lips once again as Momo pushed back in their searing kiss. Just outside the family room. Shuri was peeking through a creak in the door. Hahaha. They made up and now are kissing. Ah, the two should just get engaged and give me some grandchildren. Shuri said quietly with continuous giggles. Currently, Saraorg was tied up like a hog with a ball gag in his mouth. ZATMERTHRUFDKER I'll call EMM. Translation. That motherfucker, I'll kill him. Dear, I thought you said you liked him. Shuri glared back at him, sending a sweet and sickly smile at him, which made him sweat as he shut up and rolled to the other side. I got such a sadistic wife. I pray Momo isn't like this. Naruto and Momo. They do know I can sense them peeking at us, right? Naruto ignored Shuri looking at them as Momo wrapped her arms around his neck. I know, but it's kinda hot. Momo smirked, which Naruto raised a confused eyebrow at her. Oh shit. Naruto heard the nine tails, which made Naruto grow a little concerned. Before Naruto knew it, Momo fell asleep in his arms with her resting her head in the crook of his neck. Currently, they were sitting in missionary position. Her bottom was rubbing up against his crotch. Naruto shivered as he shook the idea from his head. Instead, he laid back and closed his eyes. He missed the warmth of Momo's lips, and her warm body pressed up against his. Time skipped couple days later. Now, I'll explain briefly about the dorms, but first. Aizawa clapped his hands together. For now, we will focus on getting the provisional licenses. We were planning to have you get during the training camp. Wow. They did mention that. Eijiro added. So much has happened we all forgot about it. Mina interjected. This is important. Listen up. Kirishima, Yaoyorozu, Todoroki, Midoriya, and Iida. These five went to go save Uzumaki that night. Aizawa narrowed his eyes at the five. He then let a sigh out and closed his eyes. Your reactions tell me that you all were at least aware of it. I'm going to set aside a number of issues and say this. If it weren't for All Might's retirement, I would have expelled everyone except Uzumaki, Bakugo, Jiro, and Hagakure. Of course, the five that went, but also the 11 who knew, but did not stop them, betrayed our trust, no matter what the reason. I would be grateful if you could follow the proper procedures and act properly to regain that trust. That is all. Aizawa turned around and was ready to bring everyone into the dorms. Like I've said before, Aizawa stopped walking as Naruto spoke. Everyone else looked at him. Those who break the rules are scum, that's true. Everyone except Shoto, Iida, Izuku, and Momo hung their heads. Aizawa didn't turn around, but he did raise an eyebrow curiously at what he was going to say. However, those that leave their comrades behind are worse than scum. If you would have expelled them, might as well expel me as well. Naruto put his hands in his pockets and began to walk into the dorms. Momo smiled as she trotted up next to him, walking with him. Everyone else looked at Naruto curiously. Those words hit home and even made some of them feel better. Now let's go in, let's have some energy. Aizawa tried to pep everyone up as some people were still upset. However, Naruto's little speech helped a few of them. Katsuki took Kaminari and Eijiro talking to them, with Kaminari walking back in his dumb state. Eijiro was given money by Katsuki after he used his money to buy night vision goggles. With Kaminari acting dumb, everyone began to laugh, allowing the mood to lighten even more. Once everyone went inside, Aizawa began to lay down the dormitory's rules. Each student dorm building holds one class. Girls on the right, and boys on the left, but the first floor is a common area. Food, baths, and laundry area on this floor. Everyone began to look around. There's even a courtyard. Hinata shouted excitedly. So spacious, so clean, and a sofa. Mina had stars in her eyes. It's like a mansion, Ochako said with her eyes wide. Did my ears deceive me? Baths and laundry area in the common area. Mineta began sweating and his eyes wide. He swallowed. Is this a dream? They're separated by genders. You better watch yourself, Aizawa said with a murderous aura around him. Seems you haven't learned, you little pervert. Naruto cracked his knuckles as Mineta fell to the ground, sucking his thumb. Ever since Naruto burned his collection of porn mags, Mineta has had to go see a therapist. He was diagnosed with PTSD. Rooms start on the second floor. There are 4 rooms per gender on each floor, with 5 floors in total. Everyone gets their own room. They're luxurious spaces equipped with their own AC, fridges, and closets. There is even a balcony. Izuku looked above one. This is about the same size as the closets we have at home. Momo said with a curious look on her face. How was she going to fit everything in here? It's like a mansion. Ochako fell to the ground on her back. Uraraka, Iida and Izuku both shouted. These are your rooms. Aizawa showed everyone their rooms. So, I'm on the 3rd floor. Naruto looked at the board curiously. I am on the 3rd too. Momo smiled. Maybe there will be times when they can sleep together. Later. Man, all done. Eijiro let a sigh out. Yeah, great work. Izuku gave him a thumbs up. This is also training to help us learn cooperation and discipline. Iida shouted as he began to make robot movements with his arms. You're really going all out, Iida. Eijiro was happy to see his fellow classmate hyped up. Boys, are you all done packing? Mina asked curiously as she had her arms behind her back. Yeah, we are. Kaminari had his hand in the air. Well, the girls were talking just now. Mina was going to finish. We have an idea. Toru interrupted Mina. Want to have a room presentation contest? Mina asked excitedly. No, wait, Izuku shouted. Midoriya's room. The door to his room was opened. It's filled with all might. Mina shouted. It's an otaku's room, Ochako added with her bubbly tone. It's because I admire him. Izuku hung his head over his desk, embarrassed. Crap, they started something. Kaminari smirked. But is it kinda fun? Hinata rubbed his finger on his chin. Tokiyami's room. This is foolish. Tokiyami stood in his doorway leaning on it. However, Mina and Toru pushed him out of the way. So black. Scary, the two said at the same time. Whoa, a keychain. Eijiro smirked. Whoa, a sword. Izuku looked at Fumikage's sword. Get out, Fumikage shouted. Aoyama's room. So bright. Everyone shouted looking at Aoyama's room. No, dazzlin'. Aoyama did weird poses. It fits within my expectations. Toru said nonchalantly, with Naruto not even going inside to check it out. Who else is on this floor? Mina asked, but everyone saw Mineta in his room with a dark ominous aura coming from it. Come on everyone, come check it out. Mineta tried to get everyone to follow. Nope, let's go. Mina ushered as everyone else followed. Iida's room. There's so many glasses. Ochako spat out laughing. What is wrong with that? It's because I expect them to be destroyed during our intense training. Iida shouted with his left hand on his glasses. Kaminari's room. It's so gaudy, everyone said. It's like her just used anything he could lay his hands on. Jiro commented. Later. You know it's not fair. You said this was a room presentation contest, right? Mineta came walking in with his hands behind his back. He opened his eyes and pointed his finger at everyone. Then, of course, we should also see the girls' rooms before we decide, right? Why didn't we see Naruto's room either, huh? Mineta pointed at Naruto, who stood next to his girlfriend. Shouldn't we decide who has the best taste in interior decoration from everyone in class? Thunder outside struck. Sounds good. Mina clapped her hands. Besides, I want to see Naruto's room. Some of you guys didn't show us your rooms either. Naruto narrowed his eyes at Mina. Little later. Naruto's room. Naruto rubbed the back of his head. I did a bit of remodeling. I was able to do this only because I know how to use seals. It's fuinjutsu. Naruto opened the door to show everyone. Inside was a large one-story room, but was at least double or triple the size of their original rooms. How did you do this? Everyone shouted in unison, shocked at Naruto's work. Momo was even surprised by the use of his fuinjutsu skills. Fuinjutsu type of jutsu that seal objects, living beings, chakra, along with a wide variety of other things within another object. Fuinjutsu can also be used to restrict movement or unseal objects either from within something or someone. The presence of a seal is marked by the appearance of formations of technique formulae, kanji, or else other kinds of symbol. Naruto walked over to a seal that was on the wall. He pressed his thumb to it and sent chakra into the seal. Then out came some snacks. I used a space seal that allowed me to expand my room and create more space. Thus, I can fit a living room in, with large TV. A medium-sized kitchen as well. Naruto scratched his cheek. Whoa Naruto, where are your clothes? Mina went into his closet to find nothing but writing. They're in those seals, I can store things in them as well. Naruto scratched his cheek as he let a small chuckle out. Man, we should all hang out here when we get a chance. Eijiro picked up, seeing the Xbox that Naruto had on the TV. No, Naruto and Momo both shouted at the same time, which shocked everyone. I mean, every now and then I guess is fine. Naruto mumbled, which Momo blushed. The good thing is Naruto can teleport between his and Momo's room. He even also used a seal that combined their rooms as well. Fuinjutsu can go a long way if you learn to use them properly. Jiro's room. Whoa, can you play all these? Ochako looked at Jiro as she nervously blushed and tapped her two ear jacks together. Yeah, at least the basics. Jiro blushed. Not very girly, Kaminari spoke. Not ladylike, Aoyama said at the same time. Jiro then shot her ear jacks into their ears, giving them splitting earaches. I think it's nice, it's different but also your style. Naruto added, which Jiro blushed and hid her face. Hagakuri's room. Tada, Toru jumped. Her room was completely pink and girl with stuffed animals as well. Whoa, it's completely girl-like. Mineta walked over to Toru's dresser. Naruto made a tiger seal, which Mineta fell on his back as he felt pain shooting through his entire body. Ashido's room. Ta-da, isn't it cute? Mina asked cutely. Yaoyorozu's room. Naruto glared at Mineta, who began to shake as he decided to not even enter Momo's room. Well, I think I miscalculated. Momo blushed as she opened her door partly. Unlike all of your rooms filled with originality, mine became a little cramped. It's huge. It's cramped. What happened, Yaoyorozu? Kaminari said with his eyes wide. It's the furniture I was using, but I didn't think the room would be this small. Momo had her hand on her chin nervously. She's a Rick girl, all right. Everyone said at the same time. Well, I can fix that. Naruto walked up and sealed away Momo's bed. He took out a brush and ink and began to write on her walls. Naruto began drawing intricate seals and arrays of kanji that they have never seen before. Once Naruto finished, he put the brush and everything away. He placed his hand on the seal, release. Naruto slammed his hand on the wall as the wall seemingly pushed back. Momo's room was given an extra 100 square feet of space. The walls even widen in width along with the length. Naruto created clones that put all of Momo's stuff up against the walls and then placed the bed down for her. Wow Momo, you got lucky you snatched him before. Mina puffed her cheeks out, wishing Naruto could do this for her. Hee, I guess he is pretty amazing. Momo blushed as she was thankful for his help. Oh, I can do it for everyone else too if they want. Naruto smiled towards everyone, which everyone ran up asking him to do so. The voting for the best room just goes to Momo since her room was the nicest and because Naruto amplified it to make the room bigger. Later. What did you bring us out here for? Izuku asked curiously. Well, Ochako looked over towards Sue as she was standing in the open. Izuku, Iida, Momo, Shoto, Naruto, and Eijiro walked over to see what Sue was going to say. You see, Sue has something to tell you all. I can't help but say everything that comes to mind. But there are times when I don't know what to say. Do you remember what I said at the hospital? Sue looked down, seemingly upset about her choice of words. If you're saying that you'll break the rules, those acts are the same as those of villains. Everyone seemed to flinch. Yeah, I remember. Izuku looked down at the ground too. I hardened my heart and said some painful things. Sue's hair began to cover her face. Naruto nodded his head. I understand how you're feeling. Naruto walked up to Sue as he placed a hand on her back. You're not wrong about breaking the rules. However, I believe in breaking the rules when it comes to comrades. Even so, you still went to save Naruto. When I heard about that this morning and then what Naruto said about breaking the rules, I was shocked. I thought I'd stopped you, so I was filled with disappointment and bad feelings. I didn't know what to say. I didn't feel like I could have fun talking with everyone, but that made me very sad. Sue looked up with tears in her eyes. That's why I wanted to tell you even if I couldn't gather my thoughts properly so that I could have fun and talk with everyone again. Sue began to cry as Naruto walked up and pulled Sue into a hug. This shocked everyone but Momo. It's okay, Sue, to feel this way. It's understandable. All you need to do is learn from it. Telling us straight is the best way to start. Naruto smiled as everyone else began to move in and hug Sue. She isn't the only one who felt this way. Everyone felt uneasy and wanted to make that feeling go away. That's why, the room queen, and everything was because they understood how you all felt. So, don't blame them, but let's all work hard together and laugh together again. Ochako fist pumped the air. I believe I mentioned this yesterday, but for now, Class 1A of the Hero course will be focusing on getting their provisional licenses. Aizawa spoke with his hands on the edges of the podium with his back arched and his torso forward. Yes, sir, everyone shouted. A hero license bears with it the great responsibility of human life. Of course, the exam to receive one is very difficult. Even the provisional license has only a 50% passing rate each year. Aizawa looked at his students as they all had a serious look on their faces. However, Aizawa spotted a certain blonde-whiskered student of his who seemed to be in a pickle. The provisional license is that hard, Minoru said with worry on his face. Aizawa narrowed his eyes. That's why today, we will have each of you come up with at least 2. The door to the classroom opened. In the doorway was Midnight, Ectoplasm, and Smintos, ultimate moves. It's like a real school thing and yet, it's like a supernormal hero thing. Mina, Kaminari, Eijiro, and Hinata all shouted happily in unison. Ultimate. This means that this move will give you a sure win. Ectoplasm said with his mouth not moving. A move so ingrained into your body that others cannot copy it. Battle means seeing how much you can force what you're good at on your opponent. Smintos held up one finger. Your moving will represent you. These days, pro heroes without ultimate moves are an endangered species. Midnight said with a wink on her face, standing in a weird pose. We will tell you more as we go along. We want to proceed logically. Change into your costumes and meet in the Gym Gamma. Aizawa ordered his students to move haste. Gym Gamma. Gym Gamma, also known as the Training Dining Land, or TDL. Aizawa began talking in his monotone voice again. TDL might make a certain mouse mad at us. Everyone thought at the same time. Smintos kneeled on the ground as a structure like towers appeared. Terrain and other things can be prepared specifically for each student. That's what the dining part refers to. Question. Iida shot his hand into the air. He then threw it back down, standing in an attention stance. Why must we have ultimate moves for our provisional licensing exam? Please explain your reasoning, Iida shouted. I'll tell you all in order. Calm down, Aizawa said with an annoyed tone. The job of a hero is to save people from danger, like crimes, accidents, natural disasters, and man-made disasters. The exam to become one naturally looks at how well you are able to do that. Your ability to gather information, make decisions, move, and fight, in addition to your ability to communicate, draw people to you, and lead. Every year, a different test is used to look at how well you are able to do those things. Aizawa finished. Of those, your ability to fight is especially important to your future as a hero. Midnight held up a finger. If you are prepared, you won't have to worry. Whether or not you have an ultimate move will greatly affect whether or not you pass. Midnight finished her explanation. Smentos put up his finger. Not being influenced by circumstances and being able to act consistently will make you a great asset on the front lines. Smentos also put his finger up while talking. He then turned and continued to talk. Your ultimate moves do not necessarily need to be of the attacking type. For example, Ida's reciprobursts. The temporary burst of speed is enough of a threat to be worth calling an ultimate move. Ectoplasm said, using Ida as an example. So that's good enough to be called an ultimate move. Ida said in surprise. I see, so, we need to find something that allows us to feel like, as long as I do this I have the advantage. I can win, Rikido asked curiously. Exactly. Midnight gave Rikido a wink of assurance. Kamui Woods, who played a big part in the fight the other day, has a move called Lacquered Chain Prison that is a perfect example of an ultimate move. It restrains his opponents before they can do anything. Training camp was cancelled, but the training you did to develop your quirks was part of the process to create your ultimate moves. In other words, Aizawa stated as Smentos began to create cliffs and rocks, and Ectoplasm made clones of himself, until the beginning of next semester. For the 10 days or so until the end of summer vacation, you'll be working out your ultimate moves as you develop your quirks. You'll be doing intensive training. In addition, you should think about how you can improve your costumes to work better with your developing quirks. Get through this with a plus ultra mentality. Are you ready? Aizawa's tone changed to seriousness again. Yes, sir. Everyone shouted, ready to train. Everyone went off to train on their own. Meanwhile, Naruto sighed. He went over and sat down and began to meditate. Recently Naruto learned he had a wind nature affinity. He didn't really know what to think of it. He thought long and hard about what he could do with his wind nature affinity. Naruto began to take in the surrounding nature chakra and entered Toad Sage mode. Naruto formed a Rasengan in his hand which sped up and grew in power. What if I added wind to this? Naruto began to chancel the wind chakra into the Rasengan as it began to destabilize and blew up in Naruto's face. Kaboom! Everyone turned their heads to see Naruto buried inside of the wall in a mountain. Naruto let a huff out as he tried to focus. Instead, Naruto stood up and made a shadow clone. Naruto formed a Rasengan. He then began to feed it wind chakra with his clone. Naruto felt the jutsu stabilize, keeping it as a medium-sized Rasengan rather than a large one. Naruto held it as it began to form blades around it. Shuriken, wonder if I can throw it like one. Won't know until you try. The Nine Tails spoke within the seal. Naruto backed up and held up, wind style, Shuriken Rasengan. Naruto tossed it. He was surprised that he could even throw it. Naruto saw the attack smash into the hill he threw it at. The central sphere of the Rasenshuriken detonates, producing a vortex of wind in the immediate area. I don't know what you did, Kit, but that was powerful. Within that vortex, countless microscopic wind blades are created. Woe didn't realize it'd be that badass. Naruto smirked at his work. That didn't take long, he will have to work on how many times he can throw it. Naruto began to prepare another one. This time he made it larger and tossed it. Instead, Naruto said, wind style, Rasenshuriken. Naruto threw it, doing the same amount of damage as before. However, Naruto fell on one knee, falling out of Sage mode. That was impressive. Naruto turned his head to see Toshinori there. Whoa, All Might, you're here. Naruto didn't want to call All Might by Toshinori when in public. Thanks, I just added my wind chakra to it. I knew I had wind nature. I just never got around to practicing it. I ended producing that, but it drains my Sage mode after 2 throws. Naruto let another small huff out. Well, keep it up and keep going. I'm sure you'll get the hang of it. Toshinori walked away, but what shocked Naruto is he saw him giving everyone advice. Naruto deadpanned when he noticed teaching book for dummies in his back pocket. Man, well, let's try it again. Naruto began to form the Rasengan in his hand again. Out appeared a clone, adding wind chakra to it. Like that, a Rasenshuriken was formed in his hand. Wow. This is heavy. Naruto felt how dense the jutsu was. I didn't feel this heavy in Sage mode. Naruto released the jutsu. Be careful that jutsu you just did. Doing it without Sage mode you got two issues. It will sporadically dissipate after being formed, forcing you to use it as a melee weapon to keep it stable. Thrusting is the only way you could use without Sage mode. The Reconciling also causes cellular damage not only to his targets but to the arm that holds the Reconciling, though the damage isn't quite as severe. So in other words, Sage mode can only handle the jutsu. Instead of using my chakra, I use nature chakra. That doesn't fuck up your arm. You're welcome. The Nine Tails huffed out. Thanks I guess. That was impressive Naruto, but why did you stop? Aizawa came walking over confused. Oh well, the jutsu I just did can only work while in Sage mode. Using my chakra caused damage to my arm. The jutsu is too dense to throw. However, in Sage mode removes the negatives, so that is the ultimate. Though it severely drains Sage mode time. Naruto sat down and thought, is there a way to lengthen my Sage mode? Naruto wanted to be able to do that but couldn't think of what to do. Well, work on others, not just that jutsu or moves. You got others. Aizawa began to walk away. Naruto let a huff out as he stood up. I'll think of a way to use Sage mode more effectively along with Reconciling. That jutsu is too good to give up on. Naruto walked over towards the rocks and powered up one for all at 100% while also using full cowling. Naruto then created a shadow clone that also was using 100%. He felt the sting around his body, but he ignored it and began to jump around punching and attacking. He would work on ideas while sparring. Later in the day, Naruto was walking through the halls with his hands in his pockets. I wonder if Midnight is busy. Naruto made his way towards the doors of the dorms and left. However, Momo was in the living room talking to the girls. She saw Naruto leave. She was a little confused but decided to leave Naruto alone. Kyuubi, what is this? I don't understand it. Naruto left the dorms making his way towards Midnight's house. Hell if I know, I mean you still feel it right. Yeah of course I do. Something doesn't feel right. I don't know what it is. Well go talk to that woman, hell if I know. The Kyuubi laid back down and fell asleep. Naruto sighed as he rubbed the back of his head as he made his way towards Midnight's apartment. It was about 5 o'clock, so he had a few hours before he had to head back to the dorms. Naruto walked up to her apartment and rang the doorbell. Nimari came walking to the front door and opened it. Oh Naruto, what are you doing here? Hey, Midnight Sensei, can we talk? Naruto still felt unsure about everything. Honestly, he didn't know how he felt either. Sure, you can just call me Kayama Sensei for right now. Midnight gestured him to come in. Please sit on the couch and make yourself at home. The two sat down on the same couch as Nimari could see that something was puzzling the young blonde whiskered boy. So what can I help you with today? Well, you know how I came before to talk to you about my emotions. Naruto had his hands in his lap nervously fiddling together. Yeah, I remember, you were still upset, confused, and unsure about Momo and everyone else. Midnight nodded her head. Well, it's about to do with that again. This time I'm a little confused about how to think. Or even what to do. I mean I know you guys had to go along with it. Since the government was pushing you guys. I can't help but still feel mad about it. It makes me think about what Momo did. Naruto placed his hands on both sides of his head. I keep thinking about not being told anything. I was lied to. It still hurts. I try to act like nothing happened and everything is sunshine and rainbows. I cannot stop feeling like this. I do need to know something. Were you there when it happened? Yes, I was there, if you're wondering if I agreed to this. I had no say, it was a majority vote, I decided against it. As it was invading your and Momo's privacy, but even then, I wanted to give you the benefit of the doubt. However, the government pressured a lot of us including Nezu and Torino. Ultimately, I was outvoted 10-1, no one trusted you. I can see why you're having an issue trusting us back. Even with Momo betraying you, she did it thinking she would help you. Midnight tried to help Naruto feel better but clearly, it wasn't working. The other heroes hated the idea too, but they also agreed that it wasn't the worst idea. Mainly because Naruto was an unknown variable that could go at any second. I know and I appreciate it, but I feel like I'm having less and fewer people to trust. Naruto wrapped his arms around himself. I just feel alone Kayama-sensei. I feel like I only have Toshinori who care about me. Was even Aizawa in on this? Yes, he was there. He didn't like the idea but decided to go with it. It was because he couldn't erase your quirk if the need ever came up for him to do so. Nimari saw that Naruto had more serious issues than normal. Naruto was having this almost internal panic attack of being betrayed again. Others let him down. Naruto has put so much trust into others. He seemed to have gotten nothing in return. Now he felt alone, no one to back him up besides All Might. This was a case of PTSD, that's also including the torture that Naruto had to deal with. Naruto felt alone, not only that his parents were gone, and Naruto did not know how to deal with this. Even with All Might being there, he was always busy as a teacher. Since he has more leisure time, he puts that effort into his job. Naruto's flashbacks of the mobs back at the Leaf came back to his mind, which Naruto began to curl up on Nemori's couch in a cold sweat. Naruto flinched when he felt Nemori place a hand on his shoulder. It's okay Naruto, do you want to talk any more about what's going on? There was just so much that happened. I expected to get a second chance at life. To be able to live a normal life, even as a hero to live a normal life. Naruto felt the pain that seemed to be hidden away for so long. When I got here, I left the place I was from. There were people who seemed to care about me. Even here I thought of ways of living a new life, getting a second chance to live away from all the crap I dealt with as a kid. Nemori doesn't know all of Naruto's story, but she has heard plenty of him being a Jinchuriki. Some power of a human sacrifice, what it was called. He had a giant being made of chakra sealed away in him. He randomly appeared out of nowhere, no parents on record, no blood saying he was Japanese or a foreigner. He just came out from nowhere. He met people he thought he could trust, to only be betrayed further down the line. Naruto began to explain his life in Konoha and where he exactly came from. Nemori only listened intently while Naruto simply leaned into her as she had him rest his head on her soft chest. It took some explanation and a bit more to understand everything, but Nemori got the gist of what's been going on. If there was one thing Nemori could conclude, this was indeed a case of PTSD. All those raw emotions Naruto has had bottled inside are finally reaching their breaking point. Nemori smiled as she placed a hand on Naruto's left cheek. She gently rubbed his whisker mark, which he gently leaned into. Naruto had a small smile appear on his face as he was gently pulled into a hug. Naruto, have you had anyone to ever really talk to? To get all these bundled up emotions out? I for one have always seen you as a bundle of energy, who always had a smile on your face. Not once have I ever seen you this down. It must be bad if you've never truly gotten your emotions out. Naruto had to admit she was right. Why yeah, I never really have, even if I were to go to Momo for this. I don't trust her. Don't believe in her anymore. To make it plain and simple for you, your love for her dimmed greatly. Nemori wanted Naruto to come to terms with that quickly instead of it letting it eat at him. Was it too soon to forgive Momo like that? I want to forgive her so bad but I. Nemori placed a finger over Naruto's lip to stop him from talking. But you cannot. You are having trouble trying to forgive, while your other forgiving side is trying to also interfere. You want to forgive her, it's in your nature to do so. However, with all these bottled up emotions, the pain, the sorrow, all that you have endured, you feel as it was for nothing. That there was nothing for you after you were hurt again, that's why you're having such a hard time forgiving Momo. Nemori added again, making a valid statement. Naruto's mental psyche must be really damaged. Not only from the torture but learning what Momo did hurt him. I trusted her. I told her everything about me. My pain, my sorrow, the loneliness, this hole, this empty void in my heart. Naruto began to tear up as Nemori could only feel her heart drop. All I've ever wanted was someone to truly understand me. All I've ever wanted was love. Trust and love. Even here it seems almost impossible to find. Toshinori, who has been like a two-san for me, has been there. Naruto found more tears rolling down his face. I've grown up with no parents. I've never had anyone to come home to. No one to ever ask me how my day was, or how I was feeling. Naruto had flashbacks of the park where he would play with other kids. It was normal if a child were to fall and scrape their knee. They'd cry. Who would come running? Their ka-san or two-san. They would come running and comfort them. Well, mainly the mom would, but the two-san would help them get over it. and tell them to toughen up, and give them a pat on the back. Even at one point I even had my parents' spirits manifest in One for All for a while, but after All for One was defeated. I even made a deal with the Kyuubi in exchange for removing the lock. Nimari was a little worried about that, but she couldn't worry about that. Nor did she want to break his already broken heart. Learning that Naruto lost his parents again, not even know how One for All can manifest other spirits. Naruto never truly got to experience what having parents were truly like, having them only manifest inside of him. The entire time it could have been a hallucination he manifests himself. Something that would allow him to cope, and those were his personalities that manifested his parents. How cruel if that was actually true, but at this time just think about how much more pain Naruto would have been in. If when Minato and Kushina manifested, that was just his desire and hope to bring them back. One for All did that, but they were the want and desire for a father and a mother. Thus, taking his own personalities and physically manifesting his ideal parents to love and nurture him. Granted they were indeed real, but just damn, that would be a lot for Naruto to take in. I see. What exactly was this deal? Nimari asked curiously. Unlock the seal. In exchange he and I would work together. He would teach me to use his power. Naruto didn't know what to think or even do anymore. His tears were beginning to dry up, as his cheeks were stained with tear marks. Nimari nodded her head as she pulled him into a tight hug. Naruto's eyes widened as he felt his body warm up from the sudden hug from Nimari. It's okay, Naruto. Everything will be okay. If you want you can come over anytime. My home is your home. You and I will get along just fine, I'm sure of it. Nimari gently broke the hug as Naruto looked up at Nimari. I'm sure Aizawa and Nezu would be fine with it. Nimari sent Naruto one of his own traditional grins he usually shows off. Easy for you to say. Naruto nervously asked, knowing that he was a student, and she was a teacher. It's not like I'm going to do that to you. Besides, I'd get fired and my hero license revoked too. Nimari just giggled and laughed it off. She walked up and cupped one hand on Naruto's right cheek. Then the other, his head with her, pressing her forehead against Naruto's. Naruto, you do not have to forgive Momo at all. You could even end your relationship. That or you ask Momo that you want to take a break. You need to sort out your own feelings and emotions. I can see they are all over the place. You're becoming a hero, Naruto. A lot of people are looking up to you. You do what you think is best. I'll support you all the way. Nimari placed a gentle kiss on Naruto's forehead, which earned a small tint of pink appearing on his cheeks. Once Nimari backed away, she began to make her way towards the kitchen. All this talk has made me hungry. I'm going to start making dinner. You want some? Naruto was a bit stunned by the sudden affection from Nimari, but he smiled. Yeah, I'll have some. Naruto ran over to the kitchen to join Nimari. Naruto didn't know what that was, but a warm buzzing feeling filled his heart. He didn't know what this feeling was. Wait, could this be maternal affection? Naruto wasn't too sure if this was it, but it was something. Whatever it was, he was liking. Not like she was going to tie him up, gag him, and proceed to dominate him. Right. Time skip 2 days. Watch yourself, All Might, Bakugo shouted after he set off another explosion. Izuku just made improvements on his costume. His second hero costume has a few changes and now looks sturdier and more combat-ready in appearance. The knee pads have been extended to his legs and reach up to his thighs, and his new gloves are tinted beige and are decorated with blue stripes. His respirator is now metal, diamond-shaped, and has 8 holes. Izuku had his costume upgraded again to suit his new fighting move shoot style, by adding iron soles to his red boots to increase the power of his kicks. Arm braces were added, and his knee pads now have yellow bolts fastened into them. You guys made improvements to your costumes too. Izuku looked at Kaminari's and Eligio's new costumes. So you noticed it too? Kaminari put his thumbs up. You're not the only one with a new style. Eijiro placed his hands on his hips. The others are making changes here and there too. Eijiro gestured to everyone else. This is no time to lose focus. Just then Naruto came walking up. Man, all of you guys look awesome. Naruto saw their cool new gear. But my change in style is huge. Kaminari pointed to himself. You wanna see? This is going to be awesome. Then Kaminari was cut off. That's enough, Class A. Everyone looked towards the doorway to see Vlad King with Itsuka and Nito. Today, Class B is scheduled to use this place in the afternoon. Their turn. Izuku looked at them upset. Man, what terrible timing. Kaminari said resentment. Erasers, hurry up and get out of the way. Vlad ordered. We still have almost 10 minutes. You're not good at using time wisely, Vlad. Aizawa shot back. Hey, did you know the provisional license exam had a 50% fail rate? Nito leaned back a bit with a blue ominous aura behind him. All of you should just fail. He comes right at us with how he feels, huh? Izuku deadpanned. Wait, is that Monoma's costume? Kaminari chuckled. What? No way, that means I'd have to retake the exam with you. Naruto retorted at Nito glared at Naruto. Why don't we see exactly who's better? Itsuka added. Regardless, it is our fate to crush each other. Fumikage spoke up, gaining everyone's attention. All you can do is give it your all. Naruto added, trying to keep everyone's spirits up. That's why Class A and B both applied to different locations. Aizawa spoke up at Nito, randomly said, huh. The hero licensing exam takes place each June and September in 3 different locations across the country at the same time. In order to avoid students from the same school fighting each other, all schools subscribe to the theory of splitting up their students by time and location. Vlad added as Nito took advantage. Phew. Nito internally sighed. He then struck a really stupid pose. It is unfortunate that we will not be able to fight each other directly. He said. Phew, didn't he? Eijiro asked Naruto, Izuku, and Kaminari. Yeah, he did, but honestly I wished I would fight him. Naruto shrugged his shoulders. It'd be an easy win. Naruto then felt Nito glaring at him again, which Naruto laughed off. I wonder if there's a diagnosis for the type of mental state he has. Kaminari asked curiously. Probably Nitopolar. Naruto chuckled as Eijiro, Izuku, and Kaminari got a good crack out of it. Nito did not appreciate that. In addition, there are very few first years in the country trying to get their provisional licenses. In other words, Aizawa narrowed his eyes, the test will have those who've trained longer than you, with quirks you don't know about that they've polished up until now. The actual contents of the exam are unclear, but what is unclear is that you all will have a hard time. Except for Whiskers over here. Aizawa pointed Naruto out, which everyone looked at him worriedly. Even Bakugo was angry that Naruto got the recognition. It's not good to get too hung up about it, but keep that in mind. Yes sir, everyone shouted. Time skip exam. Naruto decided to hold off in telling Momo. He decided it would be unfair if he were to tell her. It's been going through his mind and he kept playing it out, over and over again. It would break her heart, he knew it. This was something he needed, and it was something he needed to figure out himself. They don't have to never see one another again. He just needs a break from their relationship. Man, I'm getting nervous. Kyoka said with her worried look on her face. I wonder what we'll have to do. Minoru said with his body shifting side to side. I wonder if I can get my provisional license. Just then Aizawa leaned down towards Minoru. Mineta, it's not about whether or not you can. Go and get it. Aizawa tried to sound encouraging, but he seemed to scare Minoru more. Then Minoru made a 180, right, oh of course. You ready Naruto? Momo asked excitedly, not having the slightest clue on how Naruto was feeling. Naruto though could see Momo had a look of determination on her face. Yeah, there was no way in hell Naruto could have told her before the exams. Yeah, I am sure I know we can do it, Naruto said with his usual grin plastered on his face. Naruto didn't like faking it. But if he were to tell Momo now, it would be worse. It's just like her not telling me about that. Does that make me a hypocrite? I don't think it does. That was something major, your little thing between you two. I don't know if it was that important. Well, it was to me. I still care about her. It's just I don't know if I can look at her the same sometimes. Naruto was having a very hard time even bringing this topic up to Momo. Keeping this from her was like Momo keeping the deal with the government and UA from him. Keep in mind hers was a betrayal. You aren't betraying her. You're simply waiting for the right moment to tell her. If you were to do it now, it would ruin her chances of getting her license. If anything, you're keeping these emotions that have been causing you to suffer for a long time now. I think it's justifiable. I still feel like a hypocrite. If you can pass this test and get your provisional licenses, then you novice eggs will become chicks. You'll hatch into semi-pros. Aizawa then moved his head forward a bit. Do your best. All right, I'll become the chick. Kaminari smirked excitedly. Let's call out the usual. Eijiro put his right fist up. Ready, set, plus. He was cut off as some random dude came walking up, ultra. Some random guy came barging in. You shouldn't just barge in on other people's buddies, Inasa. Another boy with purple hair and a hat said with his arms behind his back. Oh, no, The guy stood straight up tall and stiff like Iida, very. He slapped his hand to the sides, very much like an extreme Iida, extremely. Inasa with a giant smile on his face slammed his head into the ground, sorry. Yeah, like an extreme version of Iida. What's with this guy trying to get by with just his enthusiasm? Kaminari pointed at Inasa. Wait, that uniform. Kyoka spoke up. It's from a famous school in western Japan. Izuku spoke up. You. A in the east. Shiketsu in the west. Katsuki looked at them with an almost bored but interested expression. Of the many hero courses, it's an elite school that rivals UA, Izuku explained as he looked at them nervously. The same guy, Inasa, stood up again with a menacing smile. I wanted to try saying it just once. Plus ultra. I love UA High School. I am extremely honored to be able to compete against UA students. Uzumaki Naruto, I cannot wait to demolish you. I hope you're ready. Oh, blood. Inasa's female classmate looked at him curiously. Inasa Yoarshi. Aizawa knew who he was. Aizawa-sensei, you know him? Toru asked curiously. He's strong. Last year, the same year as you guys, Yoarshi got the top score of those admitted through recommendations, but for some reason, he turned down his acceptance. Aizawa knew the boy would be strong, but is he stronger than Naruto? That Aizawa would have to see for himself. What, then? He's a first year. Izuku looked at Inasa with his eyes stern and locked onto Inasa. Izuku then turned his gaze to Aizawa, and if he was the top of those with recommendations, Izuku looked worried, wondering if he could even beat them. You. Now excuse me, Inasa shouted, walking away with his class. Everyone else in Class 1A found him weird, but Naruto found him interesting. Naruto could tell he was strong. He's weird, but he's the real thing. Keep an eye out for him. Just then Eraser froze. Eraser, it's you, isn't it, Eraser? A female's voice spoke up, running over towards Aizawa. I've seen you on TV and at the sports festival, but it's been a while since I've seen you in person. The woman came waking up, waving to Aizawa. She was the complete polar opposite of Aizawa. Izuku was wondering if that was Aizawa's girlfriend. Let's get married. The woman pointed to herself and then Aizawa. Everyone just stared at the woman blankly. What? Everyone shouted in their minds. Even Naruto was dumbstruck by this. No. Aizawa shot her down with no hesitation. Mina couldn't help but coo at the scene. No. Good one. The woman began to laugh, turning to the side. You're hard to talk to as usual. Joke. Aizawa said with a deadpanned expression. Just then Izuku knew who she was. Smile hero, Ms. Joke. Izuku began to fanboy. He quirks outburst. She forces those near her to laugh, dulling their thinking and their movements. Her fights against villains are full of craziness. The smile hero gave Aizawa a thumbs up. If you marry me, then we can make a happy family with never-ending laughter. A family like that can't be happy. Aizawa shot her down again, not wanting to deal with her. Ms. Smile turned her head to the side, laughing. You two seem close. Sue put her finger up to her bottom lip. Ms. Smiles turned to Sue. Our agencies used to be close to each other. In the cycle of helping and being helped, our mutual love for each other bloomed. Ms. Smiles was blushing as Momo couldn't help but think of her and Naruto. No, it didn't. Aizawa denied her as he looked at him dumbly with another smile while pointing at him. Oh, I love your quick retorts. She then placed her hands on her hips. You're so worth teasing, Eraser. She is joking, but sometimes I can't tell if she is. Naruto was able to sense if someone was using their quirk. However, she turned it on and off. Sometimes it was off. Joke. Since you're here, that means. Aizawa knew she brought her students. That's right. Come here, everyone. Ms. Smiles called her students to join her with Class 1A. It's UA. Oh, it's the real thing. A guy who looked like Izuku, but with black hair and eyes, was in the front. Wow, that's amazing. I've seen them all on TV. Oh, it's Uzumaki Naruto. The girl pointed Naruto out while the other students looked at Naruto recognizing him. Kutubutsu Academy, 2nd years. Class 2. They're my class. Please be kind. Ms. Smile smiled at Class 1A. Just then the black-haired kid walked up and grabbed Izuku's hands. I'm Shino. You. This year's had trouble after trouble, so it must have been tough. Why yeah. Izuku was a little confused. Shino let go of Izuku's hand and ran over to Kaminari, but even so, you all are still aiming to be heroes like this, huh? Shino let go of Kaminari and grabbed Jiro's hands. He then did a wink at Kyoka and brought his right fist up. A heart of fortitude is what I believe all heroes should have from now on. He's bright. Kaminari was reminded by Momo, who can be bright and bubbly at times along with Uraraka. He's totally a charming pretty boy type. He then turned to Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. You experienced being the center of the Kamino incident. You have a strong heart. Today, I'll do my best while learning from you. Shino held his hand up to Naruto. Naruto shook it. Yeah, I'll give this my all too. Naruto smiled sheepishly at Shino. Todoroki, Uzumaki, can I get both of your autographs? You two were both amazing. A girl with blonde hair banged going down the right side of her face. She also had 2 parts of her hair shaped like a fish's fins. Hey, stop being a fangirl. Her long-haired Mona Lisa-looking ass student said with a monotone voice. Lol, he kinda does. You can have mine. Minoru patted the backpack of the fangirling girl. Momo wasn't going act out, she wasn't trying to hit on him at all. Hey, change into your costumes and go to the orientation. Don't waste time. Aizawa began to walk away. It's like, contact with people outside of school reminds me, Kyoka felt normal that they aren't the only students who are working to be heroes. Students are actually pretty famous, huh? Kaminari boasted. Just then Ms. Smile turned to Aizawa. Could it be? You didn't tell them, Eraser. Ms. Smiled looked at Aizawa with seriousness. Ms. frowned as Aizawa continued to walk away. Provisional Hero Licensing Exam Location. There's so many. Izuku looked around. Yeah, there is. Naruto forgot about life's issue and thought about the fights ahead. With the different quirks everyone had, it was going to be an interesting and fun fight. Just then a guy who looks like an even more tired-looking Aizawa began to speak. Well then, let's do that provisional license thing. He dropped his head to show he was bowing. I'm Mara from the Heroes Public Safety Commission. The kind of sleep I like is non-REM sleep. Nice to meet you. Mara dropped his head if he was going to fall asleep. I've been so busy that I haven't gotten much sleep. We're too short-staffed. He began to sway left to right. I'm so sleepy. He placed his hand on his face. With that conviction, I will give you the orientation. Wow, he's like Aizawa-sensei but worse. Naruto deadpanned. He's not hiding his exhaustion at all. Is he okay? Izuku was worried about the man. About the content of the provisional license thing, frankly, all 1,540 examines here will have to win through a free-for-all exercise. Mara said with his face about to hit the podium. Our society is currently said to be saturated with heroes, and ever since Stain was arrested, many shown doubts about the current state of heroes. Well, as a private citizen, no matter what the motivation, to tell someone risking their lives to save others not to seek any reward it's the ruthless story of these modern times. But anyway, whether it's for compensation or for loyalty and courage, the result of many heroes working hard together to help people and defeat villains is that right now, the time for when an incident begins to when it is resolved is so short that it'd make you sick. You all are about to receive your provisional licenses and finally throw yourselves into those rapids. Those who can't keep up with that speed will frankly have it tough. Accordingly, what you'll be tested on is speed. The first 100 to fulfill the requirements will pass. There's a total of 1540, that's a little more than 0.05% of us actually even making it. That's only about 0.06% of us actually making it. Momo was actually a little nervous now, who knows how fast everyone is. Didn't they say half would pass? Naruto did however place a hand on her back to help her calm down. Though Momo took a mental note that he did hold her hand. Thought that wasn't the most important thing to think about. That's less than 1%, Sue said nervously. I'm getting even more nervous. Kyoka said nervously, placing her hands opposite of her hand's respected arm and rubbed them. Well, a lot happened out there in the world and about luck and everything, so anyway, here are the requirements. The examinee will put 3 targets on his or her body. They can put it anywhere as long as it's an exposed area. You can't put them on the soles of your feet or in your armpits. You will also have 6 of these balls. The targets are made to only light up if they're hit by these balls, and if all 3 of your targets light up, then you're out. The person who lights up your 3rd target will have it count as their defeat. You get through this round by defeating 2 people. That's it for the rules. It's simple from the entrance exam. No, but going up against people is completely different from going up against robots. You have exactly enough ball for you to pass. Are they recommending that we swoop and steal the 3rd from someone else? The rules are even harsher than in the entrance exam. Izuku thought to himself, wondering on how he can do this. Naruto knew what he was going to do. It was simple to make 5 shadow clones. Then give each one a ball along with himself. Then for the balls, well, that's going to be easy. After we open, we'll pass out the targets and balls, and then we'll start 1 minute after we've gotten to everyone. Open, Shoto says, confused. Just like that, the entire room opens up, revealing they were inside of a rectangular prism. The arena around them was set up so they didn't even know what was going on. I believe you all have terrain that you like and dislike. Use your quirks well and do your best. Anyways, we arranged for the terrain to be announced like that, but that is unnecessary. Mara facepalmed. It's because of this that my sleep was. I hope the developments are speedy so that I can rest as soon as possible. In the stands. Eraser, your flies down. Ms. Smile was holding her hand up to her mouth, trying not to laugh. Why is everyone around me so noisy? Aizawa's eyebrow was twitching. I can't believe you still had 20 students, though. It's unusual for you to not have expelled anyone. You like your class this time? Not really, Aizawa said with his monotone voice and his arms crossed. Ms. Smile began to laugh. Don't be embarrassed. That's so lame. She then turned to Aizawa. Go out with me. Shut up, Aizawa said with a grunt. Ms. Smile began to laugh again, but then, it's strange, there's no way you don't know about that. The arena. Everyone, let's work together, don't get separated. Izuku looked at everyone. Everyone also nodded in response. Yeah, right, this isn't a field trip. Katsuki began to walk away, leaving everyone behind. Idiot, wait up. Eijiro ran after Katsuki. Then everyone looks at Naruto and Shoto. Kirishima-kun. Iida shouted. I'm going on my own too. It's hard for me to use my power in a big group. Shoto began to trot off. Everyone's eyes landed on Naruto. Well, I mean, I need to win too, ya know. Naruto chuckled. Well, I'll say here. Naruto grabbed each ball and pushed some chakra into it. The ball has his Hiraishin markers on them. Naruto made 5 shadow clones come out and grab a ball. The 5 powered up to 50% of Daiku Hokage, which shot off at the speed of lighting. If his clones were to ever go out, he would know it and teleport to that Hiraishin ball and retrieve it. Uzumaki-kun, what did you put on the balls? Iida asked curiously along with everyone else. Something that will allow me to get around in a flash. Naruto smirked as he threw the ball up and let it drop back in his hand. That reminds me. Naruto sent chakra around his body as he transformed. Naruto created a bunch of shadow clones which then transformed into a bunch of the targets. Naruto placed them all around his body. Hey, that's smart. Momo didn't know how to make the targets work. Though, she does know that the targets are made with some sticky adhesive with some plastic and metal. So, Momo used her quirk to create a bunch of targets on herself. Though she would have to keep a mental note of which the real 3 are. The one on her right thigh, her left hand, and then one on her left foot. Stands. Every year, the test is different, but there is one thing that's almost like a tradition for this provisional licensing exam. As all high schools around the country compete to pass the provisional e-licensing exam. Ms. Smile had her right hand on her cheek watching everyone fight, the only high school that has lost the advantage of no one knowing their quirks, the top school whose sports festival is broadcast across the country. Your school. With Naruto and everyone. Keep in mind, people are going to know what our quirks are. We've been on television before. Naruto and everyone continued to run towards giant rocks. First test, start, the announcer shouted. Stand with Aizawa. So sorry, but even if your schools learned of my students' quirks, they've never seen Uzumaki Naruto in action. The others are just as competent and strong too. They all have what it takes to pass. A hero is someone who can turn around a bad situation. In the first place, if they become pros then everyone will already know their quirks, so I'm sorry, but we look a little further ahead than everyone else. In the arena. Alright everyone, let's do this. Naruto jumped out of the circle and saw a guy with a hardening quirk harden the balls. The Mona Lisa looking wannabe threw the balls underground. Naruto was going to punch the ground. I got this. Kyoka jacked her earphones into two speakers on her hands. She placed them on the ground. Amplifier jack. Heartbeat distortion. Kyoka's attack broke up the ground causing the balls to shoot out. However, they were still locked onto Minoru. Ah, they're after me. Minoru shouted with fear. I got this. Maximum velocity and solubility. Mina swiped her hand making a sweeping motion while spewing acid from her hand. Acid veil. I'll finish him. Naruto threw one of his balls at the Mona Lisa looking ass. He easily dodged, missed. He went to throw another. Who said, I was aiming for you? Naruto smirked as he disappeared in a flash of yellow. Everyone around Class 1A stopped to watch, including the Mona Lisa looking ass's classmates. Repeating Hiraishin. Slam asterisk Naruto zipped behind the Mona Lisa dude and slammed the ball he had into one of his targets. It even broke it, then two shadow clone Narutos appeared above the Mona Lisa dude. Naruto hit him just right so Mona Lisa dude's body moved where his next target was open. Naruto slammed the next ball into the guy's target slam, level. Mona Lisa dude spun the other way revealing his next target on the midsection of his back, too. Slam. That's one down for me, one more to go. Naruto disappeared and appeared back by Class 1A as his clones disappeared in a flash of lighting. Naruto just shushined back to Class 1A instead. Whoa, Naruto dude, what was that? Kaminari had a huge grin on his face. That's amazing, Uzumaki-kun, Iida shouted. Alright, let's do this, Momo shouted with determination to win. Naruto is amazing, now I need to get some in too. Izuku felt his power spreading throughout his entire body. I trained really hard for this. I should be almost if not as fast Naruto. Welsh Dragon over booster. Izuku transformed which surprised everyone. I've been training really hard. Pushing myself to the absolute limit. Rocket boosters. Izuku shot forward as he had a ball in his hand. The cool thing is his targets were hidden underneath his armor. His armor was part of his quirk. Quirks are allowed. Naruto was in the middle of the group as he felt one of his clones disappear on purpose. I'll be right back. Naruto teleported away as he appeared above some random person he has never met before. Naruto slammed his ball into his second victim's back hitting the target. Naruto quickly checked that it was the third target. It was Naruto just past the first part. Like that, Naruto teleported away and appeared in a building district area. Though Naruto did see his clones went a little overboard knocking others out while also finding out that his clones also targeted their targets too. Ops. Naruto appeared back to the group. Wow, this is Class 1A. Naruto can teleport that, or he is just moving quicker than I can see. Amazing. Shino commented as he only saw Naruto disappear for a couple of seconds. In the judge's box. What? Someone has already passed. 420 of the students are already out. Mara said in shock. Then there was another beep. What? Someone else just got 120. Ha 420. I'm such a fucking child, lol. In the arena. Alright, I won. Inasa smirked, though I wonder who got the 400. Man, this is awesome. He shouted, wondering who got the 420. With Class 1A. Everyone stares at Naruto. Sorry, hey, my clones can have a mind of their own. Well, actually they all tried to target my clone, but they hit him. Though they just couldn't touch him even if he was a fake me. Then I dodged that huge earth shake. Thank you, Hiraishin. The rest of the Class 1A got up. Judge's box. I'm so shocked now that I'm awake. They just keep coming. Everyone, please do your best as quickly as possible. Mara said, hoping to end this soon. Man, that was some quirk. It seems like it would be hard to use where there are buildings. Izuku spoke as everyone else stood up. Shoot, where is everyone? Naruto realized it took. Oh, it seems everyone got separated, so this is where I placed the marker. Naruto was standing on top of a piece of rock that stuck out of the ground like a reverse stalagmite. Naruto saw Izuku in a pickle and was ready to help as he was out of his armor and was vulnerable. However, he saw Izuku shoot FF with his body glowing with red lighting. Naruto smirked as he saw Izuku running to catch Ochako who was falling. They were going to pelt her with the targeting balls. However, Izuku grabbed her in time and stomped his foot down. He quickly twisted his body as it shouted, "Boost!" He spun his leg around as he kicked the air, causing the air to shoot towards the rocks. Izuku shot at the rocks the other students were using as a foothold. So Izuku destabilized the rocks and ran off with Ochako in his arms. Ha! Adorable, Naruto smirked as he thought about him and Momo, but for a second it hurt when he thought about it. Just then a ball hit him in the shoulder, but the target he had on it disappeared in a puff of smoke. Shoot, I forgot. I'm still in this, but does it even matter if I already passed? Well, they aren't saying to get off. Might as well help everyone else. Naruto quickly got behind the student who attacked him and knocked him out with a straight punch to the stomach. These exams are only beginning. Teleported away, sensing the Hiraishin marker on Momo's collar of her shirt nearby. In the final minutes of the first beginning, Naruto watched as his class worked together. Granted, he helped out in the beginning. They didn't need his help, as they worked together to pass. Luckily everyone in his class was able to move on. Scene shift to the break room. Everyone in UA passes the first test. Ochako shouted, jumping into the air with a smile on her face. Amazing. This is amazing. Hinata shouted with excitement. Ribbit, ribbit, Sue said with a smile on her face with her cheeks slightly pink. I'm glad, Izuku said with relief. Yeah, Mezzo nodded his head. We made it, let's go. Momo shouted with pride and happiness in her voice. Naruto, you knocked it out of the ballpark again. Momo pulled him into a hug, placing a kiss on his cheek. Naruto chuckled. Yeah, we sure did. Naruto enjoyed the feel of Momo's lips on his cheek. It was warm and welcoming. However, still worrisome, and haunting, if that is even the right word. Just still, there is a lot of unknown and more with Momo. Naruto still just does not know how he truly feels about the situation. It just a lot of mixed feelings. He still cared about her and loved her. It just worries that he'll be betrayed again, but even then, some of the betrayals weren't on the scale of what UA did. Momo only agreed to help monitor him and the Kyuubi, which would keep the Japanese government from trying to lock Naruto up for the rest of his life. Naruto wasn't too sure what was right or wrong anymore. What was for the greater good, or was he just overthinking this because the Kyuubi was still an unknown? That Momo was really trying to do this to ease the burden of the Japanese government from doing anything to him. That was still stopping him from truly wanted to let Momo go. Everything she has done, everything she worked hard for, was it for him? Did she do it all for him because she loves him? Did she do this only because the government told her to do so? There were still so many unknowns, and even if she gave him a direct answer, who can say that she was lying or telling the truth? That worries Naruto. Is it the truth? Can he trust the person? Or is he alone in this world again, no one to count on? No one to watch his back from society from trying to stab him in the back? Naruto was interrupted in his thoughts when everyone came walking up. Man, Naruto, was that you who took out those 400 competitors? Eijiro came up with a big grin on his face. However, Kaminari was sweating a bit. He was also thanking Kami that Naruto was part of their school. Yeah, my clones might have gone a bit overboard. Tried to reel them in, but they had a bit too much fun. Naruto chuckled, scratching his cheek. Just then Naruto felt the room tense up after Shoto spoke up. Hey, you with the shaved head. Did I do something to you? Shoto went walking up to Inasa. Oh, Inasa turned his head with a glare in his eye at Shoot. If looks could kill, Shoto would be melted vanilla and strawberry ice cream. Well, I'm sorry, son of Endeavor, but I hate you guys. You've changed a bit since back then, but your eyes are the same as Endeavor's. Yo Archie, what's wrong? One of Inasa's classmates called out. Nothing, sir, Inasa shouted, very much like Iida. You good, Shoto. He certainly was trying to melt you with his glare. Naruto added while crossed his arms. Yeah, you good. Izuku walked up until that girl from before spoke up. See ya, she winked at Izuku. RRGHT. Izuku froze up as Naruto raised an eyebrow at him, then he realized that the chakra signature wasn't Ochako's. He forgot that girl was able to disguise herself as others. Just then Kaminari and Minoru creepily came up to Izuku waving their hands at him. What do you mean, right? Kaminari creepily said. You sexual maniac, Minoru added. It's not what you think. She's super scary. Izuku waved his hands in his defense. Naruto turned his head to see Ochako looking at the girl walking away. Naruto rubbed the back of his head and his thoughts went back to Momo, All Might, Japanese government, and all the drama that happened. Naruto, are you okay? Momo placed a hand on his shoulder. Naruto flinched hearing Momo's voice and touch. Sorry, I was just kinda in deep thought and all. The hero licensing exam is stressful. Naruto chuckled a bit, which Momo raised an eyebrow at. Naruto never flinched or looked uncomfortable when she placed a hand on him. Now that she thought about it, ever since they made up. They kissed and hugged the day they made up, but Naruto hasn't done any of that with her lately. Momo quickly shook her head. Hero licensing exam is going on right now, clearly something is wrong with Naruto. I did see him leave the dorms that one time. I wonder if everything is alright. He has been acting strangely. Is Naruto still perhaps upset about that? Nah. Momo was about to speak. Ochako was also stopped. They were both stopped because the break bell was over. Mera showed a screen for everyone to see. Villains have begun a large-scale terrorist attack. This is occurring in all areas of city name here. Due to the building collapsing, there are many injured. This is the scenario for the exercise, huh? Sue added. I can't believe I didn't sense my surroundings. I can sense a lot of people. No one is actually hurt, but this is the next test. Naruto was ready to go, which Momo then realized Naruto was in hero mode. Momo let a sigh out and got ready as well. No time to worry about us right now. I'll talk to Naruto later. Momo thought to herself. What? Jiro said, looking at Sue. It's starting. Sue added as the walls and roof around everyone fell to the side. Due to heavily damaged roads, the first group of rescue workers has been delayed. Until they arrive, the heroes in the area will lead the rescue efforts. Save as many lives as you can. Well then, start, Mera shouted as the horn went off. Naruto immediately powered up to 80% one for all along with 20 other shadow clones at 40% rushing off to find survivors. Thanks to the extra boost in his senses, Naruto was able to sniff out and sense survivors at a quicker rate than other heroes. Naruto then realized something. A lot of people had different quirks. Granted, his abilities were very versatile, but this was a rescue mission. Meaning there were no sides. This was a teamwork exercise, so he needed to get everyone's attention. Naruto ran towards Momo's side. Momo, quickly, can you make a megaphone? Yeah, sure. Momo quickly made it and handed it to Naruto. Thanks, let's get everyone's attention. Naruto made a bunch of shadow clones that held onto him like a chain of monkeys. Hey everyone, listen up. Everyone stopped running to look up at Naruto. This isn't a normal test, we all need to work together. Get into groups of 10 to 20 and begin working together. Each group needs everyone regardless of what your quirk is. People specialized in recon, or even search and rescue. Form a group to my right here. People like Jiro began to go to his right. People with quirks that can lift heavy things get right next to them. Naruto called out again, to which everyone listened quite easily. Though, not everyone listened and went off on their own thing. Alright, people who have speed-type quirks group right next to them. People who can melt or disintegrate things meet right next to them. Medics on my left. People who can affect objects like turning them hard, reversing their gravity also on my left, next to the medics. Mostly everyone listened and began to do as Naruto said. Alright, let's get to it. Medics get to the med bay. People who are quick and fast stay near these who have strength or emitter quirks. People like Momo, who have quirks that don't specialize in any of that, can still help. Let's move people. Naruto finished as everyone that listened ran to their posts helping people who needed help. Doing their jobs quickly and effectively. Naruto created clones who began to run around helping others, while also healing people who needed healing. Everyone else did the same, but each person specialized in different areas. Momo helped with making bandages, along with creating sledgehammers, or other materials to break concrete. Everyone had their own quirks which helped them save lives. Even Minoru, who used his purple balls to help get people out of sticky situations. Naruto ran over to a woman who was crying. Hey there, it's alright, don't worry, everything will be alright. Naruto clearly saw her ankle was messed up. Naruto placed his hands on her ankle and healed it. There, now we can move you. Naruto picked her up and began to head towards a med bay. While doing so he also heated up his boy. Whoa, you can heat your body up? The woman asked. Yeah, I can do various things. I can create clones, heal people, warm others up, sniff people out. Don't worry, I go you okay. Naruto turned his head with a smile on his face since the girl was riding on his back. The woman riding on his back was Chisato Hasegawa, the newest medic joining UA. Granted, she has yet to introduce herself to UA students. She thought this would be the best way to do it. Thank you, the name is Chisato Hasegawa. I'm a new school nurse at UA. Clearly, it seems Granny Chio says very little about me. What recovery girl is your Ba-chan? Naruto turned his head to look at her while carrying Chisato on his back. Yes, she is my Ka-san's mother. Chisato sent Naruto a cute smile which Naruto blushed at. He also felt her well-developed chest against his back. Naruto hurrying over made his way to the med bay and dropped Chisato off. Now that he got a good look at her, Chisato is a stunningly attractive woman with sexy hip-length black hair that has bangs hanging on the right side with two a-hoes, green eyes, a mole under her left eye, red round glasses, one earring on her left ear, and a voluptuous figure. She has very large breasts, being even larger than Momo's. Her outfit consists of a green knitted turtleneck, a tight black mini skirt along with her cross-garter motif stockings, and a white lab coat. Everyone watched as Naruto dropped her off. Hey Naruto, my arms feel a bit sore, could you inspect them please? Momo just came around the corner holding some gauze and band-aids for the injured. Naruto was running medical ninjutsu on this woman's arms. Yeah sure, just tell me what seems to the problem. Naruto asked as he began to roll up her sleeve from her lab jacket. Well, it has been feeling numb for a while but not it's starting to hurt. Chisato had to begin work on playing her role. Naruto deadpanned. Well, sensing with my medic abilities it seems you have a broken arm. Naruto saw the cast that was on Chisato's arm. It was a specialized made cast that made it like she had a broken arm. Naruto had to first stabilize it. Momo, are you able to make a sling for me please? Naruto asked as Momo was a bit cautious of the woman. Momo thought sighed. I'm running low on lipids Naruto, sorry. Momo truly couldn't make anything more, she was running on fumes. No joke, she is, yes, she is wary of this Chisato girl is. Chisato in this story is 20. No problem, I'll have to improvise. Naruto began to take off his gray vest of his Anbu outfit. Naruto then proceeded to take off his shirt revealing his bare chest. The girls working all stopped and gawked at Naruto, which irked Momo. Naruto didn't have the slightest clue on what was going on around him. He simply took out a kunai and his shirt up to make a sling. He made sure to tie some ends together, even though he didn't know any fire jutsu. He was still able to breathe out a small fireball, which allowed him to melt the pieces together. Making the sling for Chisato stronger than usual, Chisato was hiding her own blush as well as the other girls helping in the medic bay. Naruto finished up by clapping his hands together and stood up. He pushed some chakra into his sleeve on his wrist and unsealed a new shirt. He then proceeded to put everything back on, much to all the other girls' frown a bit. They missed their eye candy already. Momo quickly shook her head and began to get back to work. Though she was angry at what Naruto did, however, she understood it was for hero reasons. Naruto better frickin' get points for that. Don't like him showing off to others since he's. Momo froze as she slowly began putting the bandage rolls into a basket. If he is still mine at the end of all this. It broke Momo's heart to think that Naruto was still upset about everything. She understood everything he went through. The amount of trust he put into her telling her everything was a lot for Naruto. She made it only harder on him. Meanwhile with midnight, Nimari thought about a lot that has happened since Naruto began coming to her. Over the course of a couple of weeks, he came to her 6 times. He spent a lot of time with her just talking to her and getting to learn about her. Though, he didn't ever want to dwell on Nimari's dark side, mainly being her other hobbies. Nimari went walking into Nezu's office. Kayama-san, what are you doing here? Nezu looked up to see her walking into his office. Nimari sat down and let a long sigh out. Well, it's Naruto, he has begun to visit me more. I'm no psychiatrist or anything like that. He dumped a huge load on me the other day, a load that he told Momo. I see, Well, it seems you've learned more about his origins. Nezu clasped his hands together on the desk. He was ready to discuss anything else that Nimari needed. I just need to ask, why entirely are we all so worried about him? Nimari saw it in Naruto's eyes that he was determined to get stronger. I've learned a few things about him that I never knew he believed in. The files that were given to us by the government, asking Momo to look over him. Yes, that one. I do still regret what we had to do. Nezu was interrupted by Nimari. Naruto is losing faith in us, Nezu. He's begun to shut us off. Well, let me rephrase that. He's beginning to trust very few. I've seen him sleep. Yes, he has stayed at my place occasionally. Nimari paused as thought back to the night Naruto stayed at her place. Flashback week ago, Monday. Nimari got up in the middle of the night to get a glass of water. She going into her kitchen until she noticed a blonde mop on her couch. I forgot the kid stayed here the night. Nimari walked over to check up on Naruto. It seemed he was fine, so she left him and went to get water. Why do you all hurt me? Naruto muttered in his sleep, but Nimari turned her head to listen to him. It was enough for her to make out what he was saying. What did I do to you? Naruto mumbled more in his sleep as his eyelids twitched to the side. She watched as he held his chest and his stomach with his hands. It was as if he was putting pressure where his hands were to stop bleeding. What did I ever do? A demon? Why do they call me a demon? Nimari raised an eyebrow and walked over next to Naruto. She was going to wake him up from his nightmare. However, something else came over Nimari as she decided on something else. Nimari gently picked the inheritor of One for All. Geez, is he heavy. Nimari could even feel Naruto's toned body on her hands. Nimari carried him into her bed and laid him down. She crawled in and pulled him close to her. Nimari held Naruto with his body facing hers. It's okay, Naruto, I'm here. Nimari gently moved a lock of Naruto's hair away from his forehead. She gently leaned forward and placed a kiss on his forehead. Naruto's body seemed to instantly relax in her hold along with the kiss on his forehead. Nimari smiled as she slowly let herself drift away. Before she drifted off, she heard a faint voice say, Ka-san. She felt something grip her body tighter as she finally let clutches of sleep take her away. End of flashback. Then when he and I woke up, he and I talked. I called you that day to excuse Naruto and me that day. Nimari reminded Nezu as he nodded his head. Yes, I do remember that well. I'm glad you and Uzumaki-san are getting along. Then why did you come into my office? Nezu asked curiously, looking at Nimari as she smiled and took out some files from her coat bag. Nimari placed the papers on Nezu's desk. Back to the hero licensing exams. Everyone relocated the majority of the injured to safety until Naruto sensed people approaching the entrance. Heads up, were. Naruto shouted, but he was too late as chain explosions began to go off. At the entrances, villains, one of them being Killer Whale Hero, Gang Orca. Everyone watched in horror as the enemies dashed towards everyone. Naruto shouted, I need the people who can fight to come with me. Naruto called out. The fighters ran out to help take out the villains. Naruto created a bunch of shadow clones that began taking injured away so he could fight. Other people who there for support also helped take the injured. Naruto unsealed almost 40 Hiraishin kunai and threw them into the sky. Mera began to speak through the speakers. There has been a large-scale terrorist attack by villains. Naruto saw as the villains dodged and weaved away from his kunais. Orca jumped up and landed in front of Naruto, glaring an eye at him, rescuing and fighting. His eyes then widened at Naruto. Can you do everything at the same time? Just then Izuku ran up next to Naruto. Gang Orca. He's the number 10 pro hero. He's also the third in the ranking of heroes who look like villains. Izuku added more as Naruto narrowed his eyes. This won't be an easy fight. Naruto watched as Gang Orca held up a claw hand as his villain colleagues ran past Naruto. Naruto created a bunch of shadow clones that began to trim the numbers down. Izuku, this won't be easy. He far outclasses us in experience. I can probably match him, just maybe. Villains prepared and started a pursuit. Hero candidates at the scene should continue their rescue efforts. Mera added to the announcements. Now, Gang Orca took off his jacket, walking towards Naruto and Izuku. What will you do? Fight or protect, help, or run? What will you do, heroes? Flashback 3 weeks earlier. Planning meeting for provisional licensing exam, Heroes Public Safety Commission. Ball throwing, one man said, seems too much like a game. Is it right? Another asked. The real test will be how they deal with the chaos caused by it. We want to see if they will be able to use their quirks and make decisions quickly and correctly in a crisis. One explained. At this rate, we'll be evaluating not their individual abilities, but their ability to work in a group. One spoke with his palm facing the ceiling. This was a proposal from the National Police Agency. A revision of evaluated criteria and requirements for granting licenses. It's effectively an order. Assuming that all examines have knowledge of basic emergency procedures and first aid, we were told to focus on their attitudes towards cooperation. Cooperation, huh? One folded his hands in front of his computer. This has become necessary. We need to begin talking about the giant fox in the room. A man older said with his eyes closed, All Might was at the top in everything, strength and charisma. There was always a large gap between him and the number 2 hero. That boy Uzumaki Naruto has already gained much popularity and UA has done a good job keeping the public away from him. Didn't the government also tell us of his circumstances? Another asked. Yes, but we also cannot hide the fact. All Might basically tell everyone on TV that Uzumaki Naruto was his protege, his successor, the next symbol of peace. Everyone knows his name, his face, but no one knows of his real powers. Well, he certainly has All Might's speed, strength, endurance, and other unique abilities. One of his powers stemming from some fox sealed in his gut. At least that's what the reports said. Question is, does he have control over it? I heard there was a contract signed about it. He had a girlfriend too. Yaoyorozu Momo, she's been with him. However, recently he found out about the contract and things didn't end well. Yes, I know that doesn't even need to tell me. Sir, an assistant came running into the office. I have some news regarding Uzumaki. Let me see them. The assistant gave the man the papers. Oh, well, this certainly changes things. Well, I guess that can be revoked. This is good, things are looking forward. In all honesty, I hated that contract given to us by the government. Let's write a new one, shall we? No, I don't think it's a good idea. We need to keep him on a leash. A man spoke up. Mr. Shimura, please explain. The leader of the group asked curiously. Simple, I know what it is better than any of you. If used properly, it can be a potent weapon to this very nation. Mr. Shimura was a man in his late 40s but had a good reputation as a retired pro hero from All Might's prime. His one distinguishing feature was a scar on his chin that resembled an X. The guy who was speaking before Mr. Shimura spoke up continued, rather than waiting for the next All Might, we should fill that hole with an army of heroes with a strong sense of unity. Back to the fight. Naruto prepared to fight Gang Orca with Izuku but instead Shindo, a student from Ms. Smile's class, run forward. You guys get the injured to safety. I'll stop the others with my tremors. Shindo placed his hands on the ground as he started tremors with his quirk. I'll keep hammering away at them with tremors at 1-second intervals. I won't let them get close. TCH. Naruto clicked his teeth in annoyance. Izuku, sorry, but you'll have to do it with my clones. I'll have to help this guy. Naruto charged forward as he saw Gang Orca zip around and get in front of him, so fast. Naruto saw Gang Orca in front of Shindo's face in an instant. Not good enough. Gang Orca shot a big click in front of Shindo, causing him to instantly pass out. Only a single rear guard when there's this much of a difference in ability. Looks like you were underestimating us. Gang Orca placed his hands on his head. His clicks were ultrasonic. Those waves knocked out Shindo like he was nothing. Naruto added as he stared Gang Orca in the eyes. Just then Gang Orca shot his head to the side using his ultrasonic clicks to stop Shoto's constant attack of ice. Naruto. Deku. Mashirao came running up next to Naruto and Izuku. Good, you guys are here. If you think you can help, help. If not, get the others to safety. Gang Orca is not to be taken lightly. Naruto pulled a Hiraishin kunai out. Let's do this together, Shoto. Naruto shouted, running towards Gang Orca. Blow away. Inasa came down, blowing the nearby villains, except Gang Orca. Away, villain attack. You guys have prepared some pretty hot developments. Inasa then realized that Naruto and Shoto were just below them. Why don't you help everyone with first aid? Naruto and I got this. Shoto said blatantly. Inasa and Shoto both charged up and attacked, both shooting air and fire at Gang Orca, but their attacks hit at the same time, causing their attacks to disperse. Huh. What are they aiming at? A minion asked, confused. What are you doing? The heat makes the wind rise. Inasa shouted angrily, and Naruto could clearly tell that Shoto was getting aggravated with Inasa. Because the ice was blocked earlier. Didn't you do that on purpose? Shoto looked back at Inasa angrily. Naruto quickly Hiraishin around, knocking the freed villains out, quickly making Gang Orca focus on Naruto. Your wind blew away my flames. You're the one who did it on purpose to keep me from getting all the glory. Inasa shouted back angrily. Huh, why would I do that? Shoto answered back, agitated. Would you please shut up and get a room? Naruto shouted, catching both of their attention. Take your quarrel somewhere else. In case you forgot, we're trying to save the injured and trying to stop them from getting past us. Some damn heroes you are. Naruto teleported in front of Gang Orca with a Rasengan in his hand, Hiraishin level 4 multi-shadow clone Rasengan barrage. Naruto had clones appear next to him, teleporting around the arena with Rasengans in their hands, trying to land blows on Gang Orca. Cement gun. A villain minion Naruto missed who was blown away from Inasa hit Shoto. While Gang Orca was trying to dodge Naruto, he said, "This is outrageous. I can't believe you two would start arguing here." Just then more minions arrived, shooting their cement guns at Shoto, Inasa, and Naruto. Why does that even matter right now? My old man has nothing to do with this. Shoto added angrily as he used a sheet of ice to block attacks from the minions. What do you mean this has nothing to do with him? It definitely does, Inasa said angrily as his hat covered his face. He was also dodging cement attacks. To me, heroes are passionate. With their passionate hearts, they bring hope and inspiration to people. Their passion comes through. That's why it was a shock. Because nothing came through in those eyes except cold anger. And then at the entrance ceremony, I saw you, and I knew who you were immediate. Because of you, hand the exact same eyes. Inasa shouted angrily. The same eyes? That's ridiculous. I'm not the same as him. Ignore him, Shoto, and focus. You are Shoto Todoroki, you're you, and don't you forget that. Those are your eyes, your hair, your face, your quirk. Naruto shouted, dodging around, trying to keep himself from getting hit with cement. Gang Orca shook his head in the disappointment of the two. What are you doing with a villain in front of you? Inasa began to get angrier. You and your dad are the only heroes I won't accept no matter what. Inasa lifted his hand in the air as the wind began to form around his hand. Focus. Shoto fired a blast of fire at the same time as Inasa. Their attacks collided and their attacks cancelled one another out, again. Inasa said angrily. AHHHRRRGGHHH. Naruto fell to the side as Shoto and Inasa turned their heads to see Naruto fall to the side as the right half of Naruto's face was on fire. Naruto quickly rolled on the ground, putting the fire out. The fire burned his skin, and the wind fed the flames, burning Naruto. Naruto. Momo saw from the side as she came running back to help more injured get away from the fight. Then Naruto saw Shindo was still unconscious, and he saw that the rest of the wind and flames were directed towards Shindo, who was unconscious. Naruto quickly teleported in front of Shindo, protecting him, taking the attack head-on. Izuku quickly came running in and got Shindo out of there. Izuku, who jumped away, yelled angrily with red lightning crackling around him. What are you doing? He shouted, visibly angry that the two were arguing. The two both hit Naruto once on accident and then again when Naruto defended Shindo. Naruto fell on his knees with third-degree burns all over his body. Just then, Inasa was knocked out of the air by Gang Orca's ultrasonic click. He then ran over and grabbed Shoto by his throat, saying, "You reap what you sow." He did the same thing to Shoto, throwing him to the ground. The two both fell to the ground, realizing what they've done, and how badly injured Naruto was. Naruto stood back up as Gang Orca faced him. "Protege of All Might, you're strong. All you've done was take a few hits and stall all of us." Orca saw Naruto's clones taking out his remaining minions, allowing others to escape. "It seems you're done, however, for these two." Just then wind and flames picked up together, trapping Gang Orca in the middle of it. Naruto smirked, realizing the two finally realized their mistakes, kissed up, and made up. Naruto let a low sigh out. He began to rapidly heal himself. Using his own medical ninjutsu, healed his body, using every bit of chakra throughout his body to heal him. Naruto was not able to heal everything. he was drawing near his limit. Once he was finished, he powered up to 100% with all for one. Naruto's hair was spiking upwards more than usual, along with his hair flickering with a yellow color. Naruto's eyes were glowing bright blue as flames around him flickered to life, further. Naruto muttered, feeling the quirk he has been training with for so long. It was becoming more and more his. Naruto closed his eyes and thought back to everything that has happened: Jiji, Toshinori, Notu-san, Nimari-sensei, Nezu, and Momo. I've realized something. I learned something from their argument. With how much Inasa hated Shoto, the two still made up and tried to make up for their mistakes. Well, at least tried to. That's what the others are trying to do. Even though they hurt me, Jiji and Momo, they still cared. They still tried to do what was right. In a way, it was done right. Naruto snapped his eyes open as his blue eyes glowing blue. Gang Orca continued to defend himself until he felt heat hotter than Shoto's and Inasa's attack combined. Shoto and Inasa both presumably passed out, giving Naruto enough time to ascend with his quirk. Naruto snapped his eyes open as the red-orange flames around him turned blue. Naruto didn't know what it was, but he felt something shift in his body. He felt different chakra natures running throughout his body. Naruto looked around himself. He smirked. This is it. Breaking through my own limits along with two others who broke their own. Even if you mess up, it's never too late to change. Naruto smirked as the wind began to pick up around him. Water began to form around Naruto from thin air. The earth began to break off from the ground and levitate with next to Naruto. Naruto's blue flames danced around him, and yellow lighting was arching off of Naruto's body and shooting into the ground. I've heard Toshinori and Jiji talk about this before, quirk awakening. I wonder if my quirk along with my chakra had a slight mutation. Granted, Naruto knew his main affinity was the wind. However, it didn't mean he couldn't learn others like water, earth, lighting, and even fire. In general, every person's chakra has an affinity towards one of the 5 basic nature transformations. Affinity can at times be genetic, or at least common to a particular family. Most members of the Uchiha clan have an affinity towards the fire nature. Shinobi have an easier time learning to create and control a chakra nature that matches their affinity, although even then it may take several years. Shinobi are not limited to the nature they have an affinity for, and it is in fact common for shinobi later in their careers to gain more. Although it is technically possible to master all 5 natures, it is very rare because of how much training is involved. In this case for Naruto, his quirk awakening with the blue flames. It also awakened the other 4 nature transformations for chakra, gifting Naruto the ability to manipulate 5 elements. Naruto smirked as Gang Orca smirked back at Naruto. Man, I feel so much better. Naruto let a small laugh out. Naruto also sensed that Izuku, Mashirao, and more of his classmates came back. They seemed to have rescued all the injured and returned to help clean up more of the minions who arrived. Ganga Orca poured water on his face and looked at Naruto. Now, what's next? Right here. Naruto appeared behind Gang Orca. Gang Orca went to block, but Naruto got underneath him and tackled him into the air. Naruto kicked Gang Orca into the air. URK. Such strength. Gang Orca was flung into the air by everyone surprised. Naruto held his hand up. Try this on for your size. A Rasengan formed in his hand along with 4 blades of wind around it. Naruto also then and there added the rest of the 4 elements from before. Naruto made sure that the attack wouldn't kill Gang Orca, so Naruto notched the attack down a bit as the shuriken-shaped attack was about the side of a basketball. Naruto shouted, "Take this. 5 elemental style, Rasenshuriken." Naruto tossed the giant spinning Rasenshuriken into the air. However, Gang Orca flipped himself upright in the air and shot a wave of his ultrasonic clicks. The elemental shuriken attack about 10 feet from Gang Orca, the attack destabilized and detonated. The attack still caught Gang Orca, who was just outside the cusp of the attack. The Rasenshuriken detonating caused a giant vortex of wind to bubble up. Arcs of lightning shot around everywhere, chunks of earth shot out, water spilled out, and blue fire dispersed into the air. Once the attack dissipated, Gang Orca came slamming back down on the ground with his shirt torn to pieces along with his pants. He held his shoulder, "I impressive protege of All Might." Gang Orca couldn't wait to see just how powerful Naruto really was. However, Naruto was panting as he fell out of 100%. 100% was hard to manage for that long. While also continuously producing shadow clones to save others, use Rasengan, make the giant attack he just made, and heal himself in the end. Naruto presumably fell to the ground and pass out due to exhaustion. Just then the buzzer went off as Gang Orca relaxed and sighed, Uzumaki Naruto huh. Not bad. Not bad at all. You're definitely worthy of being the next symbol of peace, All Might's protege. At the moment, all the HUC who were deployed have been rescued from the danger zone. It may seem arbitrary, but with this, all provisional licensing exam procedures have been completed. We're done. Izuku let a happy sigh out as so did everyone else. Mera continued, after we tally the scores, we will announce the result here. Those who are injured should go to the infirmary. The rest of you should change and then stand by. Momo came running back to where the battle took place, ran to Naruto's side. Momo saw him burning the last time she saw him, but she had to help the others. Momo quickly ripped Naruto's shirt off and began to inspect his body. Of course, Naruto was only able to heal himself a bit, he still had first-degree burns on his chest. It was here and there, but it was still serious. Momo pushed herself and began to produce rolls of bandages. She also made some healing ointment to help heal the burns on his body. Momo began to rub it on his chest, back, legs, and face too. Seems his healing was stalled a bit due to being in the middle of a fight, you stupid idiot. Making me worry so much. Little later. Naruto woke up in the infirmary. He was woken up by Momo who was worried, I'm so glad you're alright. Momo gently hugged Naruto making sure he was alright. Momo leaned to kiss him but froze and stopped. Naruto raised an eyebrow but then realized what was going on. Naruto darted his eyes to the side. Then his eyes met back at Momo's. He smiled, sorry Momo, thanks for helping me out. Naruto felt the bandages on his body, we'll talk later okay. Naruto leaned in close and placed his forehead on Momo's, yeah, giving her a second chance is the best thing I can do. I know they didn't mean to do it. I know they didn't go out of their way to hurt me. Momo, I love you. Naruto said with passion and sincerity earning tears in Momo's eyes. Momo began to tear up forgetting about Naruto's injured statement. She hugged him tightly which Naruto winced at. Momo went to speak. Naruto, I didn't see it before, but this was still bothering you. I'm so sorry Momo was cut off when Naruto captured her lips kissing her. The two held it. Momo missed this so much, it's been so long, since I felt the warmth of his lips. Momo began to tear up anyways as Naruto gently pulled away, you talk too much, you know that. Naruto let a small laugh out, in a way he had to thank Inasa and Shoto for having their little spat. It helps him realize something that Momo and Torino have been trying to do. Granted they did something wrong, but in a way, it wasn't entirely intended to hurt Naruto. Even then they were trying to right their wrongs. Momo wiped a tear away, well now that you're up, we're going to find out who got their licenses. Yeah, let's go. Naruto slowly stood up as he put his shirt on. Naruto and Momo both walked together with their hands clasped together. Back in the arena. Okay, everyone, thanks for all your hard work. Now, I'll announce the results, but before that, I will tell you about the scoring system. Between those of us at the Heroes Public Safety Commission and HUC, we had a twofold demerit system we used while watching you. Naruto looked around to see the worried looks on everyone's faces. In other words, we were evaluating you on how few mistakes you made in a crisis situation. Anyway, the names of those who passed are listed in syllabary order. Please check the list keeping those words in mind. Mera extended his hand out gesturing to a screen as a bunch of names appeared on the board. Naruto began to scan the screen and saw many recognizable names. Naruto got to the very end and saw his name up there, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto turned his head to see Izuku frantically look for his name pointing down the line. He also saw Momo scanning the board for her own name, so did everyone else in their class. It's there. Minoru Mineta. Minoru shouted happily. It's there. Jiro let a relaxed sigh out. I see it. Iida shouted happily. Everyone else began to let out sighs of relief. Little strokes fell great oaks. Momo said happily with more of Class 1A cheering for themselves. It's there. Eijiro said happily until he turned his head to see an angry Katsuki. It's not there. Katsuki shouted angrily. Yo Arashi yo. There's nothing after. You. Inasa tilted his hat over his face. It's not there after all, huh? Shoto looked up to see Tokiyami Fumikage and then Meidu Choshu, but his name was not there. Izuku eyes widen. I see it, let's go. Izuku shouted happily as a large grin appeared on his face. Izuku then turned his head to hear Inasa shout. Todoroki. Izuku saw Inasa walking up to Shoto, as well did Naruto. Inasa and Shoto stared at one another for a few seconds until Inasa slammed his forehead into the ground. Sorry. It is my fault that you didn't pass. It's because I was too narrow-minded. I'm sorry. The path I was on until now is that man's son. It's something I must bear as I aim to become a hero. Don't worry about it, I started it in the first place. Shoto returned the apology back to Inasa. But, Inasa tried to continue. There were things I realized thanks to you confronting me directly, too. Shoto knew what he did wrong, also he still felt a lot of shame. His own quirk injured and hurt one of his own allies, an ally who called himself his friend. Todoroki-kun didn't pass. Mina said, shocked as Hinata was in disbelief. 2 of our top 2 failed. Hinata expected Naruto to pass along with Shoto, but for Shoto to fail was shocking. You should work on your abusive language. Kaminari winked at Katsuki. Words are important, you know. Katsuki began to glare at Kaminari. Shut up. I'll kill you. Kaminari began to sweat at Katsuki's threat. Everyone turned their head to see random lighting appear around Minoru. Because they are both highly skilled, they end up fighting against their own egotism. Minoru walked up next to Shoto and placed a hand on his shoulder. The hierarchy is collapsing. Just then Iida slapped his hands on Minoru's cheeks and moved him away. Next, we'll pass out the results. They will break down of your scores, so look over them carefully. Mera added as his subordinates gave out everyone's reports. The cutoff was 50 points. We scored based on a demerit system. You can see how many points were taken off for which actions all listed out on. Naruto began to hear everyone else's reports. 61 points. I barely pass, Mashirao said nervously. I got an 84. I'm kind of good at this, huh? Hinata showed everyone else in the class his score. Wait, Yao Momo, you got 94 points. Jiro said with shock on her face. Naruto let a small chuckle out. He saw Momo literally sparkling. She had a tint of pinks on her cheeks. Good job, Momo. Naruto placed a hand on her shoulder as she leaned into his hold. Naruto, how did you do? Momo asked as Jiro also turned to him. Probably a bit better than most. Naruto handed them their papers as Momo's and Jiro's eyes popped out of their skulls. 100. They both shouted at the same time. Well, it's probably of all the rescuing I did, as well trying to hold back Gang Orca. I was drained after everything and fired off one of my ultimate moves. Naruto still felt tired even now, doing all that took a toll on me, but I did get a quirk awakening. Naruto rubbed the back of his head happily. Then Izuku went walking up to Iida. Iida, how'd you do? I got 80 points, Iida said happily. Overall, I think I had trouble with practical application. What about you, Midoriya? I got 71 points. I didn't lose points for my actions, but mostly for my conduct before I acted and for standing around and stuff. Just then Iida began to fist pump the air. I'm thankful that they tell us what we need to improve on. For those of you who passed, from now on, during emergency situation only, you may exercise authority the same as that of pro heroes. In other words, fighting villains, saving people from criminal acts or accidents, you may act on your own judgment in these cases without the direction of a hero. However, this means that each and every one of your actions carried with it a responsibility towards society. I'm sure you all know that great hero, All Might, has used up all of his power. His existence played a large part in suppressing crime. With that deterrent gone, impudent people will definitely appear. The balance will be destroyed, and as the world changed greatly, you young people will someday become the center of society. Next, you all must become exemplar heroes and become great enough to suppress crime yourselves. This time, all you have received your provisional license to perform hero activities. I would like to think of you as fledglings and be even more diligent in your studies at your respective schools. And for those of you who did not pass, there is no time for you to feel dejected that you didn't have enough points. There is still a chance left for you all. After you attend a 3-month-long special course and pass an individual test, we plan to issue a provisional license to you all, as well. In order to deal with this future that I just spoke of, we need as many good heroes as we can get. Mera put his hands up as the people who did not pass began to cheer up. The first test was to weed people out, but we would like to grow the 100 selected in that test as much as possible. This is why we watched all of you until the end. As a result, we saw that it wasn't that you didn't have promise. Rather, once your inadequacies are corrected, all of you have the potential to be even greater than those who passed. I think it will keep you pretty by doing this concurrently with your studies, and you may also choose to retake the exam in April instead, but... Of course, Katsuki shouted. Let's do it, Inasa shouted as well. Stop that, Minoru tried to stop Shoto, you don't have to take it. Just take it easy. Minoru was shut up by Iida, who placed his hands on his cheeks. We're waiting for you, Iida said with a smile on his face. Yeah, Izuku nodded his head at Shoto. In the background, Shoto saw Naruto giving him a thumbs up. I'll catch up soon, Shoto replied, seeing everyone's support. Later. Class 1A all were out in front getting ready to leave. Naruto looked down at his hero license. He turned his head to see Izuku holding his license to his face. Izuku, are you crying? Ochako came walking up next to the green-haired boy. Well, it's, I was helped by so many, and caused trouble for so many, so, how do I put it? It's like proof that I've matured, and it makes me so happy. Izuku said, smiling down at it. Suddenly he snapped forward with his eyes wide. I want to show it to Mom, and All Might as soon as possible. Yeah, that makes sense, Ochako said with a bright smile on her face. Naruto then turned his head to see Inasa running up to them. Hey. Hey, he had his hand waving in the air. Oh my, even Shiketsu's here, Sue added, looking down the path where Inasa's. Inasa ran past Shoto. Todoroki, I'll see you at the special training course. But honestly, I still don't like you, Inasa said with a mean look on his face. I'll apologize in advance. Sorry. He then began running away. See ya. Was that supposed to be considerate? Eijiro asked confusingly. I'll make the best of it, too, Shoto added as Yuga looked at Inasa interestingly. Mary, he's someone who's both bold and sensitive, isn't he? Yuga analyzed. Interestingly, his analysis was accurate. Naruto was pretty silent, taking in everything that has happened. Momo was also quite happy about the silence. Naruto also saw Izuku running up to Nagamasamura, the dude with really long hair, for his quirk. Scene shift. You finally picked up. A voice from a phone picked up as gray sludge from Kami fell to the ground. It revealed to be Toga. Toga. I had the most wonderful fun, Toga said with a smile on her face. Don't slack off on your regular check-ins. If they catch one of us, we're all in danger. Don't worry, I've never been caught in my life, Toga added as she continued walking, and I've got something to show for it. Tamura's gonna be happy. Toga held up some blood in a vial, specifically 2 vials of blood. I got some of Izuku's blood along with Naruto too. Toga was able to collect it when Naruto wrapped up in bandaged and unconscious. All she needed was the tiniest of pricks. Naruto did not recognize Toga's chakra because of the fight and his focus on Gang Orca. Also, he was still dealing with issues with Momo at the time, so his senses were dulled a bit. Also, just plot convenience, it goes in a way how I want to do this story. Few hours earlier. Special prison for villain criminals Tartarus. The second semester is starting soon, right? Or has it already started? I thought you were going to devote yourself to teaching. What do you want from me? All for One asked curiously as Toshinori sat in front of him behind a glass wall. I just want to make things clear, All for One. Toshinori looked at All for One with a hint of anger. This place is stifling, All Might. For example, if my back starts to itch, and I scratch it with the back of the chair, all the gun muzzles instantly point at me. In addition to my vital signs, even my brain waves are constantly being monitored. One thought about activating my quirk and my life is in danger. I am imprisoned deep underground, covered by layers of security, with the thorough removal of anything irregular. The world likens this place to Greek mythology, calling it Tartarus. It is the name of the god that represent the underworld. Even I would have some trouble rebelling against a god. No, you can't get out, Toshinori said immediately. I'll let you think that. So, what do you want? Where's Gran Torino? You acting alone, What's with that costume that looks like you don't know when to give up? Don't tell me you're still working as a hero. All for One kept talking. You've got a lot to say, Toshinori said aggravatingly. It's the first decent conversation I've had in a while. All for One answered honestly. Shiragaki, where's his Tamura Shigaraki right now? Toshinori asked seriously. Unlike yours, he's already left the nest. Not only that, he's also hatching a new plan. All for One smirked. What are you trying to achieve? What did you want to do? Preserving that body beyond human reason to live on for a long time, devoting all of that time to exploiting, controlling, and toying with people, what did you hope to accomplish? Toshinori mocked All for One for his pitiful state. That's not a very productive topic. You won't be satisfied with my answer even if I told you. There will always be people who can't understand each other. I'm the same, you know. The same as you. All for One smirked at All Might. Just like how you long to become a hero of justice, I long to be like an evil devil king. Isn't it simple? All for One continued to babble as Toshinori continued to scowl and frown at All for One. I had an idea and the power to give it form. If I could live forever in my ideal, then I wouldn't begrudge the effort to make that happen. Then why do you need a successor? Toshinori asked curiously. You're the one to ask. All for One laughed at the hypocrite Toshinori. That's funny. It's because you took everything from me. Look at my body. I'm barely able to remain alive with the help of this tube. After you appeared, my seemingly infinite ideal became finite. When a person realizes the end is coming, he passes his work on to someone else. That's true for anything. The houses and buildings you see everywhere, the food you put in your mouth, all of it was developed as it was passed from person to person. I'm trying to do what everyone else is doing. Then the guard in the back said, All Might, you have about 3 minutes left. Wait, don't say that. I want to talk more. I know, the world's probably pretty shaken by your retirement, but how are things looking? All for One smirked. Please refrain from saying anything carelessly, he must not know anything on the outside world. The officers in the back stated seriously. You heard him. Toshinori continued to speak in a now cold tone. That's too bad. I'm sure, right about now, the media's unease by you being gone coupled with their worry about Endeavor as the new leader is causing them to complain about the unity of hero society as a while. Meanwhile, sensing the growing instability, those who do not listen to heroes, in other words, the people of the shadows, have started to act. They think they might have a chance to change society and have started to move in an organized way. I think Tamura and his group will continue to hide for a while, in order to be sure which organization will rise to the top. Everyone will want to increase their influence, so there will likely be quite a bit of fighting among the villains themselves. If the scenario I wrote functions properly, then that's probably how it'll turn out. All for One seemed to narrow his eyeless hole. Supposing that does happen, then it would have all been because of your fake form and your retirement. From now on, you will not be able to save people as you wish to. All you can do is look on at the villains you yourself caused to increase and be stricken by your powerlessness as you pass the rest of your days. But won't you tell me how you feel? Toshinori stood up in anger. All Might, please stand back. The guard called out as Toshinori glared at All for One. When their feelings are guessed correctly, people often get angry. Too bad, you can't punch me in here. All for One continued to smirk with his cocky attitude against Toshinori. Toshinori began to calm down. Don't think that you alone know everything. I understand very well what you were thinking. To have my master's blood relation, Shigaraki, kill me, or kill me in Naruto, that's what you plotted, right? Yeah, All for One continued to smirk. I will not die. Toshinori tightened his fists. I will not let Shigaraki kill me. I can't be killed. I won't let the future you imagine come to pass. Toshinori glared at All for One with intensity in his eyes. You said you came to make things clear. Did you come to say that? All for One continued with his cocky tone. All Might, it's time. The officers called out as the doors opened. Please exit. Toshinori stood up and quickly moved around the chair. His cape flowing behind him. I will smash your future to pieces. As many times as it takes. You're the one who will look on as you pass the rest of your days here. Toshinori left as he just heard the faint laughing from All for One. The rest of my days, huh? All for One continued as the doors closed. Toshinori got in his limo and he received a text from Naruto. Naruto was smiling with everyone in his class holding up their licenses. Naruto even had his arm around Momo's waist holding her close. Toshinori smiled. It seems you've finally forgiven them, or at least realized something. Toshinori looks up and out the window. Naruto, everything that has happened lately was for a reason. Don't let what happened slow you down. You're still the strong Naruto I met for the very first time. League of Villains base. You brought the rest of his blood. Tamura looked at Toga as she smirked holding up the 2 vials of blood. Granted it wasn't much. Though not so many was actually needed. Right there, Toga handed him the vials of blood to Tamura. Now to create what Master wanted to try out. Twice you know what to do. Tamura handed Naruto's vial of blood to Twice. Hopefully the quirk that Master gave you will be beneficial. Twice nodded his head. Alright, let's see how this goes. Twice took the vial of Naruto's blood and ingested it. The amount of Naruto's blood in the vial was exactly 1 millimeter. Twice closed his eyes and focused on the one-time quirk that All for One gave him. Just then a clone appeared out of Twice as he fell on one knee. The being was wearing the exact same outfit as Twice. However, the clone seemed to have a different appearance. Tamura walked over and took the mask off the clone Twice made. The clone had blonde hair, 3 whiskers on each cheek, red pupils, and the color black for the conjunctiva. The person smirked. He, ha to think that this world had abilities like this. The clone smirked as it grinned evilly. You're very different from the annoying Naruto we know. Tamura was shocked to see that this Naruto seemed so much more sinister than the original. Oh, you have no idea. Yami Naruto began to smirk as he turned his head to Tamura and the Toga. Yami Naruto held up his hand as a Rasengan formed in his hand. Well, this is good, very good. Tamura smirked. It seems Master's idea was a great one. Twice, how are you feeling? Fine, just a bit tired. Twice sat down on the side trying to catch his breath. Dorms. Class tomorrow already. Naruto slumped on the couch as Momo giggled a bit as she sunk into the couch with him. There is no rest for us heroes. Momo added as she rested her head on Naruto's left shoulder. But man, a lot happened today. Rikido let a big sigh out. Izuku was looking at his phone waiting for a text from his mother. Hey, go out in front later. Katsuki called out to Izuku with his hair covering his face. Katsuki walked past Izuku as Izuku seemed to almost freeze. Let's have a talk about your quirk. Izuku turned his head. It's been a while since Katsuki even casually talked to Izuku. Kachan. Izuku turned his head to him. Later. Naruto's room. Naruto let a long sigh out as he fell onto his bed. Momo changed and got in bed herself. The two snuggled together in bed. It was quiet for a moment as the two enjoyed one another's warmth. However, they needed to talk about the giant 9-tailed fox in the room. Hey Naruto, so what happened out there? I noticed a few things about you that changed. Now ever since you woke up in the infirmary you were back to your normal self. Naruto moved his face closer to Momo as his forehead was touching hers. Well, it's simple Momo, I won't lie or sugarcoat it. I was still nervous about us, about you, if you would lie to me again. I was still bothered by everything and still was upset with you. However, during the licensing exam, I saw how Inasa and Shoto fought. Granted we never fought, but I realized how their mistakes affected others. Yeah, I know, they burned you. Momo placed her hand on a bandage on his chest. Naruto was still recovering a bit from chakra exhaustion but he was healing faster than a normal human. Yes, but I realized something. Even though they messed up and were almost incapacitated, they were both mad at one another. It reminded them of us. Granted we weren't fighting, it was more one-sided. Naruto leaned in closer to look into Momo's eyes. However, Momo's eyes seemed to dart away having a hard time looking at him. I know, I've been doing my best to make it up to you. Momo would admit that wasn't her smartest move. She thought it was smart, or at least helpful at the time. She just didn't want to see Naruto get hurt, imprisoned, or worse, killed. I know that's fine. I believe in you. I began to have a hard time believing in anyone, looking back at Shoto's and Inasa's argument. It made me remember, even though they made some mistakes, they did all they could to make it right. Naruto leaned in capturing Momo's lips, when the two separated and opened their eyes. Momo had a small smile appear on her face. I'm glad, thank you Naruto. I promise I won't ever do that again. I won't deny what I did, but I won't regret it. I wanted to do it to protect you, even if it was the wrong way of going about it. Momo placed a hand on Naruto's heart. I know you're strong, much stronger than I am. If I can do anything to protect you I will. I'd go through hell and back with you. Naruto nodded his head as he leaned in again, capturing Momo's lips. Naruto snaked his hands around her back, pulling her even closer than they were before. While the two made out, Naruto unconsciously moved one hand down and one up. Momo was doing the same. As one went down, the other hand went up. Before they knew it, Naruto was touching Momo's rear and caressing it. While his other hand was touching her waist, Momo's left hand was on Naruto's chest and the other on his waist. Before the two broke their kiss, Naruto gently grabbed Momo's bottom lip with his teeth. Momo shivered at the feeling, but the feeling was enjoyment. With Katsuki and Izuku. Tell me how you got so strong. You were quirkless and useless. Did you receive your quirk or something? Katsuki glared at Izuku as he stood there nervously. No, it's my quirk. I was born with it. I was just a late bloomer is all. I only learned to control it with the help of Naruto. Izuku was still taken back by Katsuki's sudden advancements. I want to know, how far can you go with your quirk? How strong have you become? I don't understand how you got the license before me. Katsuki was agitated that Izuku got this strong in such a short amount of time. Oi! Back off, Bakugo. Naruto came walking up looking at Katsuki and Izuku. Why are you here? Katsuki shouted, annoyed. Well, when you tell someone to meet later, might want to be quieter. I heard you a mile away. Naruto placed his hands in his pockets. Bakugo glared at Naruto. Stay the hell out of our way. No, not gonna happen. Besides, you know how mad Aizawa-sensei would get. If you want to settle a score, you should ask a teacher to supervise it. Besides, I don't know why you're so against Izuku. Naruto turned to leave, waving Izuku to follow him. Izuku clenched his fist. I got my quirk late, Kachan. It so happens to be a really strong quirk. Izuku ran up to Naruto, leaving Bakugo to stand there in silence. Before Naruto and Izuku left, Naruto said, I don't know what entirely your history is like. All I can say, if you need to let it go, Bakugo. Izuku was a late bloomer. His training has been very fruitful. Stop focusing on him so much, worry about your own training. You might have been gifted an amazing quirk, but a horrible personality. On that note, an attitude might not be a bad idea to look at. Besides, no one is going to like an explosive-tempered hero like you. You won't even have a chance to catch up to me. Naruto knew exactly what he was saying as he painted a target on his back. Katsuki glared at Naruto, wanting to retort back at him. Then he suddenly saw All Might in Naruto's place, with Izuku taking Naruto's place. How have they got so far ahead of me? Katsuki then thought back to the people during the hero licensing exam. How the hurt people had to be either comforted or helped. Has the issue always been me? Katsuki watched as the two walked back to the boys' dorms. Katsuki held his head down at the ground, thinking about what Naruto said. You know, I never knew Uzumaki was that great with words. Aizawa came walking up with his hands in his pockets. Katsuki shot his head up in shock, seeing Aizawa not too far from the scene. I guess he surprises all of us more than we realize it. This is why he is All Might's protege. You're very far behind him, Bakugo, even Midoriya too. I suggest you pull yourself together and change that attitude of yours. Otherwise, you'll never be able to catch up, or even be 1/4 the heroes they're going to be. Aizawa yawned as he began to walk back to his room. Next day, Naruto woke up in the morning, letting a small yawn out. Naruto opened his eyes, blinking a few times. He sat up and saw what limited sunlight was allowed in through the dark curtains. Naruto looked down as he felt something shift next to him. He found Momo's head resting on his lap with her hair sprawled out on the bed. The covers covering her up to her neck. Naruto placed a hand on her head and gently ran his hands through her soft silky hair. Hey Momo, it's time to get up. Naruto gently placed his hand on her shoulder, shaking her awake. Momo slowly opened her eyes as they fluttered a bit, not wanting to open. Momo looked up to see Momo smiling, sitting up. Morning already. Geez, I feel like crap. Momo sat up as she rubbed her eyes. Naruto smiled. You seem tense. Naruto sent some chakra to his fingertips as he rubbed Momo's shoulders. Why yeah. That's it's Naruto. Momo closed her eyes feeling her boyfriend's fingers digging into her tight shoulders. Naruto did it for a few minutes as Momo relaxed, thanks Naruto. Momo felt better after as she stood up and went to take a shower. Naruto stood up as well and went to his side of the room to shower. Later. After breakfast, the two made their way to class and sat in their seats. Not too much longer after the bell rang with everyone else at their seats. Now that we're all here, we'll talk about work studies more. Please come in. Aizawa turned his head towards the door. We have people who have experienced firsthand. Tell you about how these are different from the internships. Listen carefully. Naruto saw Izuku's eyes widen with his mouth agape, 3 third-year students at UA who stand at the top of all current UA students. Also known as the Big Three. Big Three, Izuku muttered. Big Three, Mina shouted excitedly. The crown among the splendid UA students. Iida stared in awe. The ones closets to pro heroes among us. Momo added. I heard that they're the ones we're supposed to be like, Jiro added, not taking her eyes off them. There's someone really pretty too, they don't really seem like it. Kaminari added, not surprised. Naruto saw off the corner of his eye Minoru staring at the blue-haired girl. Naruto had to admit she was pretty. Okay, can you please introduce yourself briefly? Asked Aizawa, gesturing to them. Let's start with Amajiki. The said person to introduce themselves gave everyone a hard glare. Everyone in the room, but Naruto felt the intensity from the stare. However, Naruto did feel it. It was funny too. The guy looked exactly like Sasuke, Miro, Hato. Even if I look out on them imagining that they're potatoes, everything other than their heads remains human. I still can't stop seeing them as human. What should I do? I can't say anything. Naruto noticed that the quiet guy was shaking, which made him slam his forehead on the table. Yep, totally the opposite of Sasuke. Just then Tamaki turned his back to everyone, not able to say anything. You are the top of UA's hero course, right? Mashirao asked, confused by Tamaki's behavior. Oh, listen, Amajiki. That's called having the heart of a flea. Even though you're human, it's so strange. The girl turned to everyone and gestured her hand to Tamaki. This is the flea, Tamaki Amajiki. And then, I'm Najire Hato. We were asked to talk to you guys about work studies. But wait, Najire leaned towards Mezzo. Hey, why are you wearing a mask? Are you sick? Najire gestured to her mouth, trying to look cool. Najire leaned in closer, making Mezzo feel uncomfortable. That's because in the past, Mezzo was interrupted. Oh my, you must be Todoroki, right? Najire lot of complete interest and found interest in Shoto. How did you get a burn right there? Najire asked as Todoroki looked at her plain face. That's, Shoto was cut off. Ashido, if your horns break off, will new ones grow in? Can you move them as well? Najire then saw Naruto. Aizawa was going to stop her, but it was too late. You're Uzumaki Naruto, right. She got up close to his face as Naruto sat there not moving an inch. Yeah, I mean who else has blonde hair, blue eyes, and whisker marks? Naruto looked at her, realizing just how energetic she was. Are those whisker marks real? Can I touch them? She reached her hand out to touch his cheek, but his hand stopped her. I'd rather you not touch me, besides I'm already taken. Naruto added, which Najire eyes widen. Momo added, hands off Missy, she's mine even if you're our senior. Momo chimed in, which Najire back off, letting a small laugh out. Najire continued to ramble, there's so much I want to know about all of you. It's so strange. Kaminari blushed a bit, she's got a natural airhead thing going. It's cute, he said with a dumb smile on his face with his arms close to his chest. She's like a kindergarten. Mina deadpanned with a small smile on her face. Isn't this lacking responsibility? Aizawa glared at Murio, saw Aizawa's patience wearing thin. Don't worry, eraser head. He flexed his arm and pointed his thumb to himself repeatedly. I'm going last to wrap things up, right? Just then Murio learned to forward with one hand on his hip and his other to his ear. The future's gonna be. Silence. Grim. That's what you were supposed to say, right? He then shot back up, placing a hand on his stomach and one behind his head. All right, my call and response was a huge fail. All three of them are pretty weird. Rikido whispered to Fumikage and Naruto. Even though they're called the Big Three, it's like You can't feel it in their personalities. Fumikage added, just as confused as everyone else. Well, you guys look like you're not sure what's going on, right? We're third years who suddenly appeared to explain about work studies that aren't even required. That's confusing, right? Murio saw Naruto, Izuku, and some of the other students who passed the provisional licenses as first years. You guys got your provisional licenses as first years, right? This year's first years are really energetic, right? Besides, it looked like my jokes didn't work earlier, right? Murio placed a hand up to his chin. Why don't you all fight me at once? Murio pumped his fist into the air. What? Everyone shouted. Fight you. Out of the blue. It's the most rational to have you all experienced our experience firsthand, right? Murio rubbed his finger under his nose. How about it, erase head? Do what you want, Aizawa said without a care in the world. Everyone went to a training ground in their gym uniforms ready to fight with Murio stretching. Hinata said, are you serious? Totally serious, Murio said, doing more stretches. Murio, you probably shouldn't. Tamaki said with his head against the wall. For the work studies, it would have been enough for us to say, this is how it was, and I learned a lot from it. Not everyone is filled to the brim with ambition. We can't end up with kids who are unable to recover after this. What does he mean by unable to recover? Eijiro said, cracking his knuckles. Oh, didn't you hear? In the past, there was a student who got so frustrated the student quit being a hero, and that caused all sorts of problems. Najire said while touching Mina's horns. It's tough, isn't it, Tagata? If you don't think things through properly, that'll be rough. Really rough. Please stop, Mina whined. Please wait. There's a handicap in place, but we've fought with the pros before. Fumikage didn't like to be underestimated. And we've fought with villains before, too. Do we look like such weak small fry to you that you need to worry about us? Eijiro felt like they were being looked down on. Right, you can come at me anytime, from anywhere. Murio said with a smirk on his face. Who's first? Eijiro was cut off. Here I come, Izuku shouted as a red gauntlet appeared on his arm. Make sure you get the most out of this experience, Aizawa called out. Problem child. Murio looked at Naruto, who stood there waiting to see his ability. Naruto didn't want to jump in just yet to start fighting. Izuku's arms and legs were covered in armor, which his body began to glow. Red electricity began to spark around his body as he took a stance low to the ground. Izuku began to say, boost, 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 boost. Izuku shouted as an aura of power surrounded his body. Hey, seems Izuku has been working really hard, hasn't he? Naruto smirked as he saw Izuku lunge forward at Murio. However, he has a long way to go. You should learn to analyze your opponents first. Who am I kidding? Not like I do that all the time. Naruto chuckled to himself. The close combat team should surround him all at once. Rikido shouted with Eijiro hardening his quirk, and Mashirao getting into a fighting stance. All right, Eijiro shouted with excitement. Well then, sir, thanks for showing us this kindness. Eijiro said, the others getting ready to fight. The only one who didn't get ready to fight right away was Naruto and Shoto. Once they all lunged at him, just then Murio's clothes fell to the ground, including his pants. Yahhhhhh. The girls all covered their eyes. Your clothes fell off just now, Hinata shouted with confusion. Oh sorry, fine-tuning is tricky, Murio said as he began to put his clothes back on. Izuku, back up, he can turn. Naruto wasn't able to get Murio's quirk ability out in time as Izuku went to kick him. You're full of openings. Izuku went to kick, but Izuku's kick phased right through Murio's face. I remember from the other day, seeing his face in the wall. I only saw it momentarily, but I was sure of it. He can slip through things. Izuku slid on the ground, figuring out his quirk quickly. Good, you went for the face, Murio said as acid, tape, and a beam shot through his head. Wait, he's gone, Iida said in shock, but just then Murio appeared behind Jiro. I'll start with long-ranged fighters, Murio shouted with his hands in the air to attack Jiro. He warped, Mezzo asked confused. He has the ability to phase through things, Rikido shouted, not knowing how to counter this. What kind of strong quirk is that? Eijiro added with just the same amount of confusion. That's not it. Murio's quirk isn't one to be jealous of. Tamaki said with his head still against the wall. Fumikage shot his shadow hands at Murio, but he dodged and appeared in front of Fumikage. He slammed his fist into Fumikage's stomach. It is his skill, first-year boy. Murio took out Mineta and Hinata, after he was scouted and worked hard at his work study with a certain hero. Mina, Yuga, and Asui use long-range attacks to slow Murio down. He was built up. Murio continued as he took out Mezzo, Kaminari, and Jiro, and Asui who got back up. Murio's fist was caught by Momo who winched at the power of his punch. Nay, that's impressive, but not good enough. Murio spun around and slammed his fist into Momo's stomach, catching her off guard. Murio finished with everyone on the ground wheezing for air. He even put his pants back. Power. He shouted and turned to Naruto who stood there with a neutral look on his face. Naruto smiled. I see your weakness in your quirk. It's a small one, but it's also the one to your downfall. Naruto walked up with his hands in his pockets. Momo and the others slowly sat up in pain. Murio Tagata. As far as I know, he's the man closest to being number one. I would even dare say Naruto is there too. Along with the pros, Naruto and Murio have what it takes to be heroes, who fight without the worry of their own safety. Aizawa added, which everyone heard intently. All Might had the right mind when he named Naruto his protege and possible successor. He got more than half of them in the start. Eijiro said nervously, which Naruto walked up. Not to be mean to you guys, but you all got a long way to go. Naruto cracked his knuckles ready for some action. Well, there was that girl who caught my fist. Murio looked at Momo, giving her a thumbs up. I know, right? She and I trained together a lot. She's not that easygoing to give up either. Come on Momo, get over here. We'll take him on together. We are strong in our own fields. However, we're unstoppable together. Naruto gestured for her to get up and come over to him. She slowly walked over to him, shaking off Murio's punch easier than everyone else did. Momo fell into the turtle hermit stance along with Naruto. Murio smirked, which Aizawa didn't expect this much. He had no idea about Momo's previous training. Then again, his students were always full of surprises. Murio went to attack Momo, seeing if he could take her out, but Naruto caught his fist, which he then phased through Naruto, falling into the ground. Naruto and Momo prepared for him to pop out, which he went to punch Naruto in the jaw, but Momo created a staff which went to hit him in the face. Murio was forced to phase right through Naruto and landed behind them while putting his pants back on. Naruto and Momo smirked. We cover our weaknesses. I cover her in hand-to-hand as much as possible. She protects ranged attacks or attacks in my blind side. That are their attacks I can't react to alone. Alone we are strong, but we're stronger when together. Murio could see how great their teamwork was, but he really wants to see Naruto's strength alone. I see it now, Naruto. It took me a moment, but I understand it now. Momo was quickly able to deduce Murio's quirk. You can only attack when you allow yourself to be physically hit. However, if you make yourself intangible, you can't be hit, but you can't hit as well. That split second when you try to hit us is your weakness. Momo analyzed, which everyone else were pretty shocked at how quickly Momo was able to figure it out. I get it now. That's an amazing quirk. How it can be used for so many things is amazing. Naruto smirked, seeing through Murio. Momo, stand down. He wants to see my strength alone. Now we're talking. Murio punched his fist into his other hand, with Aizawa taking an interest in this. Are you okay if I use this? Don't worry, I'm not aiming to maim or harm you in that way. Naruto asks, holding up a kunai along with a powered-down Rasengan in his hand. Murio smirked back at Naruto. That's okay with me. Murio added, ready in his battle stance. Naruto held his tri-pronged kunai out with his left hand and a Rasengan with his right hand. The kunai was above his Rasengan as well. Let's see just how untouchable you really are. I've never seen a quirk like that before. Let's see how well you do. Murio smiled as he began to sink into the ground. Naruto smirked as he began to look around, sensing for Murio. The good thing about this world is people had chakra. Just only enough to survive, so no one knew how to manipulate it. That meant Murio had no idea how to suppress it. Naruto was no sensor alone, but with Sage Mode, and with Kurama's chakra. He became one of the best sensors in the world. Hell, even now he can sense everyone's chakra when he tries. Naruto sensed Murio come out of the ground to punch him, which he dodged. Murio disappeared into the ground like a dolphin diving into the water. Aizawa watched with interest as Murio's classmates watched Naruto fight. Murio decided to stop hiding. Well, it seems disappearing and reappearing isn't going to help me win. I'm only going to win by directly attacking you and catching you off guard. Murio began to sprint towards Naruto, which Naruto put his guard up ready for him. Murio engaged Naruto in hand-to-hand combat, which Naruto perfectly countered each attack. Murio was fast, insanely fast actually, which Naruto activated one for all, Daiku Hokage 10%. Naruto shouted, powering up with blue flames around his body, enhancing his speed. Naruto and Murio were dead even at speed and strength. The two continued to punch one another or block one another. Naruto could see that Murio made sure not to use his quickness in this situation. Why? Well, if he were to do so, Naruto knew that split second, he had to recover to hit him again. His best option was to go head in first, attacking Naruto. I get it, Momo stated while watching the two fight. Get what, Yaomomo? Mina asked, walking up, holding a sore arm. Murio isn't using his quirk against Naruto. Because he knows that Naruto knows his weakness and Naruto knows how to exploit the hell out of people's weaknesses. Momo smirked as the two continued to engage in combat. Naruto landed a few strikes on his face, but Murio landed some blows to his chest as well. Soon the two backed up with Naruto cracking back a bit. Man, those are some good hits, Murio. Let's stop playing around and have some fun. Naruto twirled his tri-pronged kunai in his hand and Murio prepared to use his quirk this time. Murio did not know much about Naruto's power of what he has seen. Naruto is unpredictable and has a vast arsenal of attacks with his quirk or quirks, as he has heard from rumors being spread around. It would be my pleasure. Murio ran towards Naruto, straight line, not backing down. Murio closed the distance at insane speeds, which everyone had a hard time keeping up. Murio brought his fist up to punch Naruto. Naruto held up his kunai and threw it straight at Murio. Murio could dodge it or he could phase through it because his fist was coming right up to Naruto's cheek. I gotcha, Murio said as he decided to tilt his head to the side. Hiraishin's second step. Naruto appeared above Murio in a flash of blue flames and yellow lighting. Tamaki and Nejire couldn't believe what they were seeing, along with Aizawa's eyes widening. Naruto slammed a half-powered Rasengan into Murio's back, slamming him to the ground. Along with the spinning ball of chakra grinding into his back, Naruto jumped away and landed next to Momo. Everyone else could hardly believe how well Naruto stood up against Murio. Bakugo originally didn't want to get into the fight, was annoyed and angry. He saw the difference in power between him and Naruto was. Murio stood up slowly, feeling the attack being slammed into his back. That attack is a low more powerful than you use, isn't it? You powered it down, huh? Naruto scratched his cheek sheepishly. Why, yeah, I did, otherwise you probably wouldn't be up and walking right now. Naruto knew his attack could literally paralyze his enemies if he was too rough. Murio stood back up with a smirk. If you think that powered down attack is going to stop me, you're wrong. Murio charged forward as the rest of Class 1A went to attack since they didn't want Naruto to show them up. Murio took everyone out, Ochako, Toru, and everyone else who got back up. Naruto walked over slowly next to his classmates. You all should know when to pick your fights. You should know when to fight, when to run. There is no shame in running away. It could save your life and your comrades. Always keep that in mind. Naruto walked over, helping Momo, Ochako, Mina, Toru, and everyone else up and made shadow clones to heal them. Naruto walked up to Murio again. I see, so even if you've still been holding back, how about we go for another round? Naruto smirked, falling into the turtle hermit stance as he powered up to 20% of one for all. Nejire walked over to Tamika. Nay, you know about Tagata. Nay, listen to this, Tagata's gotten stronger, hasn't he? Even that Uzumaki-kun is really strong too. He's able to go toe-to-toe with Murio. Nejire was impressed with Naruto's abilities. Murio's been stronger ever since we were kids. It's just, he should learn to hold back, Tamika stated, which everyone else was on the ground. They had a Naruto clone healing everyone. However, that Uzumaki kid, he was stated by All Might as his protege. Alright, you two, that's enough for now. Uzumaki, good job keeping up on your training. Aizawa stared at everyone else. Shoto, you should have engaged. You two, Bakugo, Momo, good job, it seems you've been keeping up on your training too. However, it doesn't hurt to keep going farther. Aizawa praised Naruto and Momo's strength and especially Momo. Aizawa knew how strong Murio was if Momo was able to block and even counter his attack. Was not short of but amazing for her. Momo has certainly grown thanks to Naruto. I tried to make it so you wouldn't be able to see my will, but I'm sorry about that, girls. But anyway, you kinda get it now, right? Murio said with a nonchalant voice while everyone else still felt the ghost of pains on their bodies. Murio hits really hard. Most of us got punched in the stomach, without ever really figuring out what was going on, Izuku added as he had his hand on his stomach. He still felt the pain even though Naruto eased the pain receptors. Did you think my quirk was strong? Murio asked curiously. Way too strong, Hinata shouted, making a chopping motion with his hand. That's not fair. Think about me, too. Toru shouted, waving her invisible hand in the air. You could slip through things and warp. Are you a hybrid like Todoroki? Mina asked, upset and wanting to know what his secret was. TCH, his quirk isn't that strong. I just didn't feel like lifting a finger to help. Katsuki turned his head away from the scene. Nope, I've only got one. Murio added, but then Naruto spoke up. You're all fools. Naruto stared, looking at his classmates, which made them quiet down. You're a fool to say that his quirk was strong. The quirk makes him strong, yes, but that's not what's making him strong. He broke down his muscle fibers, strengthened himself, he learned to fight along with his quirk. A quirk is only as strong as the wielder makes it. Hinata, you could train your quirk to be insanely strong. Holding up skyscrapers and airplanes, maybe even keeping continents from splitting. Toru, you could try to learn to turn off your quirk if it is at all possible. You could possibly learn to change your clothes invisible too. Mina, you could work on manipulating your acid more. Learn to make acid armor, an acid sword, learn to increase the acidity to it. Murio merely learned to use his quirk in various ways. Murio did that. He either increased his speed with his quirk, hiding for stealth, surprise attacks, throwing feints and so much more. Murio is not strong because of his quirk, he's strong because he made himself strong. I can tell he has his reason for fighting, that's what makes him so strong. Naruto finished lecturing his classmates, which many of them stared at him intently. Murio couldn't believe what he heard from Naruto. Having a quirk doesn't make you strong, it's the person's will to make him or herself stronger. Naruto closed his eyes and thought about Konoha. The lessons Kakashi taught, from meeting Haku and Zabuza, to how terrible the civilians would treat him. Naruto opened his eyes and said, I was born weak in this world. I had no family to support me or help me out. I was only adopted not too long ago. If you want to know how to get so strong, work for it, figure out what your goal is, and aim for it. The way to true strength is finding what you consider precious and protect. Not until you find it, can you become truly strong. Murio found that, along with Nejire and Tamaki. Naruto stated, crossing his arms, annoyed that his classmates still act like this. If this were a real battle they would have died. In this line of working, dying is a thing, just like a ninja. He does not want to be burying any of his friends he knows now. He appreciates the joy, happiness, and laughter in his life. They're important people to him, people he would gladly fight for. Whoa, that was pretty intense. Nejire said in shock. This even made her stay quiet, with the rest of Class 1A looking at Naruto. It made some of them think about what they were being heroes for. Then what were they trying to protect, what they held precious to them? Aizawa had to even admit that Naruto had some good points as well. Knowing what you want to fight for, knowing when to pick your fights. Shoto and Bakugo did not engage, which meant they left their comrades behind. Even if this was only a spar, this was turning into an important lesson for Class 1A. Wait a second, extra. What the hell do you mean to protect something precious? I do not need any of that. I could have taken this guy on my own. Katsuki shouted, with Naruto not stopping as he continued to walk. Naruto turned his head to Katsuki. Not to point you out, Shoto, but Bakugo, you guys may have not entered in the fight. I don't know if you saw no way to win, but even still. If that were a real fight, everyone would have been dead. You would have stood there and done nothing. Now I will not act like I enjoyed that fight because it was a spar. Everything would have turned out fine if no one complained about his quirk being so strong. Villains do not care who you are or how strong your quirk is. They will kill anyone who opposes them. Face the facts, people, we can die today, tomorrow, or even 40 years from now. The only choice in the matter is how we live the time we have. Bakugo. Shoto. Everyone would have been dead if you would not have jumped in and tried to get everyone away. In this world, those who break the rules are scum. Yes, that's true. Naruto stared back at his classmates. Some of his classmates hung their heads, but those who leave their comrades are worse than scum. Shoto hung his head after hearing that, which Katsuki took that note to be quiet. Naruto knew it was only spar, but if this was a real battle between villains, everyone would have died. Shoto and Katsuki would have been alive. Naruto didn't want that to happen to anyone. He wanted to make sure everyone knew what they were getting into. Aizawa had to admit Naruto was pretty wise for his age as well. It makes him wonder, what exactly did Naruto learn in the other world? He did come to this world after all. Like Naruto said, I made it into a stronger quirk. He's right, you all can polish your quirks up, train physically, have the right mentality. While my quirk is activated, my lungs can't take in oxygen. Even if I breathe in, it'll just go through, right? In the same way, vibrations go through my eardrums, and the light goes through my retinas. I can go through anything. That means I can't feel anything. I just fall even while I have a mass. That's all it is. Does that make sense? That's why, if I want to go through a wall. Naruto cut him off, meaning you can make part of your body phase able, tch, so there is more to it, huh? Definitely makes you a strong opponent to fight. Naruto, you were faster than I could think, so before I could turn me intangible, I would have to think again to make myself solid. Murio chuckled, shaking his head. With that, I just activate everything but one leg, like Naruto said. Then I release in the other leg and on it, activate my other leg, and go through. Even for a simple action like that, there are a bunch of steps involved, right? If it was me, I'd mess that up if I were in a hurry. Kaminari looked back at Mineta. Besides, if I can't feel anything, I wouldn't be able to move. Mineta adds with worry for himself. That's right, as expected I was always behind. In no time, I dropped to dead last. I dropped my clothes too. Murio reached his hand up to the ceiling. In order to get to the top with this quirk, I couldn't just stay behind. So, you trained, and trained until you got it under control. Naruto crossed his arms with a smirk appearing on his face. Murio, I think we're going to get along just fine. I was the dead last in my ninja academy too. Naruto let a small chuckle out, thinking back to Iruka-sensei and everyone else. Hell, even Sasuke. Yes, I did. I also had to use predictions to my advantage. Murio began to point to himself rapidly with his finger. Predictions. I had to think faster than those around me. Sometimes I had to be tricky. Above all, I had to be able to predict what would happen. And what made those predictions possible was an experience. I built my predictions on what I knew. It ended up being kind of long, but that's why I wanted to fight you all. I figured experience was better than words. In work studies, we're not guests. We're treated as one of the sidekicks and as pros. That's really scary too. Pro will sometimes end up watching people die. But those scary and painful things you'll go through, all of them are first-rate experiences you wouldn't be able to have at school. Murio brought his fist down and gripped it tightly, bringing up everyone's day. I changed the experience I got during my work study into power and took the top spot. That's why I think it's something you should do even if you're scared. First years. Murio smiled at everyone, knowing everyone will do what they feel is right. With Naruto being the protege of All Might, he already knew what was needed, what he had to do. Everyone began to clap, even his speech was like a pro. Mashirao said, clapping as well with everyone else. Don't forget Naruto's words, he made a lot of sense. Momo added, which everyone nodded their heads. I know my reason is to make money, but I want to be able to support my parents. I know it isn't a bad reason for being a hero. Ochako pumped herself up thinking about Naruto's and Murio's speech. Naruto is right, we need to step up our game. Murio is right too. Eijiro shouted, feeling pumped up more than ever. I agree, we all need to do more serious training. Otherwise, we'll never catch up to them. Fumikage looked at Naruto and Murio, who began to chat up a storm together. To think that Naruto always thought like that, this is why he got ahead of us. Even Yaomomo was able to keep up even if it was for a little bit. Mina added as she looked at her hands thinking about ways to advance her skills. With Naruto. Hey Murio, who do you work for exactly? Naruto asked curiously, which Murio got excited. I work for Sir Night Eye and the Night Eye Agency. He used to be All Might's sidekick. Are you interested in joining? I'm sure Night Eye would be glad to have you. The protege of All Might is the super cool title to have. Murio added, with Naruto trying to calm him down a bit. Being known as All Might's protege was starting to become an annoyance. There's been a lot of people asking for autographs, girls trying to ask him out, and people asking him to use him as an advertisement, which he turned down. Yeah, if you could do that for me it'd be great. In the meantime, I do want to keep training with All Might too. He said he'd do his best to train me. Naruto had a smile appear on his lips. Just then Momo came walking up. Hey Naruto, so what are you doing to do? Momo asked, tilting her head as Naruto put a finger on his lip. Well, I think I plan on going to Night Eye since he was All Might's sidekick. What about you? Naruto asked, raising an eyebrow as Momo thought about it too. Well, I'll probably head back to Micro's agency. They have a work-study there too. So, I'll probably go back since I got a lot to learn myself. Momo added with her own excitement and enjoyment, smiling just like how Naruto would. Murio chuckled. I heard about you two being a thing. I think it's neat. Well, I gotta go with everyone else to class. Murio turned to everyone. Bye everyone, and good luck. Thank you very much, everyone said in unison. Later at League of Villain Base. What does the sleeper agent have to report into? Tamura asked, which Yami Naruto nodded his head, bringing the person in. Nothing much, only about work studies the students will be going on. Along with my idiotic other. Yami Naruto scoffed, handing Tamura the piece of paper. I see, seems nothing of personal interest just yet. Well, we'll wait and see what happens. Tamura sighed, but just then Twice came walking in. Tamura, we have a visitor. Twice walked in with a person next to him. A pale man of narrow build with short, shaggy auburn hair, parted to the right. His eyes are thin, their irises small and gold, with rather long lower eyelashes and small eyebrows. His outfit consisted of a black dress shirt with matching dress pants, a pale gray tie around his neck, and a belt with a long, thin buckle around his waist, with 3 beaded lobe piercings in his left ear. Over this, he wears a dark olive green bomber jacket, its collar lined with thick purple fur, and white lace-up sneakers, their soles tan-colored, with no socks on his feet. His most noticeable features are the white surgical gloves he wears on his hands and the magenta plague mask he wears over his mouth, which is tipped and embroidered with gold. With Naruto. Naruto was in his room as a shadow clone of his appeared in the room. The shadow clone disappeared, giving what intel Naruto learned from it. Naruto's memories began to replay in his head. Clone's memories. Naruto's clone dropped into an alleyway, meeting up with his dark version self. Alright, if it's this important for you to call boss through a payphone. This must be huge. It is. Yami Naruto closed his eyes. I didn't think the League of Villains had this type of quirk. Let alone having abilities to manifest me like this. Well, anyways, good thing we worked everything out with Big Bad and Harry. Yami Naruto chuckled as the clone Naruto laughed as well. You arrogant little shits, don't make me rip you to shred. The Nine Tails threatened. Anyways, what else is it? This time I'm assuming this isn't a social call. Clone Naruto raised an eyebrow. It's the sleeper agent, it's one of our classmates. He doesn't even know it. Yami Naruto's eyes narrowed as he revealed the sleeper agent's name. Back with Naruto. Naruto sat there in shock as he clicked his tongue. This isn't good, this is going to be a real mess. To think he was ranked, he was just our ordinary nerdy classmate. Naruto let a low sigh out. With Naruto. Naruto was currently in the UA dorms since school was finished and they had an early summer vacation. Naruto was lazing around in bed with Momo watching TV. The two were cuddled up next to one another watching some anime. Ooh, amazing, I love Mushoku Tensei. The idea was great, funny as all heck. Momo cheered as she rested her head on Naruto's chest. Naruto had his arm resting on Momo's stomach. Yeah, it's definitely not bad at all. I like it too, it's like how I came here, only I didn't die nor meet Kami. Naruto chuckled, which Momo nodded her head. Just then Naruto got a buzz from his phone, which he looked down at Momo. Momo had her lip quiver a bit, showing she didn't want Naruto to move. Naruto laughed a bit as he created a seal-less shadow clone, grabbing his phone and handing it to Naruto. Naruto saw he got a text from All Might. Hey Naruto, in 2 days' time I got some tickets to visit I Island. I am allowed to bring a guest. I wanted that to be you. Naruto quirked an eyebrow. I Island? Wait Momo, didn't you say you were going there with your family? Yeah, we are. My family has stock in some of the Expo sponsors. I'm bringing Kyoka and Ochako. Momo began to sweat a little bit. Understand that I've been meaning to hang out with the girls a bit more, you know. Naruto nodded his head while closing his eyes. Hey, I completely understand. You want time away from your boyfriend. I certainly give you a rough time and it hard to keep me in line. I know how unbearable I can be, super annoying and mean. Naruto sarcastically added, which made Momo puff her cheek out as she squinted her eyes at him. Naruto tried to keep a serious look on his face. When he opened one eye, he saw Momo's face. GGMMMP. Naruto let out as he began to laugh as Momo slugged him in the shoulder. You meanie, you know that isn't true. Momo knew Naruto was joking, but it was still mean. Calm down Mo-chan, you know I'm just playing. Naruto leaned forward as their noses touched together. Naruto then proceeded to peck her lips. Momo just shook her head and smiled. Well, what did All Might want? He has tickets for me too. He's asking me to go with him as his guest of honor. Naruto explained, showing the text to Momo as she looked at it. That's great. I can't wait. I'll spend the time with Kyoka and Ochako during the day. If there are like events later at night or whatever, maybe we can hang out together. Momo said as she sat up thinking about the plan for the time they were there. Which reminds me, what is I Island? Naruto tilted his head, not knowing what it was. I Island is an artificial moving island inhabited by over 10,000 scientists conducting research on quirks. Every company in the world involved with the pro-hero business invested money to create a technological paradise for the research and development of quirks and support items. I Island is an artificial moving island created for scientists to peacefully research together. Thousands of scientists and their families inhabit the island's main cities. Scientists primarily research the quirk phenomenon and develop tools to support pro-heroes. Momo began to geek out herself a bit since she created things with her own quirk. Momo even began to mumble and ramble on and on about the island. Clearly, she was excited to meet all these different scientists. Momo. Naruto waved his hand in front of her face. However, Momo continued to ramble on, ignoring Naruto completely. Mo-chan. Naruto tapped her head, making her stop. What? Momo quickly reacted, looking up at Naruto. I get it, you're rambling again. Naruto chuckled as Momo began to blush. It was a side she tries to keep hidden. She is a nerd deep down. Well, everyone knows it thanks to her grades. She can really go off about things, which is what she tries to keep hidden. Oh, sorry. Momo giggled a bit. She then got a buzz on her own phone. She looked at it and sighed. Oh no. Momo put her hand up to her forehead. What is it? Naruto tilted his head, confused. It's Ka-san and Tu-san. They want me home for Sunday so we can leave Monday. You want to spend Sunday with me at my parents'? Momo said with a small smile. Naruto could tell she was nervous. She knows how overdramatic and over the top her parents can be. Hey, I'd be glad to. It's been a while since I've seen them. Naruto nodded his head, happy to see Momo's parents. Naruto over time did end up forgiving the teachers at UA, including Torino. They were simply following orders from their higher-ups. He still forgave them, but he didn't forget. That included the Japanese government. Now they're off his back since he was announced the protege as All Might. Naruto texted Torino to let him know that he would be with Momo and her family on Sunday. Naruto looked over at the clock. It's only 4 p.m. We've been laying in bed and watching anime all day. Naruto stood up from the bed and stretched, which Momo followed suit. You want to go out for a run and then grab something to eat? Naruto asked, which Momo nodded her head. Yeah, I guess some running wouldn't hurt. Momo and Naruto, for the past week they had it rough. Maybe more for Momo and the others than Naruto. They've been doing a lot of hero practicing and training exercises. Practicing many ways a villain could act, robbery, simple killers, a villain who grabbed a hostage, and many more. Naruto and Momo also trained often even after classes, spars, strength, agility, and endurance training. Naruto never stopped pushing himself, neither did Momo. Hell, Ochako and Izuku, and some of their other classmates would often join. Afterward, studying sessions with Naruto and Momo. Next day 5 p.m. Naruto and Momo arrived at the Yaoyorozu estate. They came later since Momo's mom wanted to surprise them with dinner. Well, we're here, it's been a while since we've seen them. Naruto walked through the gates, which Momo seemed to have sighed. Yeah, I know, but they're also embarrassing. Momo knew how her parents were. She loves them to death, but they seriously go too far or enjoy her misery. Though Momo makes sure not to complain too much, she knows Naruto didn't have parents growing up. I think they're endearing. Okay, maybe your Ka-san can be a bit much. Naruto was interrupted by Momo. She tried to teach me how to get a dick when I was like 12. 12. I wasn't even of legal age. Momo shot her hands into the air, showing her displeasure. Well, you still haven't gotten it. Seems your Ka-san's lessons weren't good enough. Naruto joked, earning a glare from Momo. Honestly, I can't believe you sometimes. Momo began to walk ahead of Naruto with her arms crossed and a scowl on her face. Ah, come on, Mo-chan. You know I'm only joking. Besides, I don't even know why your Ka-san was like this. I'm just joking. Naruto picked up the pace of his walk speed and wrapped his arms around her waist as he rested his chin on her shoulder. Momo's eyebrow twitched as she tried to not react to Naruto. However, that began to fail when Naruto began to kiss her cheek, then the corner of her mouth, and then her neck. Momo began to shake from the touch and even let out a moan, and Naruto. Why, you baka, not in public. Momo blushed as she pulled away from Naruto. Fine, I forgive you, just stop. Not in public, it's embarrassing. That hurts me, Mo-chan. Naruto backed up a bit, placing his hands over his heart. He then wrapped his arms around Momo again. He leaned in, placing his mouth near her ears. He simply whispered, maybe I want the world to know that you're mine. Mine only, Tilda, Naruto said with a husky voice, making Momo feel a shiver run down her spine. She found herself melt into Naruto's arms. Momo just blushed as Naruto and her walked together to the front door. They both had their hands together, with Momo resting her head on Naruto's shoulder. He was loud, funny, and snarky at times. Though Naruto can be really romantic when he wants to be. The two made it to the door, which opened as Shuri stood there. Momo, Naruto. It's so good to see you too. Shuri waved them over to hurry to get in. Hello, Shuri-san. It's good to see you doing well, and to you too, Saraorg-san. Naruto politely bowed, hoping things would go smoothly. Oh, Naruto. Shuri gestured them to come inside. I've told you so many times, no need for such honorifics. Just call me Shuri, or better yet, Ka-san. Shuri giggled, slipping into the kitchen. Well, Naruto did not know how to respond to that. I mean, we're still dating and all. I'd feel weird if I were to start calling you that. We're not even sure if we'll be getting married. What, is my daughter not good enough for you? Saraorg spoke up, showing that he was already at the table at the head of the table. I never said that. Naruto quickly rebutted as he waved his hands defensively. We're still teenagers, we got our whole lives ahead of us. Naruto nervously rubbed the back of his head. He then retorted back, wait, I thought you didn't want me to even date her. I don't, but I'll be damned if someone said they weren't good enough for my little girl. Saraorg shot back. Momo giggled. She really enjoyed Naruto's sincerity in everything. Most guys would jump at the opportunity to date her, mainly for their family wealth. Yet, Naruto doesn't care a bit about things like that. Come on, San, no need to be so uptight. Naruto would never hurt me. If we weren't meant to be together, then we weren't. Well, I'd make sure we were meant to be. Momo adds the last part with a whisper and a gleam in her eyes. Which, Naruto and Saraorg missed, but it did not get past Shuri, who giggled evilly. The four down for dinner after Shuri came walking out with plates of food ready for everyone to eat. They all said, "Itadakimasu." Everyone began to dig into the meal that Shuri prepared for them. So, Momo, Naruto, how has living together in the dorms been? It's been great, it's as if we're living in our own apartment. Naruto spoke after he swallowed a bite. Living in your own apartment? You saying you moved into the same room as Momo? Saraorg shouted, upset, but sat back down after Shuri slammed her foot on his foot. Not entirely. I conjoined our rooms using Fuinjutsu. A skill that I picked up. Distorting space is easy if I have the correct corresponding walls aligned. While also having the lighting, internet, water, and gas to be connected properly. Using seals allows that to work itself out for me, without me having to do anything. Naruto explained, piquing the interest of Shuri and Saraorg, making Naruto raise an eyebrow. What? This fuinjutsu of yours, can anyone use it? Saraorg had an idea forming. Yeah, somewhat. I made seals function without anyone needing to use chakra. I recently found out how to make a quirk activate the seal, but the seal must be programmed with your specific quirk. However, if you want seals to work without a quirk, it requires some sort of equivalent exchange mechanic to activating it. Naruto put his chopsticks down as Momo created a pencil for Naruto. Naruto drew a sketch of a seal and showed it to them. There are 3 different types of seals I made for Momo and I. A seal that can both be used with chakra or without chakra. The without chakra part needs her quirk to activate the effects. Say, it was a lock on a door. I can use chakra which would unlock the door. That same seal, if Momo were to activate her quirk over it, the seal would unlock, since I put the correct correlating seals for creation, specifically Momo's lipid, while also placing those same lipids in the seal beforehand, or using paper and ink using Momo's lips. However, for it to guaranteed to work without any faults or issues, I placed some of Momo's blood in the seal. The seal cannot be removed by Momo, or anyone else. Only I can remove it, and if anyone tried to tamper with it, you'll either be burned, electrocuted, drenched, frozen, or hit with a block of cheese. Cheese. The 3 Yaomomos looked at Naruto, who chuckled at their dumbfounded expressions. Specifically, Nepal's chirpi, the hardest cheese in the world. Often known as Himalayan chewing gum, this cheese is nothing like your regular cheese. Naruto laughed, crossing his arms, which made Momo sigh and shake her head. Wait, what about our friends? Momo quickly added, which Naruto winked at her. About that, I made sure it only attacked people I considered enemies. I placed bits of their own DNA into the seal. They cannot open it, but they can knock on it, without it trying to hurt them. Naruto adds coolly, which then Saraorg and Shuri had their gears grinding. Hey Naruto, have you ever thought about marketing these seals? Saraorg asked, which Naruto and Momo turned their heads to him. As a businessman, I think investing in your seals would make a great idea. What do you think? I would merely invest into the business. Say 10% of it. Saraorg liked this idea, it could easily make money. People wanting to have this for themselves would be great. That would be a great idea. No one else knows how to tamper or work with seals in this world. To truly be able to unravel these seals would be the use of chakra. I'll have to create many securities and backup emergency fail-safes for these seals. Naruto placed a finger on his lip, thinking on fail-safe measurements for the seals. In case these seals were to find themselves in the hands of the wrong person. The good thing is he is the only one who can read, create, and program a seal to do what he wants. Who knows how much you can change the world, the way we travel, build, and even the ways we think. Momo began to ramble on. Oh, maybe clothing too. The ability to repel water, to conjoin rooms without having to knock walls down. Recycling plastics, filtering to provide purified water. Maybe even reduce carbon emissions, change fossil fuels to something else. Infinite power possibilities, new ways to produce light. Combining the oxygen and hydrogen in the air to create water. There are so many different things we can think of. You could be the richest a student. Momo turned to Naruto excitedly, thinking about how much they could help the world. Change the way everyone thinks and travels in the world. Well, I was able to grasp teleportation, but that does require chakra regardless. Though it's a personal family jutsu, I wouldn't give that up. Naruto placed a finger on his lip. This is really big to think about. Naruto liked the idea of marketing the seals, but he would never give away his 2 sans prized jutsu. Saraorg and Shuri did look at Naruto curiously. They did wonder where he learned to use these seals. Well, how about we resume dinner and relax? We could come up with company names. Shuri suggested, trying to rein everyone in. She knew what they were talking about. However, she wanted to enjoy this time with her family. And her future son-in-law, Fufufufu. Shuri giggled internally. My Momo has you wrapped around her finger, Naruto-kun tilde. Well, how about daughter stealer? Saraorg commented, which he was swiftly smacked upside the head by Shuri. Naruto seals, Momo suggested. Naruto shook his head. Putting my name like that makes me seem like an ecocentric person. Naruto continues to dig into his dinner, thinking of an idea. BDSM, Shuri suggests, which made a shiver run down both Naruto's and Saraorg's back. Ka-san, that would be highly inappropriate. Momo tried to scold her mother, who simply waved her finger. Beneficial decompressing seal modifiers. Shuri explained the reasoning for the letters. It was innocent. For the most part, may or may have not been on purpose. Naruto deadpanned, but Momo had another idea. I know how about Uzumaki sealing. Naruto squinted his eyes and smiled, but there was something missing. Actually, Uzumaki Sealing Corporation is what I'd name the business. As for the name of the product, I think we have to work on that. Naruto commented, but it was a good start. It would be world-breaking, introducing Fuinjutsu into the world. Granted, the people in the world only have enough chakra to survive. Not like anyone really knew how to unlock it, unlike Izuku, Ochako, and Momo. Even then, it's not like they were very proficient. Even if their chakra control was good, they wouldn't be able to get very far without Naruto to really guide them. Not only that, they have quirks to evolve on their own anyways. I think it'd be a great way to start off our business. Saraorg really liked the idea. It would greatly boost his family's reputation as well. Which reminds me, tell me why I should even give you 10%. Naruto raised an eyebrow, which Saraorg narrowed his eyes at him. Oi, you little brat. I'm helping you out here. Where is the money even going to come to help start you up? Saraorg shouted back, which Naruto just looked at him with a smug look on his face. Naruto stood up and gently pushed his chair in. Follow me, Saraorg-san. Naruto walked into the family room as Shuri and Momo just stared at Naruto confusingly. The two made their way into the family room, with Saraorg staring at him annoyed and confused. Once Saraorg entered the room, knowing they were well away from Shuri and Momo, Naruto waved Saraorg over, who rolled his eyes. Naruto came up to his ear and said, I'm already loaded, after all. I am Ero Sennin. Naruto chuckled as he backed away, as Saraorg's jaw dropped as he backed up. Naruto pulled his phone out and showed Saraorg purchases of the Ika Ika books, which were delivered to this address. Saraorg began to have flashbacks of nights with Shuri, Anata. Let's try this position. Shuri's comment echoed in his mind, wondering where she even got those ideas. Saraorg's jaw just hung open, not believing what he was hearing. That's impossible. I might be a bit of a pervert, but don't get me wrong. I write the books for the money. Don't tell Momo. Naruto turned around, leaving the distraught man who laid on the ground. Shuri came walking in, seeing her husband on the ground in shock. Naruto leaned into Shuri's ear. I'm Ero Sennin. Naruto said with his own husky voice, causing Shuri's eyes to widen in shock. Naruto did make sure to keep it low enough for Momo not to hear. Momo came into the room to find both her parents on the ground. Her two-san on the ground mumbling something, then her ka-san, who was giggling. Way more than she usually does. Just what did Naruto tell them? Naruto might be a bit of a pervert. Yes, he is writing Jiraiya's smutty books. However, it's surprising how many people actually like reading smut. It is truly surprising how many female readers he has. Momo just shook her head with confusion. I give up, Naruto. I don't know how you do it. If you were able to break my parents, by whatever you did. I don't even want to know. I officially don't understand you anymore. You're so unpredictable. Hey, what can I say? People have been trying to figure me out for a while. Don't think it will be so easy. Naruto wrapped an arm around Momo's back, pulling her into a semi-hug. She rested her head on his shoulder. Though your two-san does bring a good point up. It would be very profitable to create the Uzumaki Sealing Corp. I think it would be an interesting investment. Though what about a workforce? How will? Wait, why am I even asking? Momo deadpanned, looking at Naruto, who only laughed. Simple. Created a workforce of Narutos. No need to pay anyone. All income gain is to me. Well, us. Naruto quickly corrected himself, looking at Momo, who giggled at the smooth move. Soon Shuri and Saraorg both gathered themselves. How about we go finish dinner? Saraorg went back to his seat, with Shuri giggled. She wondered where Naruto got his ideas. Wondered if he has done anything with Momo yet. At night, Naruto was prepping for bed to sleep with Momo in her room. He was currently brushing his teeth, which Shuri pulled Momo off to the side. Momo, I need to ask, have you done it yet with Naruto? Momo deadpanned. Ka-san, you got to be kidding me. No, we haven't. Momo blushed, not wanting to discuss this with her mother. I see. Well, I figured. I wonder why he hasn't fallen for your womanly charms. Shuri placed a hand on her chin. She then suddenly grabbed Momo's breast. You got good size, it's ample, soft, round, and plumply. You got a rocking body, you're beautiful, and have wonderful hair. I mean, I would have to think the curtains match the drapes. Shuri couldn't figure out why the two have done it. Ka-san, Momo said with her face heating up with embarrassment and astonishment, why you just don't grab me like that? Momo argued with her mother, who only held her hands up in her own defense. Come on Momo, don't be like that. We are both girls here. I'm just wondering why Naruto hasn't jumped on you. Shuri couldn't figure it out. You mean that Naruto actually loves me for me? He isn't taking advantage of my feelings to have actual sex with me? Momo raised an eyebrow at her mother. Momo was in a way disappointed in the way her mother thought. Honestly, didn't you ever think that Naruto? Oh, sweetie, I know Naruto loves you. I know he wouldn't dare do anything without your consent. Otherwise, I'd castrate him myself. Shuri giggled, placing a hand on her cheek. Momo shivered at the threat. Reason I'm asking is that it's simply for your own sake. In your diary, you said I. Shuri's mouth was covered by Momo as she tried to stop her from talking. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Momo was blushing as she couldn't believe her mother found her new hiding spot for her diary. Those are just stupid dreams are all. Shuri turned her head as she looked creepily at Momo with her left eye. Era looks who lecturing who. Foo. Don't think I don't know where you hide your Ika books too. Shuri began to walk away as she kept her eyes closed with a satisfied look on her face. Oh, she loves messing with Momo. Okay, maybe she messes with her more than Momo likes. In Momo's room, Naruto decided to take a quick shower before bed, which was ever so convenient for Momo's sanity. Naruto came walking in with a towel around his waist. Hey Momo, did you take my clothes? I can't find anything except for my underwear. Momo, who was currently sitting on the bed, also had her eyes wide too. No, and I can't find my PJs. Momo looked like she was about to cry herself. Naruto tilted his head confused. Let me guess, you're Ka-san. Momo held her head in despair. Yes, my Ka-san has a unique quirk similar to mine. She is able to create clones of herself using the lipids in her body. They're able to do anything she can. When she is done, she can merge back with them. Momo had no idea that her mother did this. She couldn't find any piece of decent article of clothing for bed. She doesn't want to sleep in the set of clothes the two walked to her house in. Naruto blushed. Well, let me dry off at least. I'll do what I can with what clothing I have. Hopefully, she didn't find my suitcase. Naruto walked over to Momo's bed and pulled it out. Once he did, he placed it on the bed and opened it. He could only deadpan further. That mother of yours, is she trying to get us to have sex? He held out a lingerie outfit perfect for Momo's size. Naruto's clothing was gone. Nothing, no shirt, pants, shorts, not even a frickin' sock. Just a lingerie woman outfit that would fit Momo. You've got to be kidding me. Momo sighed into her hand. I'll begin drying off, Naruto commented, which Momo turned away, but a blush crept onto her face. She has never seen Naruto without underwear on. Yeah, she has seen him clothed. He always had a pair of PJ shorts on. However, she has never seen him bare butt naked, let alone his fruits and vegetables. Momo fought against looking. Damn it, come on. Stupid teenage hormones. Momo was blushing, trying not to look. Just then Naruto said, Momo, you feeling alright? Your face is turning bright red. You're also burning up. Momo opened her eyes to find Naruto face to face with her. He placed his hand on her forehead. Momo quickly stood up, panicking, but she tripped on her own ankle and fell forward. Oof. Ow. The two both cried out together. Naruto opened his eyes to find himself on his back. He lifted his head up to see Momo laying on top of him. Momo, you okay? Naruto rubbed the back of his head. Why, yeah, I'm fine. Momo put her hand on the ground, but she found something warm and hard. She turned her head to the left to find her hand on Naruto's right thigh. Wow, so strong and muscular, warm too. Momo blushed as she went to her knees. However, she looked down to see Naruto. She felt something in her right hand. She lifted her hand up to find Naruto's ripped underwear in her hand. Oh crap. Momo looked down to see Naruto's fruits and vegetables in full view. Momo didn't know what to say or do as her face turned bright red. Momo began to spin mentally, not knowing what to do. Her own mind was shutting down. Yeah, she has kissed Naruto, they've cuddled and hugged one another. However, this was on a whole new level. Naruto saw the scene. Now I know what it's like to be really unlucky. Naruto didn't know what to do himself. Momo stood up slowly and tripped backwards, almost hitting her head on the frame of her bed. Watch out. Naruto quickly lunged forward, grabbing Momo's arm before she fell. However, when Naruto went to pull her towards him, he grabbed her shirt instead. When he yanked to pull her to him, he tore off her entire shirt, just leaving her bra for him to see. Momo finally began to process what happened. However, Momo felt something long and hard pressing up against her stomach. She looked down to see little Naruto standing at full mast. Naruto quickly backed away, blushing. Sorry Momo. I can't help it, Dadbeo. I'm sorry about your shirt too. Naruto turned around, trying to cool himself down, maybe a cold shower. Momo saw Naruto turn away from her, embarrassed himself. Naruto, it's okay. Naruto quickly interjected. Hey, don't worry about it, Momo. It was all an accident, besides it's too early. We got our whole lives ahead of us, a family can wait, I can wait. Naruto turned his head to her and gave her a foxy grin. Momo smiled as she nodded her head. Even if it was an accident, a very unlucky accident, she was okay with Naruto's response. Naruto was truly a kind person, someone who wouldn't do anything to hurt the others. However, she could see something not many others could really see. Not only that, but she did see how strained little Naruto was. It looked like it kinda hurt. Then there was also something in Naruto's eyes that bothered her, something bothering him. Naruto was always a carefree, funny, joking, pranking, and sly guy. They have had their own up and downs, but she saw something that no one else would have originally seen. However, this recent incident made Naruto almost seemed afraid. Naruto, you know it's okay, right? Momo walked up to him, wrapping her arms around his front. We're lovers, right? We don't have to do anything. We cuddle, hug, and sleep together all the time. This isn't any different, if you're able to control yourself so well. It means you care so much about my own well-being before your own. It really goes to show how serious you are about us, right? Naruto blushed and scratched his cheek gently. Why, yeah, I know. I guess you can say I'm still a bit nervous about this myself. I've never had a Two-san or Ka-san to tell me about things like this. So, I don't know what to do sometimes, especially in a scenario like this. I know one wrong mistake could end a relationship. I feel like ours have grown so much stronger as a couple. I don't want to do anything you're uncomfortable with. You're scared of making me scared of you, then you'd be alone. That what you're scared of, isn't it? That's what you're afraid of. Momo placed a hand on his chin, turning Naruto's face towards her. Naruto didn't know what to say. Momo was the only one who could read him like an open book. Yay. Naruto was truly afraid of being alone again. The incident with the school and the government, to Naruto almost wanting to end their relationship. Since then, their relationship had grown stronger than it was before. He still loved Momo dearly the day they decided to get together. He wanted to love her with his every being. Give her the world, everything it had to offer. If it meant to go against the government, Kami, Satan, and villains, he'd do it. Just being alone in the world scared him. Even with Midnight, Toshinori, and Torino, he wanted someone to love him for who he was. What he was, accept him, and never leave his side. He never wanted to be alone. That's his biggest fear. To be alone, to die alone, to never be loved, to never find love. Naruto was so happy with their relationship that pushing it to the next level truly terrified him. Maybe losing Momo was number one on his list. However, it came to a very close second, which is why he never made any advances on Momo. This is why he never watched porn, never jacked off to it, and resisted relieving himself. Momo smiled as she kissed his lip, with the two holding one another. Momo simply put her forehead to his. It seems this is why I'm with you. You'd be a hopeless mess without me. I'd be alone without you. We both support one another. I'm your light in the darkest of caves. You're the light that leads the way for me to follow. Momo undid her bra and took off her shorts and panties. Even though she was naked, she didn't care as Naruto smiled down at her. Momo gently rested her head on Naruto's chest, hearing his heartbeat. He was truly happy. Whatever this scene was turning into was helping him. Before Naruto realized it, he felt something warm running down his cheeks. Momo lifted her head to find tears running down his cheeks. She gasped, "Did I say something wrong?" "Naruto, what's wrong?" Momo quickly placed a hand on his cheek, wiping a tear that ran from the corner of his eye. Naruto smiled as he placed a hand over Momo's hand that was on his cheek. He gently nuzzled into her hand. "These aren't tears of sadness, Momo. Thank you, Momo. I've always been scared to think of going this far with you. As sad as it sounds, I was always scared to be around you with little clothing. I wondered if I could control myself, would I be able to look you straight in the eyes and tell you that I want you? Do it with you once we were ready. I want to give you the world, Momo, whatever it has around for us." Naruto closed his eyes and continued to smile. He could see it, for once he could see it. Deep down, Naruto always had a haunting feeling in his stomach. It would never go away, the chance of being rejected or disgusted. He really did want to have sex with Momo, he really did. He always had a hard time resisting her beautiful smile, the way her black silky hair framed her face, the way her outfits hugged her body. Her alluring aura, on top of her seductive, toned, and proportioned body. Everything about her made Naruto crazy. He never knew how to really react. How to feel, what to do when the time came. If it did anything, it scared him to death what she would think of him. Even if she has brought the topic to him, it does not change the fact that the probability of her rejecting wasn't there. It was always there, even if it was a 0.1% chance of her saying, no, was there. Regardless of how low the possibility it was. Not only that, what about their career of heroes? He couldn't take that away from her. It'd be like taking the noodles out of ramen. It wouldn't be ramen anymore, it'd be just soup. Or even Momo and Naruto, you take Momo away from Naruto. You get almost a 16th of who Naruto was, maybe not even that. Momo really was everything to Naruto. She was his crutch, his pillar, his support, his everything. Before more was done, Momo walked towards her bed. With the two in their birthday suits, they laid down in the covers. Momo shook her head. "Silly Naruto. You are my world." Momo leaned in, nuzzling her nose against Naruto's. "I'd never ever leave you. I'd never leave you if you asked me for sex. Granted, it's something we'd seriously have to talk about. However, if we ever needed to do anything to relieve our own stress, some light intimacy wouldn't hurt." Momo placed a hand on Naruto's chest as she moved closer to Naruto, allowing her body to press up against Naruto. She immediately felt little Naruto wake up. Momo only giggled. "Honestly, I'm glad you're not too huge." Momo kissed Naruto's lips as he didn't know what to say. "Being big isn't always good, it could hurt more than make me feel good. I think you're a perfect size. If that's bothering, then don't let it. Because no matter the size, it couldn't compare to the size of your heart." Naruto just looked into Momo's eyes, amazed by Momo's words. She truly was the ideal girl for him. The way she said her words, her sophisticated side, she can joke, take a joke, and dish some pranks out if needed. She understands him, even if she has a hard time understanding him. Momo said she can't figure him out. No, she had him completely figured out. She just lacks self-confidence in herself. Naruto snaked his arms around Momo, kissing her again and again on her lips. The two just slowly made out as Naruto's hand unconsciously reached out and touched her breast. Momo let a small moan out, which Naruto snapped his eyes open. He saw the happy look on Momo. "That also makes me happy. I'm glad you attracted to me. This is the most you've ever show interest in my body." Momo's smile widens more and more as she nuzzled herself in Naruto's hold. Naruto then said, "After September 23rd, your birthday, Momo, you think you'd want to spend time on October 10th with me?" Naruto looked into Momo's eyes, which she leaned in close, pressing their foreheads together. Momo slowly nodded her head. "I'd be glad to join you for your birthday. I've never known why you never told me. I assumed it dealt with you being in Konoha. Thus, is why I never asked you." Momo then let a small yawn out, which Naruto yawned as well. "Maybe we should hit the sack. I'm tired. You being here is making me sleepy. It's comfy being able to snuggle with my Naruto." "Sure. Night, Momo. I'm pretty tired too. Also, it's such a huge load off, thank you." Naruto kissed her lips again. Once Naruto and Momo pulled apart, Naruto saw Momo already drifted off to sleep. Her sleeping face made her cute. She was so beautiful as she slept. She was his sleeping beauty. Nothing could beat her. Nothing could be better than his Momo. Momo sleepily said, I love you, too Na-kun. Momo said as she continues her sleep with a mighty happy Naruto. Time skip airport. Naruto and Toshinori said their farewells to Yaoyorozu's going through customs to enter their airplane. Momo and her family had their own private jet they were going to take to Island. Currently, Toshinori was not in the mood. He stood there with a black eye and an angry look on his face. Sorry about that, Toshinori-sensei, I just forgot. Naruto scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Naruto did not mention he was staying over at Momo's place. He went to Naruto's dorm and knocked on it. When he went to knock on it, a glow went off and shot a block of cheese at his face. Nepal's chirpy to be exact. Boy, you're going to kill me one day, I know it. Toshinori was his usual skinny self, not able to do much anymore after the fight with All for One. Come one. Sensei, I didn't mean it. I just forgot to warn you about the security seal. It only attacks people who I haven't added a DNA sample to the seal. I forgot to add yours. Naruto hung his head in defeat, though it was funny, okay, it was hilarious. Toshinori just knows he will be the death of him. Literally, Naruto, you're going to be the death of me. Anyways, tell me why Island was created. To safely test quirks and create equipment for all the heroes. Naruto really didn't know, he only knew that Momo was going because of her family. Yay, partially correct, it's also designed to always move to protect the scientist inside. Not bad, you know a lot for being new to this world. Toshinori gave Naruto a thumbs up. Naruto and Toshinori finished. Hey, I try, just this whole experience has been something. I'm really glad I came here. Naruto tilted his head to the side a bit with a bright grin appearing on his face. Toshinori smiled back, Naruto. That's perfect. That smile is a true successor of One for All should have. Toshinori puffed back into his bulk form, but immediately deflated, coughing blood up. Take it easy, sensei, don't push yourself. Naruto placed a hand on his back trying to heal the damage he just caused himself. Thank you, but it's fine if it means I can keep inspiring you and others. I'll keep doing it. Toshinori gave Naruto a thumbs up, he was really happy. Skip to Island. Naruto and Toshinori came through the front gates of Island. It even made Naruto look aghast at the place. Truly, this world's technology was on a different level than in the elemental nations. Man, this place is pretty cool, huh? Naruto put his hand up to his forehead to block out the sun. He wanted to get a better look at the place without the giant burning ball of hydrogen blinding him. Naruto even saw floating pods carrying people. I'm surprised they opened it to the public already. It hasn't even opened the place up to the public. Toshinori added while walking up next to Naruto. Well, I can't lie when I see something this awesome. Naruto saw the giant waterspouts shoot water out. The water then formed the cursive word for welcome. Unlike in Japan, people are allowed to use their quirks as they wish on Island. Apparently, there are a lot of attractions in the pavilions that use quirks. You should visit them later. Toshinori added with a small chuckle. The two panned the view, seeing a theater and then a giant harp that had alternating lights. Now let's see where the hotel is. Toshinori looked down at his phone. Welcome to Expo. A voice came from the side. Naruto and Toshinori both turned their heads towards the voice. The two saw a girl with brown eyes and brown hair walk up to them. Until her eyes began to sparkle in shock. Wait, All Might. Uzumaki Naruto. The girl yelled out. Just then all nearby ears heard her. All Might, Uzumaki Naruto. A bunch of people began to smile and turn their heads to see them. All Might and his protege were here. They had to go meet them. Naruto began to groan internally if he hated Toshinori for anything. It was telling everyone that he was his protege. He got lucky if even 20 people tried to strike up a conversation with him. Whether it was asking him if he was ready to be a hero, what he was like, how it was like to be All Might's protege, his number, and much more. He always did his best to hide, whether it be a transformation jutsu or jumping along the rooftops. The #1 hero, another girl called out. It's really him. A news reporter saw the two running over with their camera. Before Naruto knew it, a bunch of people have surrounded Naruto and Toshinori. Naruto felt a bit overcrowded along with Toshinori. However, Naruto did his best and tried to calm everyone down. However, that failed, with it resulting in him with a camera being pointed at his face along with Toshinori. Toshinori replied, Thank you all for the warm welcome, you all know who I am. I'm grateful for all the wonderful comments. But please, my protege should be the one you ask questions to. Toshinori placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder and pushed him to the people. Naruto was a little stunned seeing Toshinori push him to the wolves. He is so getting his ass pranked later. Naruto screamed mentally as the crowd surrounded him asking him questions. Hey. One question at a time, okay. He quickly stated, but they kept ignoring him. Will you date me? One asked. I got a girlfriend, sorry. Naruto quickly answers. Marry me, another shouted. He's so cute. For the recent one. No, sorry. For the next one question, thank you. Naruto didn't know how to deal with everyone. Should he just use a substitution jutsu? Naruto, what is it like being All Might's protege? The news reporter asked. Naruto had a sweat drop appear on his forehead. This is going to be a long trip. Toshinori off on the side chuckled as he slowly tiptoed away. Damn good thing he stated Naruto as his protege, not he doesn't have to deal with the media anymore. Uzumaki-kun, what is your quirk, or do you have multiple quirks? We saw the UA Sports Festival you showing off multiple. The microphone was shoved into his face. I want to have his babies. Uzumaki-kun over here, sign my notebook, a girl called out. Sign my breast. No, my ass. A bunch of the fangirls broke through the crowd pushing the camera crew away. Naruto realized he was in a pickle as he was being pulled into a watery grave of a woman. Naruto tried to struggle against them using his own strength to break free. Hey. Stop grabbing me. Naruto tried to run, but the girls grabbed him. Hey, that's property of Naruto. Naruto called out when a girl ripped a sleeve off his hero outfit. Yeah. Naruto screamed out. Hey. Stop groping me. Naruto didn't know what to do. He didn't want to use his true strength to knock them away. He would end up hurting someone. That's right, substitution jutsu. Naruto began to mold his chakra until, crap, there's no logs. I know, where is sensei? Naruto stretched out his senses to find his sensei until a pair of breasts were smashed into his face. Damn it. I can't concentrate like this. Then Naruto felt someone grab his pants. Hey. Hands off. No one is allowed to touch those. Someone help me. Naruto was beginning to go into panic mode. The camera people stood there with their own dazed expressions, everyday life of an idol, huh? The reporter lady shook her head with a sigh. The fangirls are all over him. The reporter turned her head to see all the guys who were surrounding Naruto before, which were mostly just fathers, put their right hand up over their left chest. They had their right hand turned inward slightly with their left arms behind their backs. The mothers and other women who had boyfriends all deadpanned. Is that an Attack on Titan reference? They stood quiet watching their fallen brethren in the swarm of babes. Before anything more could happen to Naruto, he saw a paper match bomb thrown in front of his face. What? Naruto's eyes widened, but he saw a note on the bomb. Seems like you need help. Just then the bomb went off. There was a loud kaboom. The girls swarming Naruto were sent flying. Safely, of course, as they landed on the ground safely thanks to a bunch of mattresses on the ground. Naruto stood up with his ears still ringing as he rolled onto his knees. He put a hand to his head as he looked up to see a pair of legs. He continued to look up as the person said, "Geez, I leave you alone for almost a day and this happens." Naruto looked up to see Momo with her arms crossed and an unhappy look on her face. Naruto quickly shot to his feet. Momo. Come on, it isn't like that. Naruto tried to defend himself as Kyoka and Ochako were gently let some of the girls down. Momo continued to tap her one foot angrily. They came at me. Because someone fed me to the wolves. Naruto turned his head to try to find Toshinori, but he was gone. Damn it. I'm so going to get him back for this. Momo sighed as she shook her head. You idiot. Momo protectively gave Naruto a hug. The girls who Momo blew off of Naruto looked up to see Momo hugging Naruto. Just don't attract unwanted attention. The two separate after Naruto and Momo also peck one another on the lips. You gotta stay out of trouble. He, thanks Momo. Naruto rubbed the back of his head, but he then raised an eyebrow. Wait, how did you even know I was in there? Well, first of all, someone groped you. I heard that loud and clear. Also, who else had the same voice, blonde hair, and blue eyes? Momo shook her head turning to go back to Ochako and Kyoka. Momo turned to the other girls. Now stay away from my Naruto. Momo began to scold the horde of fangirls that were after her Naruto. Just then Naruto saw someone dragging Toshinori by his ear. Honestly, might Oji-sama. You just left him. You're so irresponsible. Come on, Melissa. Don't be like that. I'd never do that to Naruto. Toshinori lied, trying to plead with his nephew. The said nephew walked up to Naruto and released Toshinori's ear. Hello there, you must Uzumaki Naruto. So, Uzumaki-san, I must ask, did he push you into the crowd? Momo saw the girl. She wanted to return to Kyoka and Ochako, but for some reason that girl made her feel on edge. Naruto went to say yes, but, no, that wasn't his fault, we just got swarmed. Naruto said with a genuinely fake smile on his face. Whatever it was, Toshinori heard his inner self yelling at him to run away and get as far away from Naruto as possible. Oh, I see then, well, he could have at least tried to help you. Melissa sighed. Well, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm glad you two were able to come. Well, thank you for inviting me. I was glad I was able to bring a guest. Toshinori quickly commented, trying to change the subject, though you're all grown up. I hardly recognized you. Yeah, I have. I'm 17 now. I'm heavier than I once was. Melissa added with a bright smile on her face. Naruto couldn't help but find her, well, pretty. Melissa is a full-figured and attractive pale-skinned young woman of slightly above average height with quite a round face. She has wavy blonde hair which reaches halfway down her back, two shorter pieces she leaves over her shoulders, side-swept bangs that frame her face, aqua blue eyes with notable upper eyelashes, some slightly longer ones extending on each side, and pronounced lower eyelashes. She was wearing a white short-sleeved dress shirt with plaid cuffs, a large bow of the same design at her neck, and a dark raspberry pink waistcoat. Accompanying these are pale gray capri pants, under which are a pair of plaid pink socks as well as a pair of heeled brown boots. She also wears a wristwatch and pink, oval-framed glasses. Naruto really had to admit she was an extremely attractive and beautiful girl. I'm glad you're doing well, might Oji-sama. Melissa smiled happily. She really did miss her uncle. Momo saw off on the side, a bit nervous of that girl. Momo looked at the girl's chest, her butt, and then her attire. She seemed so much more sophisticated than Momo was. She had blonde hair when her hair was plain black. Momo bit her lower lip, which Naruto saw her still in the distance as he waved to her. Momo smiled and waved back. It made her feel better. So, she turned to leave to rejoin Kyoka and Ochako. So where is Dave? Toshinori asked. Oh, Dave is in his lab doing research. He's finally at the first stage of a project he has been working on for many years. So, I invited you to the island as a surprise. Melissa adds while making an shish sign with her hand. What was he working on? Naruto walked up, tilting his head to the side. Oh, he said it was confidential. Even I don't know what it was. Melissa added, wondering herself. Oh, let me properly introduce myself. I'm Melissa Shield, a pleasure to meet All Might Oji-sama's protege. I've heard many things about you, Uzumaki-san. Melissa extended her hand out to shake Naruto's. Naruto nodded his head. Yeah, it's a pleasure to meet you, and please. Don't worry about honorifics or anything like that. I'm not one for titles, so Naruto is just fine. I'm a first year in class 1A at UA High School. Naruto accepted her hand and shook it back. That's great being Might Oji-sama's students, huh? That makes you seem very promising in the future, huh? Melissa moved in closer than Naruto thought she would have. Naruto was aware of the closeness but assumed it was out of curiosity. In the distance, Momo had an annoyed glare in her eyes as Kyoka and Ochako saw the girl leaning towards Naruto. What kind of quirk do you have? Melissa asked, putting her hands behind her back as she began to inspect Naruto's body. He definitely had muscle. It was lean and strong muscle. Oh, my quirk is similar to Toshinori-sensei's. It is a strength enhancement quirk, but I also use an ability called chakra. That isn't a quirk, Naruto answered, not knowing. I call the quirk Daiku Hokage. Ninth Fire Shadow. Interesting name. So, it's a strength enhancement quirk, huh? Melissa continued to inspect Naruto as she grabbed an arm to inspect it. She even began to study his muscles after she rolled up his sleeve. Interesting choice of attire. You make yourself seem like a shinobi of some sort, just like Edgeshot. Naruto then said, oh well, technically I am. I'm a shinobi. I know the ways of a ninja, that's how I learned chakra. Naruto held up a porcelain fox mask that he had attached to his hip. Oh, I see chakra. What you mean chakra as in the 7 chakras within the body? Melissa asked confused. No, that's more the 8 inner gates. Naruto adds, but then realized they aren't going to know what that is. 8 gates. Toshinori looked at Naruto intrigued along with Melissa. Why yeah, it's actually the true capabilities of unlocking them and using them to their strongest. I've done my own research on it. The 8 gates exist in order to limit the flow of chakra within an individual's body. Ordinarily, individuals can use no more than 20% of their body's full potential, the brain's way of protecting the individual from harming their body through overexertion. With training, individuals can learn to remove these limiters, referred to as opening the gates. With each opened gate, individuals are given access to more and more of their body's chakra, thus increasing their physical strength and speed. Naruto explained while gaining a perplexed look on Toshinori's and Melissa's faces. He looked it up more, remembering what Bushy Brows and Bushy Brow Sensei used to fight. Amazing. Have you learned to unlock any of them? Melissa leaned in super excitedly and interested in this 8 gates thing. Oh, well, a fair warning, they can be really dangerous too. Removing the limiters of the body is the reason why it's so dangerous. To let you know that everyone had chakra, even you, Melissa. However, since you were training it at a young age, your tenketsus are closed off, meaning your access to chakra is severely limited. I've been using it since I was about 8. Naruto added, making Melissa almost seem to be upset. I see then. Melissa closed her eyes and let a sigh out, but kept up a smile. That's okay. I was just really interested. Back to my question, do you have any of them unlocked? Well, Naruto didn't know what to say. Ahem, Melissa, it's time. Toshinori interrupted her as she got lost in Naruto's abilities. Oh, I'm sorry, I got distracted. Come on, we need to go surprise Papa. Melissa ran of guiding Toshinori and Naruto towards her Two-san's laboratory. Dave's lab. Samuel, an assistant scientist to Dave, walked into a room. Hey Dav, I've finished cleaning up here, too. All right, thanks Sam. Dave and Sam began to make small talk while walking into their offices. Why don't you go have lunch with your daughter? Sam suggested when they entered their offices. She went to the academy today, too. Dave explained. I thought they had a break for iExpo. Sam replied back, surprised. She's doing some independent research. Dave smiled, proud of how smart his daughter is. I mean, I'm Papa's daughter. Melissa said, walking into the office. She tilted her head to sigh with a funny smile. I can't help being like him. Melissa joked since her father did the same. Melissa. Dave was shocked to see his daughter here. Hello, Ojo-sama. Sam bowed his head a bit. Hello, Sam. Melissa walked up with her hand behind her back. Thanks for always taking care of Papa, who does nothing but research all the time. Melissa added with a smile adorning her face. Well, I can't argue that. Dave chuckled a bit, along with Sam letting his own chuckle out. More importantly, what are you doing here? Dave was surprised to see his daughter here. He thought she had important research to do. To celebrate you completing the first stage of your research, I invited a couple of people. Melissa lifted her hand up to her chest with her voice showing excitement for her Two-san. A certain person. Dave tilted his head confused. Someone you love, Papa, along with his protege, Melissa said with more excitement for her Two-san to meet All Might's successor to his hero title. Well, that's if Naruto can work his way up to being number 1. Before they arrived, Toshinori put back on his regular hero uniform. He walked into the room in his buff form. I am here, shaking with emotion from our reunion. All Might shouted until he deflated back into Toshinori, spitting blood out. Naruto sighed, walking over, healing his inside. Toshi. Dave shouted in shock along with seeing Naruto healing All Might. All Might, the real thing. Sam's eyes widened far beyond what his little squinty eyes would allow. Toshinori jogged over, pulling his friend into a hug. It's so good to see you after so long, Dave. Melissa poked her head over Toshinori's shoulder. Well, you surprised Papa. Melissa hoped her Two-san was. Why yeah, Dave said with stupor, but soon reined himself in. Very surprised. Dave stood up with Toshinori, happy to see his old pal. This made Naruto envy that a bit. He hasn't heard from any of his friends in the elemental nations in years. Well, it's not like he could have if he wanted to. Though something irked Naruto about Dave, the reaction was a little off. Kurama, do you sense his emotions? Yeah, I do. What he just replied with was a lie. That bald fat one over there, I'd be weary if I were you. Kurama could feel the emotions off of Sam and Dave. They were both a bit stunned at the moment. They might seem happy and excited, but there was a hint of worry. We both need to thank Melissa. Man, how long has it been? Toshinori said with a smile on his face. Oh, don't remind me about how old I am. Neither one of us want to think about that. Dave replied with a laugh coming from the two. That's true. Toshinori then calmed his laughter. I'm glad to see you again, Dave. Toshinori held up his fist. I am too, All Might. Dave extended his own fist to fist bump Toshinori. Naruto. Toshinori turned to the side. Let me introduce you to one of my best friends. David Shield. It's a pleasure to meet you, Dave. Sensei doesn't talk much about friends. Though it is good to see him with friends that care for him. Naruto extended his hand out, shaking Dave's hand. Toshinori coughed a bit, which Dave noticed. Melissa, can you give us some time to catch up? I would like to speak to Naruto and Toshinori for a moment. Then you and Naruto can go do what you want for the day. Dave wanted to talk to Naruto and figure some things out. The three were left alone with Melissa waiting outside. Then Dave turned to Toshinori. So, your quirk is completely gone, huh? Dave looked over towards Toshinori with worry. Yes, it is gone, but I need to trust you with something. Toshinori looked at Naruto, which Naruto's eyes widened, which made Dave raise an eyebrow. Toshi, what are you talking about? I also ask with this talk why you wanted Naruto here too, unless it involves him. Dave looked at Toshinori with worry. Toshinori nodded his head. The last embers of One for All burnt out after my fight with All for One. One for All isn't a normal quirk like everyone else has. Some quirks can be passed down through genetics. However, my quirk can be passed down to people I chose. I gave it to Naruto by exchanging a bit of my DNA along with the will to give it to him. I then passed it down to Naruto. Toshinori said with a proud look on his face, which Dave looked at Naruto. Dave was a little upset. I see then, but is there anything we can do to restore your power, Toshi? Toshinori shook his head. Once I gave it to Naruto, my power slowly dwindled away. I used the rest of it up in my last fight. Naruto has inherited all of it. He can even handle 100% of the power of One for All for a certain amount of time. He advances quicker in use of it than I have. He's smarter, faster, and already has a huge arsenal of abilities with him. Toshinori walked behind Naruto and placed a hand on his head. He's my pride and joy. I'm his sensei, yet I cannot train him myself. I can only give him the rundown on the quirk and how it works. Everything he's done, worked on, trained, was all thanks to him. Toshinori looked at Dave, who seemed to have a solemn look on his face. My friend, the youth are the next generation of heroes who will pass us in strength and power. They are the future, they are the light. Naruto is the next symbol of hope. Naruto was a little nervous being put on the spot. He did walk forward. I am proud that Sensei chose me for his power. I've trained a lot and kept training and never gave up. It might be a bit random for Sensei to choose me. Though I promise you that I'm far from getting stronger. Dave nodded his head and accepted Naruto's response, though Dave was still a bit nervous. He also did seem upset. Well, that's for all. Thank you, Uzumaki-san. You can go with Melissa. She will show you around Island. Dave smiled as Naruto walked away, smiling back. Naruto was still suspicious of Dave. With Melissa. Naruto came walking out. Hey Melissa, ready to show me around? Sure, I'd be happy to. Melissa and Naruto began to walk through the halls until they got back outside. They made their way to the main area of attraction. Wow, this place is pretty cool, huh? Naruto was really impressed by what he has seen. Then he saw a giant lizard that looks like Godzilla, from the movies. Yeah, we had all facilities that would be found in a normal city. Melissa stated proudly about the island. We can do anything except just no traveling on vehicles. That really isn't the best thing to do. Yeah, Godzilla must have been invited here by a sponsor. A lot of heroes come here from sponsors. Melissa walked up next to Naruto as Godzilla walked past them. They're typically here to show off their newest items and sign autographs and stuff. Naruto had a sweat drop appear on his forehead. Yeah, I'm not about all the autograph and things like that. I like keeping to myself. There's also a lot of different events for heroes to try out. Melissa put a finger up into the air. There's a party with all the industry guests tonight, too. But you'll be at that, too, right? Melissa wondered, which Naruto shrugged his shoulders. Probably. Why not? It wouldn't hurt. So that's why Sensei told me to pack formal clothing too. Naruto didn't mind it, though would have to wear formal attire. Hey, Naruto, let's check out the pavilion over here. Melissa ran ahead, pointing at a giant building with multiple layers of Columbus and glass on the front of the building. The two walked in, seeing a bunch of new hero items. Naruto walked inside with her as she ran up to the first item on display. Naruto looked at this. This is a multi-purpose beagle. It can fly, but also drive underwater like a submarine. She quickly ran over to a cylinder water tank. You can wear this diving suit up to 7,000 meters in the deep sea. The water pressure could crush anyone if they went that deep. Melissa walked over to a helmet, placing it on Naruto's head. These goggles are equipped with 36 different sensors. Naruto felt the sensor all right. He began to go dizzy. He already has heightened senses. They were currently overloading. Naruto swiftly fell to the ground with his eyes spinning from the sensors on the helmet. Kurama in the seal wanted to throw up. He felt like the entire seal was spinning at 1,000,000 miles an hour. Once they were done, Melissa explained further on the items. The equipment here was mostly patented by Papa. That is pretty impressive, for him to create all this stuff. It definitely would have taken a lot of time to work on. Naruto even thought back to the Uzumaki Seal's Corp. idea. It would really hit off. Each and every item here helps heroes around the world in their work. Melissa continued to walk with her hands now in front of her as she continued to respectfully gaze at the equipment her two-san made. You really respect your two-san, don't you? Naruto smiled, knowing that people like Melissa had great parents. Though, in a way he did envy her. He's even envied Momo too for having parents. Even if they were with him in the seal for a while, he still wishes he could have them now. Yep. Melissa turned her head to him with a bright smile on her face. That's because it's my dream to become a great scientist just like him. Naruto smirked as he thought back to his old dream of being Hokage. Being a hero worked for now, but his main goal was to think about what he really wanted to do. Something that Momo could only help him with. That's a great dream, keep working on it. Don't ever give up, because I never do. It's my ninja way, I never back down. Naruto gave her a thumbs up with his own foxy grin on his face. Melissa turned her head quickly the other way, causing her face to turn bright red. Oh, speaking of which, you attend the academy here, right? Yep, I'm in my 3rd year. Melissa added as they came to a stop by a giant robot. That's great, keep it up, I know you'll be like your two-san one day. Naruto encouraged her as Melissa shook her head. I appreciate the flattery, but I'm far from him. I've still got a long way to go. I still need to keep studying and work hard. Melissa encouraged herself as she looked down at her hand. Same, you aren't the only one working hard either. I've trained almost my entire life to get where I am today. I might not be like Sensei when I get older, but I definitely want to follow this path right now. Naruto looked up at the giant robot with a smile on his face. I'll become a hero who is respected by all. I don't care if I become one or not. It's the respect you get by being a hero, being the best hero to protect the people who need it. That's what I want to do. Melissa was moved by his words. You really care for All Might Oji-sama, don't you? Of course, I do. He's been there since the day he found me. I was only 12 or so when we first met. He gave me a purpose to continue doing what I am doing now. I owe it to him to do what I can to make him proud. He's the two-san that I never had. Naruto said with a hint of pain in his eyes, which Melissa saw. I see, so you didn't have parents growing up, huh? Melissa said with a small smile. Yeah, it wasn't easy growing up alone. The people of my village didn't like me very much either, so being ostracized by the population was hard to live. Naruto smiled as he thought to Toshinori. When Sensei found me and took me in, he gave me a chance and treated me like a human. Then I met Torino Gigi too, who also took me in and cared for me. The two looked after me since I've begun to look up to him like a two-san. Melissa wondered, how did you two-san and Ka-san pass? Melissa asked, but she knew if he didn't want to answer it would be okay. Don't worry, I've told people before, they died the night I was born. A villain with the power to transform into a giant 9-tailed fox attacked my village, killing many innocents. My parents stopped him. My 2-san used a technique that took away the villain's power and sealed the quirk ability into me. That's what his quirk was. You see, I was born quirkless. Naruto lied he knew it, but it was a damn good lie. Now I have that ability for me to use. My 2-san was taught how to harness our chakra just like my Ka-san was too. I inherited a lot from my parents. I can't thank them enough for how much they've helped me. I see. I'm glad you turned out the way you did. You keep up the good work, okay? I think you're a wonderful person, by the way. Melissa leaned in close to Naruto, allowing Naruto to visibly see into Melissa's eyes. Oh, thanks, that means a lot. Naruto blushed at the compliment, completely ignoring the fact that Melissa was beginning to form a crush on him. Oh, the guy's power that's sealed in me, I got full control over it too. Just say his quirk has a mind of its own, so we work together now. Just then Naruto felt someone behind them. Well, it seems you two are having fun. A voice came from a girl who didn't seem to be very happy with Naruto. Naruto turned his head and chuckled a bit. Hey, Momo. Good to see you again. Ochako, Kyoka. Naruto waved to them nervously. Momo had her arms crossed under her chest. Seems like you two were having fun. Ochako spoke again. You just said that. Naruto looked at Ochako confused. Kyoka spun her earphone jacks. Interesting, Naruto. I didn't know that's where your quirk came from. To think you were quirkless at one point. Then what about that chakra thing you've told us about? Oh well, like I said, I just considered that quirk to be mine at this point. Then the chakra is something I learned as I grew up with a different sensei teaching me. I had one before All Might became my sensei. Naruto made sure to cover it up as best as he could. Momo walked up to Naruto and Melissa as she stared Melissa down. Melissa didn't back down either. Damn, she's good. Blonde hair, glasses, cute outfit, large breasts, good figure. I swear if she is into Naruto. Momo thought to herself, seeing Melissa as a potential threat to her. Naruto saw invisible lighting sparks between Momo and Melissa since they were staring at one another so intensely. I wonder if she's Naruto's girlfriend. He never said he did. Be upsetting if he does. He is cute with blonde hair, blue eyes, the whisker marks. He's well-toned with a great body, and he overall has a great personality. I was hoping to get to learn about him more. Melissa knew that this girl was a threat. Naruto swore he saw a lion appear behind Melissa and a tiger behind Momo as they stared one another down. Naruto then decided to intervene. Melissa, these three are from my school at UA. I think there seems to be a misunderstanding. Naruto. Momo walked up to him, giving him a glare as tilted her head up as gave him a stern look. Naruto, it seems you two were really enjoying yourselves. Care to explain? Whoa here. This is just a misunderstanding. Before Naruto could continue, Melissa latched onto his arms, pulling it in between her chest. What's there to be misunderstood? Two people are enjoying themselves. You're only Naruto's classmates, right? Melissa argued back a bit. She kinda liked Naruto. She wanted to get to know him more. She did not want this little date to be interrupted. She did kinda like Naruto and didn't want others to bother her time with him. Momo tightened her fists as a flame appears in both of her eyes. Something Naruto began to see a shadow of Tsunade appearing behind Momo. You listen here, Missy. Momo walked up to Melissa, pointing her finger at her. Naruto is mine. He is my boyfriend. You aren't allowed to touch a single hair on his head. He is mine. Mine alone.